is this?
Memories go, memories stay, chasing the sound of the waves. It always sways, it always strays, standing on the beach all day. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Okay. 666. Wow. That's this is kind of cool.
I grow impatient.
All right. Wait, it's a turn-based game?
I better not be playing against another fucking hacker, man.
What the hell?
Twice as hard, twice as fast.
The citadel stands strong.
Probably not, right? Cool. That's nice. It's lovely. It's cute. Expedition Pinocchio? Yeah, it's alright. Maybe I'll play that. Ooh. Visionary? I don't know what any of those are. Okay. Yeah. Let's see some gameplay. So you got some dolphin shit, you're surfing around? Maybe there's an audience for a game like that. I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Zatani. That was a new look at Sword of the Sea, a visually striking adventure from the team behind Abzu and Catalyst.
Journey's big success. Good for
We're
them.
excited to announce that Sword of the Sea will launch this summer into the PlayStation Plus game catalog.
What's this?
On June
Playing against
17th,
another
Remedy brings
fucking
other
weirdo.
action to game catalog
Playing
with
against another
FBC
fucking
Firebreak.
weirdo.
In
Fucking
this
Starship
cooperative FPS set
Knight.
with paranatural
Starship
world control,
Death Knight
you and
weirdo.
two fellow agents
This guy
confront and
is
contain the reality
probably
warping
gonna be
chaos
fucking
that
I
hacking,
think I
bro.
saw this before.
Can't
Fun in
wait.
short bursts
I can't
or
fucking
deep
wait to
dives.
see how.
FBC Firebreak launches day one into game catalog on
Seems
June
alright.
17th. The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes several new titles this
Where
summer.
did you get that?
Oh, great. Let's release
The
it.
PS2 version of
What
legendary
is it?
immersive
Every
sim
single
Deus
one
Ex
except
arrives
Bloodborne?
He's
June
fucking
17th.
hacking!
What is this shit?
In July, Twisted Metal
He's
3 and Twisted
fucking
Metal 4 join the
hacking,
service
bro.
What the
just in
fuck?
time for the second season premiere of Twisted Metal, which arrives July 31st in select countries, including Peacock
Fucking
and the US.
stupid, man.
Additionally, two of Capcom's most beloved games from the original PlayStation are set to join the Classics lineup.
Mega Man.
Fucking dirty
Resident
Resident
bitch.
Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 will arrive later this summer in the Classics catalog.
What about Bloodborne?
Myst and Riven
Fucking
will arrive
dirty
later
bitch
this month as
hacker.
part of the Days of Play celebration.
Another fucking dirty bitch hacker.
Days of Play is a 2-week event that includes bonus PlayStation Plus content drops, great deals on software and hardware, and more.
No way.
Visit PlayStation Blog and PlayStation.com for full
Like these
details.
fucking reports do fucking anything, man.
His parents cut their own rope to save him. He watched them fall, then found his way off that mountain. He was 11 years old.
They don't even
started a grand
fucking
tour of
hacking,
every major
man.
boarding school in
He's
Britain.
fucking
Always at the top
hacking.
of his class.
Always at odds with authority. Same thing in the Navy.
His superiors all praise his instincts.
And they're all in need of early retirement. Nobody knows what to do with him, Mom.
No. And I suspect he feels the same way.
Plays that for
He did
3
in
mana.
Iceland.
What he did in Iceland was insubordination. It was ill-disciplined, utterly reckless. He only survived thanks to blind luck. Give me one good reason to put him in the program, Mom.
I think you just
Fucking
covered them all.
piece
Greener.
of shit. You're a
It's really
fucking
quite
faggot.
simple.
Go
Bond
fucking take a
is a
bath
bullet
in a
without a
fucking
target.
fryer in
Let's
McDonald's
give him one.
Is it Tom Cruise?
or Arby's or fucking Burger King or fucking wherever
Do you
the
have an
fucking
appointment?
king,
The name's
queen,
Bond.
motherfucker.
James Bond.
You're a
He's with me.
fucking piece of shit.
Don't think we've had the pleasure.
You're
No, let's
fucking
not get ahead of
worthless.
ourselves,
You should be
James.
shot in the fucking head.
So you shouldn't have.
I yield.
We're facing a situation of the utmost delicacy. I need all my pieces on the board.
009 is a master manipulator. Whatever the endgame is, we won't see it coming.
I don't know, guys.
Jet lag gets me every time.
She's not your friend, Bond. She's an asset.
With respect, Mom. To hell with that.
The driving looks kind of cool.
Tell me, what do you do, James? Lately, headhunting.
I don't think I'm really sold by this. It looks okay. I mean, maybe I would try it out, but...
I suppose this is another teachable moment.
It looks like a game. It looks like this is one of those more movie than game type things. That's just that's my my read on it. Which is like, I mean, okay, that's fine. It's just not really my style.
Hello, I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Iron Tractive.
Yeah?
The team is thrilled to announce 007 First Flight. You'll experience James Bond as a young air crewman in the Royal Navy. Before the tuxedo and the martinis, as he first steps into the world of espionage, striving to earn his 00 status. Everyone at Iron Tractive has poured their passion and dedication into crafting an experience that honors the legacy of Bond, harnessing our 25 years of agent expertise. This is just the beginning of our journey with 007, and we can't wait to share more with you soon.
I'm just not, you know, it's just not really my kind of thing. Yeah. Next. There's another Ghost of Yotai trailer? It's gotta be, right? You know what this reminds me? I didn't play. Oh, jeez. I know. Played Rise of the Ronin, though. Soon, guys. For sure.
You're still with me?
Okay. What is that it? Oh my god, a trailer for a trailer of a trailer. Are you kidding me?
自由のために戦う。
What's this?
お手並み拝見といこう。
Weirdo, man.
君のことは親友だと思ってい
Fucking
る。
weirdo.
やるしかないようだな。ビブラニウムのシールドだけでは私のアーマーは勝て
Fucking
ない。
weirdo.
よし。本気でやるぞ。くらえ。くらえ。おいかよ。耐えてみせろ。
That's kind of cool. Okay.
親愛なるスパイダーマンだ。スパイリーセンス。今日も見事大勝利。
Yeah, what is this?
But he fucking plays that card, man.
俺とやり合うってか。調子が出てきたぜ。
I mean, the character models look
俺
pretty
様の名
cool.
はスターロード。胸に刻んでおきだ。覚悟しやがれ。シートベルト。攻めまたげ。イーストロというのスペシャルメニューお見舞いするぜ。
Nobody fucking plays that shit, bro. You're fucking fake.
Oh.
Quit fucking manufacturing fucking cards. That'll win you the fucking game, you piece of shit.
たとえ人々に嫌われていても
Fucking
私は世界を守る。さあ、耐えられるかしら。
44? What the fuck? I feel like if I was a fighting game fan, I'd like this a lot.
またなベイベー。我々のチームワークは絶対に破れない。
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ。
That's cool. Yeah, actually,
Nobody
pretty cool.
fucking plays that card, bro. You're not hitting, you're fucking hacking, you're fucking manufacturing shit
Best so far?
at the perfect fucking turn.
What? Oh, I thought my thing got that. Oh. What? What the fuck?
Fucking stupid game.
What's this?
You're playing a stupid fucking game.
Is this,
And
this,
might
this
as well
is
be
real
playing
life?
Call of
This is
Duty.
just really good graphics.
The amount of fucking hacks.
プレイステーションの友人から急になんか飲みに行こうぜっていう連絡が来て、なんのこっちゃと思って、
Fucking stupid.
Is
予
this,
定
is
合わ
this
せて
Unreal
行ったん
6?
ですけど、ちょっと飲んでる
This
中
is
で
real life.
実はアクの方でマーベルのボードゲームを作ってみないかというような提案をいただきまして、いや本当に聞いた時はびっくりしましたね。で、世界的に本当に有名な IP ですし光栄だなと思いつつも、まず本当にうちの会社で大丈夫かなという不安もあり。
The inspiration
Fucking
for
so pissed
working on this
off,
project
man.
really
I'm
came
so
from a place
fucking
of
pissed
pure
off.
fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space?
So PlayStation approached us with this vision to bring Marvel back to the forefront of the tag fighting genre. And that got us really excited because we had worked with them before on successful stuff like the Marvel Spider-Man franchise with Insomniac.
When it came to approaching Marvel, you have to kind of first float the idea and let them know, hey, we're thinking about approaching a company like Arc System Works to make a fighting game. We'd love to partner with you to do this really great collaboration. Would you be interested?
When they named the developer, that really perked up our ears. It's always refreshing to work with a team that will take on the challenge of tackling Marvel, putting their own spin on it, and then just uppercutting that challenge into the stratosphere. And that's what you get with this team. I mean, they couldn't make something boring if they tried.
社長からも本当 当に作れるんだったらぜひやりたいねっていうことを言われました。まあ話を受けてしまった以上これは私がプロデュースするので。
The tricky thing is that most fans, including myself, see this as a sacred genre for Marvel. The tough part is finding a partner that's crazy enough to take on the task, because you either do something like this big and bold, or you don't do it at all.
I feel like I have a good grasp on their art style and how they would approach
Shut the fuck
certain
up,
IPs.
gay-ass
You come in with your kind of own
motherfucking
expectations
DI
of here's what I would expect to see from Arc System Works when they take on Marvel IP. And what came up was something that went beyond that.
I do feel like fighting games that
一番最初
introduce
に
more than
マーベ
two
ルさんに
characters
提出した
are
時は
they're
なん
like
となく
overly
マイケルさんの
complex.
反応はあんまり芳しくなかった印象があって、まあ、何がまずいのかなっていろいろこうやっぱり直接話していくうちにもっとアークのやりたいマーベルを見せてくれというような話をいただいたことがあって。
I remember personally the first time I saw
It's usually 1v1. Yeah.
Iron Man was really I felt we had something special.
なので今回のアイアンマンのデザインを皆さんご覧いただければ分かると思うんですけども、かなりこう日本らしいアークシステムワークスらしいデザインっていうのが、出ているかなと思うので、マーベルの皆さんの反応がすこぶる良くて、あ、これなんだみたいないう感じで。
Iron Man is supposed to be the sleek fighter jet, think luxury race car, mixed with a brick house. And the fact that they added anime
like
elements to him just felt really naturally at home.
Yeah, it's badass.
One of the mantras that we have for this project is from Japan to the world, and really trying to take not just the IP but gameplay mechanics and say what can we really take from Japan, the creators that are doing awesome work here, and bring that to the global platform.
まあ特別なところいっぱいあるんですけど、まあ本当にやっぱり強調すべきは、まあ格闘ゲームのチームバトルの中では4対4というのがまず本当に意欲的で挑戦的なところだということと。
When Arc looks at these Marvel characters, it's not simply just the visuals, it's also the gameplay mechanics and adding in that, what is that pop? What is going to be something that's different? Up until now, you've seen tag fighters that have 2v2, 3v3.
Yeah.
We felt like we just had to go 4v4. And in doing so, we found a lot of unique and fun ways to change up the gameplay that I think players are going to be very excited to see.
今回4対4という、まあ、革新的なところにチャレンジしている中で4キャラクター練習しないと勝てないんじゃないのとか安心してください。
Learning 4 characters is extremely daunting, but the team at Arc System Works has found a way to design a system that adapts to your playstyle. You could either duke it out as just the leader and 3 assists, or you can tag in your assists to swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
I don't think a lot of people thought this day would be here, would come. You know, this has just been an awesome journey, and I'm excited that we get to be able to share it with all the fans out there.
I'll tell you right now, a lot of fighting games, they never get to experience this level of production, and it's just a dream to even be working with these two great partners.
それは決してビジネスという枠組みではなくて、まあ、それぞれの強い思いの中でこのタイトルを成功させよう、いいゲームにしてファンに届けようと。
The 3 companies have come together to do this, and I think we really are going to make something magical here.
このタイトルですね、まだまだ開発途中ではありますが、続々とキャラクターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところもいろいろ出ていくと思います。今しばらく楽しみにお待ちいただければなと思います。Stay tuned.
Yeah, I've never really played a fighting game seriously.
I grow impatient.
It's fucking weirdos, bro.
You're still with me?
Yep. They're gonna announce Bloodborne after this. Yep. No, it's not gonna be over. No, it won't be.
fucking kidding me? People do not fucking play this shit. That's the most fucking generic name possible. This guy has the most fucking generic name possible. He's not a real fucking player. He's a fucking hacker.
God, there was like 3 good ones and the rest of them were bad. I think that, okay, so maybe, you know what? This is the truth. There was a lot of people talking and like hyping this up. And you're right that kind of I went into this with like an A expectation. And, like, I went into it with expectations, and because of that, not meeting those expectations kind of probably makes it a little bit harder for me. Like, I'm not, like, I think I expected...
Not a real fucking player, dude.
Like, maybe this is
He's a
actually
fucking hacker.
Because I expected so high, and it wasn't there, I feel like, okay, well, now it's like a 4, right? And so, like, maybe I'm overreacting a little bit. But I definitely don't feel like not a lot really came out that was interesting here other than Neo 3. I mean, to me, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe what did you guys think? What was the which one did you guys get the most excited for? Let me go back. I'll mute this and just go through some of these. So the ending. Okay, yeah, there you go. And Pragmata.
So
yeah, I think this is probably the most interesting game so far. Like, I thought it was kind of cool. This was just like, I thought it was okay, right? It's like one of those like experimental type games. Like, the problem that I have with a game like this is that if you just look at the gameplay, it just looks like super messy and like really hard to like actually decipher what's actually happening and going on. And I feel like that's something that's a problem for a lot of games nowadays, is that they just get so messy with like effects and colors and you know, spells and shit. Yeah, there's way too dank. That's the point. Yeah, but I don't like the point, right? It's like that's like saying, well, that's the point of like the point of like a music rhythm game is to have music rhythm in it. You're like, okay, well then that rules me out as somebody who's excited about it, right? I mean, like, I'm giving my opinion of the game. Like, obviously, like, this isn't like really a lot of this isn't really objective. It's just my opinion. This also, Silent Hill looked okay. But there was nothing really about this that looked like super great. It just looked all right. And, yeah. No Bloodborne 2, bad year for gaming. I don't know. I think there's been a lot of good games that have come out. And, like, this game here, like, this looked pretty cool. Like, I mean, it just looks like a lot of the Metroidvania games, and this is kind of issues I've had with some of them, is that whenever I see the game, because it's like a very, the space of these games has been so explored that very rarely do any of these games actually kind of innovate on the genre, and they just end up basically doing the same thing again, which is like, that's fine. Like, it's the same as I've said about Elden Ring. Like, if you just remake Elden Ring every year, I would play it every year, right? I don't care. But other than that, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Metroidvania games are lame. Yeah, I mean, I like them. I enjoy them because I played Castlevania and Metroid back in the day, right? So it's something that's cool, but at the same time, like, I don't think this is really... Like, I mean, that Mandragora game that came out, like, on PC a while ago, in terms of, like, style and design, like, really appeals to me a lot more than this game, for example, and I didn't even play that. Then you go to the Digimon game, like, this one to me just, like, kind of, I mean, it seemed okay, right? I mean, but I don't even know what kind of gameplay this is. It seems like it's turn-based, because, like, you have, like, this is, you know, clearly, like, what it is. It's, like, basically, like, you know, Sony Pokemon, and... Blood Stain was made by Hiragashi, same guy that made Castlevania Symphony of Night. Well, and that's the thing, right? And, like, the Ninja Gaiden team for that game is made by the Blasphemous team. So, like, I don't even think that their games are going to be bad. Like, I'm not trying to say they're going to be bad. What I'm saying is that, like, I don't think that they necessarily appeal to me as, like, a gamer. Right? And like, there's just... And also, there's so many of these games, it's hard for me to keep up with all of them. Now, the Final Fantasy Tactics, I never played this game. When it came out, I never played it. So, I have no opinion on it, but I heard it was really good. I've only heard good things about this game. Let's see, we'll go forward. Oh, this Origami game. I actually thought this one looked really nice. Like, I don't know about how you guys felt about it, but, like, the way that you could turn into, like, different origami shapes and everything, this seems like a cool and interesting idea. I think that Sony's leaned a lot into kind of creating the... Like, Sony makes a lot of experimental games, I think. And they try, like, concepts and ideas that are really kind of off the wall. And I think that because of that, a lot of the concepts and ideas really don't hit. But every once in a while, they do hit a W. Like, for example, most of these games are on Sony that are just showed here. Well, yeah, but I'm saying, like, Sony chooses to spotlight these games, right? I mean, like, whether they're making them or not, they're still spotlighting them and promoting them and having their brand defined by them. I think that's really what matters. But, like, you have things like this, like, I mean, I don't really see how anybody can get hyped up about, like, a game that
There's
like
no fucking review paladin that fucking plays
maybe
Rat.
this is just, like, a total audience that I'm, like, not even aware of. But, like, I don't see how anybody cares about this. Like, I mean, really, who's playing this? Like, where's the audience for this game? I have no idea. Golf games are fun as fuck. I mean, this one, in terms of, like, gameplay, as I said, like, I think Blasphemous 2 was a 9.5 game, right, out of 10. Like, a truly phenomenal, amazing game. Probably one of the best Metroidvanias I've ever played. So, like, I mean, whenever I hear that it's being made by the same team, like, I would say that, like, that's awesome. And, like, it's super exciting. Like, I would 100% play this. But at the same time, like...
Fuck out of here, you
know, like, there's a certain amount of... and, like, maybe, I don't know, like, really if you guys feel the same way about this, but, like, I played a lot of these games, like, whenever I was a kid, and it feels like they're releasing too many of them now. Like, there was, like, a certain, like, novelty of them, and I feel like now that novelty is worn off because they've been released and put out so often. Like, that's just the way that I see it, and that's how I feel about it. And, like, with this Cairn game, like, this is another one of those, like, experimental type games where it's like, I just can't really see, like, where's the audience for a game like this? Like, how do you greenlight investment and time on a game like this? Like, how do you make your money back on this game? I just can't, I don't know, I'm just not really seeing it, right? Like, I don't know. It's DEI slop. I mean, if it was a guy and, you know, it was a white guy with a beard, I'd still say, okay, I don't really care that much about the game. Like, I don't think it's really about that too much. You gotta believe simps and women. Yeah, but, like, how many simps and women actually play games like this? Like, and that's what I always wonder. Like, does this ever actually translate to sales? Does it actually translate to, like, does it manifest in success? And, like, you're talking about, like, Mortal Kombat. Like, the new Mortal Kombat's basically an L. I think that, like unironically, probably one of the most interesting and kind of the coolest looking things they added was this new gamepad. I thought that I thought their gamepad looked really cool. Like this right here, this looks awesome. And I mean, it goes without saying, but obviously, like Metal Gear Solid, I'm super excited for, definitely. Like, of course I am. But I'd say the game that I'm the most excited for out of this, there's two of them. There's Pragmata and Neo 3. Those are the two main games that I'm thinking to myself, like, these are really good. But this is really another opinion that I have, and, you know, you guys can, you know, like, say whatever you want about this, but, like, I think that Team Ninja's engine and their graphics are becoming a bit dated. And I think that it looked that way with Rise of the Ronin. And, like, Rise of the Ronin felt like a game that came out in 2018. And I feel like they haven't really updated and innovated their style since maybe Neo 2 or Wulong Fallen Dynasty. And I just feel like all the Team Ninja games kind of... And it's weird because, like, I don't think that's even entirely true, because if you look at, for example, I think it's Ninja Gaiden 4, that game looks really phenomenal. It looks amazing. But, like, Neo 3 does look like it came out, like, in 2018, right? Am I crazy for that? You haven't played Neo 2? I know that. I'm not talking about the gameplay. I'm talking about the style and the graphics. I think that it just looks kind of dated. That's all. And that's... I played Rise of the Ronin for over 100 hours. Like, where is it? So people don't think I'm lying, right?
Hornet's healing. I have healing.
What in
I
the
played the
fuck?
game. I beat the entire game. And so, like, it's not like I don't like the game. I thought it was amazing. I loved it. I did every side quest. I did every zone. I completed everything 100%.
Weirdo.
So it's exactly like Neo 2. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like they've just released... I think, like, the last 5 titles they've released kind of look the same. And I do think that's an issue. Now, it's not a big issue, and it's not like I'm going to fucking, like, oh, I hate this. But it's just my opinion, right? VR, nobody cares about VR. This game, again, it seems like another one of those like experimental, like kind of Sony games. Like, it's one of those things where who gives a shit about graphics? I don't give a shit about graphics either, but I understand that they are a selling point. Graphics are like sprinkles on a cupcake. I'm not going to eat the cupcake based off of the sprinkles, but the sprinkles can sometimes add a little bit of flavor and they make it taste a little bit better.
Gimme.
So that's really what they are at
shield.
heart. And I feel like there's been a lot of games, like I see a game like this, for example, or like the Astrobot game. It's kind of interesting because you know what really I liked about Astrobot? Is that Astrobot was a video game. It wasn't a story. It wasn't a, you know, pretend Hollywood fucking, you know, endeavor. It was a literal fucking video game. You jumped through zones, you did things, there wasn't any bullshit. And I think that Sony, and this is, I think it started happening, like there were 2 points where I think Sony started like really focusing on this. I think obviously the first one is The Last of Us, that's the main one. And then the second one is the new God of War. And I feel like they started taking this approach where they go with these. They try to just make games that are in between movies and video games a lot. And I feel like in a way that kind of like that doesn't really appeal to me a lot. Like I'm just gonna be honest, right? It just really doesn't appeal to me. Like cinema games don't like. Like, I will play a Kojima game. Like, I'll play Death Stranding 2, which I'm assuming probably will, like, fall in that category. But, like, I'm really playing that because it's, like, a Kojima game, and I think it's going to be cool and interesting, right? And so that's it. But I love these personally. Yeah, I guess I'm just not the target audience, right? And I think there's a lot of examples of that. Like, games that I'm just simply not the target audience for. Like, this game, to me, seemed like okay. But, like, I don't know, it's not really... doesn't really seem like it's that exciting. This is, like, one of those games where... Like, it's kind of the same thing that I said before. It's like, I don't know anybody that plays games like this. And I know somebody in chat's going to say, like, oh, I do, right? But, like, yeah, sure. I'm sure there's out of, like, you know, 50,000 people, somebody plays games like this. But, you know, I don't know anybody that really does. And I just don't know how, like, they keep promoting and pushing games like this whenever it's, at least it seems to me, like there's a non-existent market for them. So they're just chill gamers? Yeah, but like I just, like where are they then? Because like a lot of these games that come out on Steam, they never really have any sort of like real like player base numbers. Like I never see them like get a huge like player base at all. And so it's like, why would you announce a game that's so niche? Journey 1 was huge. Well, maybe I'm wrong about this, right? Like maybe this is a bad example, but that's the way that I feel about it. And then the James Bond game, to me it just seems like it seems like another, like, you know, again, cinema movie type thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's okay, right? But, like, I can't really see myself.
Okay, bro. Whatever.
Slop game? Yeah. You just have your basement streamer goggles on? Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see how well these studios, like if Sony shuts down the studios after these games come out. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's scripted, dude. Yeah, I mean, and that's just the way that I feel about it. I mean, again, and also I am a basement gamer. I am. That's me. And so if you're here and you want the basement gamer, incel, fucking, you know, red-pilled base take on these games, you're at the right place. But if you're looking for just your average Joe's opinion about, like, you know, casual games, well, I'm probably not going to have that same opinion because I'm not looking for games in that same way, right? I thought it was an addict? Yeah, true. But, like, that's really it. Just go back to WoW at this point? Well, why would I go back to WoW when there's 50 other things I'm not excited for? 3 of them were in this trailer, right? But all I'm saying is, like, I'm just being critical, right? I don't think there's anything wrong about that. And if you really want me to complain, you have me go back to WoW, I'm going to complain more than anything. And so, like, yeah, this game looked okay, but it didn't really look exciting. The Ghost of Yotai was a massive bait. Don't really care too much about that. The Marvel thing looked kind of cool, but I just feel like, especially after... Like, in this is my opinion as a spectator, and I understand that, like, this isn't really a valuable opinion, but I'm just giving my take as someone who, I don't play fighting games, but I watch fighting games. Anytime that you have more than one character on the screen, like, it's more than 1v1, it's complicated and hard to understand. And I think that like I think that really I think that the best example of that is like how well and how successful Street Fighter 6 is, and when you compare that to the new Mortal Kombat. Like I feel like again, and that's not really it. It's tag fighters. Yeah, it's hard to watch. Yeah, it's harder to watch, but I can understand like as a player, like a player's perspective is going to be different than mine, and you know, it's more important than mine too. Keep that in mind. So like, I'm not trying to say it's the, you know, like they should listen to me, but like that's just how I feel about it.
Okay, bro. You just
so yeah,
okay.
But you're asking me my opinion. That's what I think, and yeah, it's that simple. Tekken's the same way. Yeah, I haven't really looked into or played a lot of Tekken either, so like I can't really have an opinion on that too much. So Multiverses wasn't really your thing? No, I never played Multiverses. It just didn't really seem exciting to me or interesting. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to look at these other games. Like I think this is probably the one that I didn't know anything about. And like, cause that Pragmatic game got announced like kind of a while ago, and so I think the pirate game looks pretty good. The pirate game? Maybe. Yeah, non-fighter games? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But State of Play felt uninspired. Yeah, it felt like the majority of it was just like games that we already knew about, or like, I don't know, maybe I'm being too harsh, but like I think it was like a 4 out of 10. That's actually like that. I mean, like, my honest opinion, 4 out of 10. That's it. That's how I feel. Yeah, so let's see here. I'll look at a few more of these. Maybe your tastes on games other than Souls-like or just mainstream. Games many popular with younger console players and older millennials.
You're done for. It's over.
Well, okay, so like we don't really know how popular these games are, though, right? Because like there's a lot of these that.
Fuck out of here.
Again,
go play Agnes and more.
I'll listen to what you're saying, and it's fine.
Cue into me again, you little fucking pussy.
Pull him up? No, I mean, he's just saying that, like, you know, like, I like one style of game, and that's not it. There's no reason to, like, ban him. Like, that's not, what the fuck?
Great.
No, but, like, all the millennials, but, like, I just, like, whenever games like this come out on PC, you have a better frame of reference of, like, how popular they are or how successful they are. And you can have that through Steam charts, and you can see how popular these games actually are. And what I've noticed is that these experimental games, they just don't really deliver. They don't really sell. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, people say they're popular, but I feel like it's like another idea of like a mythical audience, where it's like, yeah, this is like a really popular style. Okay, well, like, where are the people that are playing it? Where are they? And so Steam doesn't lie. Yeah, when I see the numbers tell a very different story. Schedule 1 was an experimental game, yes, but it was a very simple game with a simple game loop, and it was a video game. And like that's why I think again, like going back to like what I was saying before about Astrobot, I think one of the big reasons why Astrobot was so successful is that, I mean, yes, it was a great game and everything, like, and that's not even really one of the main reasons, but like one thing that I really liked about Astrobot, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way or not, but like I really liked Astrobot because it felt like an actual video game. And there's a lot of these new age video games that feel like they're trying to trend on the side of becoming a movie or becoming art or becoming media instead of just simply a game. Like maybe that's is that weird, right? Like, as I see this constantly. Yeah, and it's actual game. Yeah, and like And that's another reason why I really like, for example, I like a lot of the, like the Metroidvania games, because like they're actual video games. Like you actually play this game. Like, and I think that again, like Expedition 33 has like 1 million cutscenes, and they're really good, but it's also a really solid video game too. Like, I don't know, no lore implications bullshit, just game level here and there, next level. Yeah, exactly. Was it really Game of the Year material? No, I thought
Black
Myth Wukong
turn,
was
you
Game of the Year.
fucking
I thought it was
faggot.
ridiculous that Astrobot won. But at the same time, you know, that's not really the only thing that I'm thinking about. Not knowing games doesn't mean they did bad. Journey sold over 6 million copies and mini Game of the Year, and you'd hate it. Yeah, I think that's fine, but I'll be curious to see. Like, I don't know what Journey was. I don't know when it came out. I have no idea. But whenever I look at that game, like I don't know, like as a streamer, and I feel like I've been kind of, I mean, not accurate all the time, right? I mean, you know, I thought Avowed was fucking. I thought Avowed was going to be a good game, right? And so I was a little bit wrong. Watch Wu Chang Turret. It's like the 5th time you type that, man. Like, that's enough times, okay? I agree there's a lot of experimental games that didn't hit for me, but I do appreciate them trying something new. I feel like it's important for the space. You know what, man? I think that's a really good outlook to have. I think that's a healthy, positive, productive outlook to have. And I think that if you have that viewpoint, that's definitely, like, I think that's very, very fair. And so, yeah, why not? And would you ever play Ghost of Tsushima? Yeah, I already said I would. But, you know, like, one day it'll happen. Players have game truer fatigue from being burned so many times. No, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that a lot of these trailers just didn't really resonate with a lot of people. Let's see what everybody else voted. Because Jeff Keighley always does he'll always do, like, a thing where he votes. He has, like, what are people's grading? All right. I'm going to give it my rating. I think it's a C. Yeah, a lot of people, like, even feel worse than me. And that's not even me. So, like, I mean, again, right? I mean, A equals Sony fanboys. Yeah, finally a good state of play. What is he thinking? What is he thinking?
Thirsty for more?
What? Either way, I thought it was a C.
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down. You better be sitting because today I'm trying to dive
Concede.
What is
Concede,
the worst,
fuckboy.
most
You're
horrific
done.
gaming setups I could find
You're
online?
fucking done.
And by me finding it, I mean my friends, my buddy
Bring
Charles.
guidance.
Document together. But you know, I have a pretty disgusting setup. I mean, I have an empty bottle of golden tea,
A Coca-Cola glass.
0 sugars,
Relax.
and then also
your
ice
mind.
sweet chai latte because me and the
You're
girls
fucking
like to
done.
finger each other.
You're
Talk
fucking done
about.
for.
My mom does that.
Your mom does do that, dude.
Nick's such a good boy.
So, without further ado, let's see if we can't dive in and see some of the most disturbing gaming setups live. Also, if you actually have a horrible gaming setup, please go over to my subreddit and post it there. I'd love to see it. Unironically, please go there. It's just r/meatcanyon. Hey there. Okay. Ooh, a little bit of acid reflux. Ooh. First one.
Cleaning my room as a Roblox streamer. We have a roach infestation. I don't think it's caused by me. I think it's just they're really invasive. We've got some bowls we have to clean up. Found this hot dog. Watch it.
Bro, I would have the fucking bottles on. What are you doing to that chair to make it deteriorate like that?
Alright, we clean up this chair. Get these bowls down.
Took one bite out of a hot dog, it fucking petrified. It turned into a goddamn mummy.
Found this hot dog.
And now he has like just some old SpaghettiOs in a bowl. Might have to put that in some hot water.
We have some frappuccinos. Looks like something tried growing in here. Not on my watch.
Oh. He has mold growing in a coffee cup with one of the dwarfs that says stubborn.
Demons.
Now we got some snack trays. Gotta clean these up. Found a little baby roach trying to get away. Sorry, honey. Didn't mean to leave that down there.
I hate how he said it. Sorry, honey.
Alright, well, that's about it. Now we made a lot of good progress, so we're just gonna finish up another day.
Finish up another day? You picked up 2 bowls! Not gonna lie, dude. Bro's got some luscious lips, though. Bro's got some full lips on him. I don't like how he's like looking at it like a fucking like a French tourist in New York. We're off to a good start. That's pretty good. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be worse, but we'll see.
Can you give us a room tour? Okay. Alright, so here's my setup, right? This is where I play video games.
Video games? It's chaotic. Holy shit. Go back. Look at this. It's like it's like ground control for NASA, dude. Like, look at all this shit. This is fucking insane. Is he fucking mixing Maroon 5 in his room also? What the is this board? Holy shit.
And then right there, over here, that's my door.
What is all of this technology? Just bag it up and get it out of your room. How much of these gaming setups do you think is honestly like early stage of hoarding in like a weird way?
Hoarding, depression.
Yeah, depression for sure, hoarding and all that stuff, but I wonder how much of it stems from just like, haha, yeah, I get a little gross in here, and then all of a sudden, you're just like completely fucking consumed by it.
And this is all the trash.
Oh my god. Wait, go to the front door. Go to the front door. Where's the door?
Right here.
Hey, but you know what? Fridge and a microwave. It'll cook your bagel bites in your room while you're gaming.
All right, I think that's good.
And bro's got a nice button up. Damn, dude. He could be getting so many bitches right now, but yet he's living. You know what's another thing, too, I've noticed with all of these people that have these kind of rooms? They don't have sheets. Why is there no sheets? Too much effort. Is it too much effort, you think? That's actually not true. Too much effort to just do the fucking annoying thing where you have to, like, dive across the bed and kind of, like, hook it, and then do it on the other side, then maybe one side slips up, you get frustrated. That is annoying. If I had to give that room a rating, though, I'd give it a solid 2 out of 10. Because it's gross. But the gaming setup might have been a nice 7 out of 10. But I feel like I would have a panic attack with that many monitors. Like, I feel like, I imagine people that have that many monitors, it's like people who
Bring guidance.
That's the only thing. You're either a dead mouth 5 or you're a coder. Deep clean, the dirtiest keyboard ever. Bro, this is a $3 keyboard. Maybe just get a new one. I got a deep clean. Oh my god. Look at this little collection here. It's like a goddamn bag of trail mix just fell into his keyboard. My word. Got some nice chippies and stuff. I wonder how many people have ever just like gotten all the gunk out of the keyboard, put it in a Ziploc bag, and then like it's all the residual stuff. It's just crumbs. It tastes good still. Like eat it. It's had to have happened once, dude. I can tell this guy's sure about this hip hop beat. Oh, this is an ASMR thing. Everybody's keyboard has to be kind of like this, but that's some serious fucking energy to be eating chips over your keyboard. Just be like, all over it. It just gets all in. Dude, take a vacuum to it first. What? You're taking a fucking disinfectant wipe to it? Wow, you got 3 crumbs. There you go. Get a vacuum! The guy went out and bought the same brush which they used on a horse for his fucking $3 HP keyboard. Why would you not just take the vacuum, take off all the keys, and just stand with get it all out, and then take like a fucking go to Walgreens and get like a toothbrush? Like literally, I feel like he's fucking dressing down Seabiscuit right now with this fucking brush. Oh my god, he's actually gonna unscrew the fucking back. This better be worth it, dude. There's just a dead rat. Keyboard game. What is that? That's actually ketchup and mayonnaise. This is primitive technology for cleaning HP keyboards is what this is, dude. Here before too long, he's gonna start digging a hole and make like a fucking really dope swimming pool out of mud and fucking bamboo. There's the toothbrush. Come on, dude. You didn't need to fucking have the giant horsehair thing. Whatever, I'm done with this one. This isn't even a gaming setup. That's the bad thing about this video. They get you sucked in real quick. Oh my god, I love not doing this. Is this the same kid as before?
First, I get started with the bed stand. This is where I have all my waters for my daily hydration.
All of my waters? Tons of Coke. Got a bit extra. You got some waters in there. Look at you. You got a couple Cokes too. You know what? Good man.
Still got some stuff on the side to tidy up.
You gotta get that PC elevated off that carpet, bro. It's gonna overheat. I'm telling you, it's gonna overheat.
And now my Roblox streams are ready to resume. I love Roblox. I love Roblox. I love Roblox.
Ah, this is nice.
I throw short.
Ugh, sneezed. What a fall from grace, though, dude. He's doing good. He's doing good. He's doing good. He blew it. Emo nerd smashing the room 14 years ago. Is this a Friday Night Funkin' before Friday Night Funkin'? This fucking wall is caved in back there. What the fuck happened? I'm glad Logitech was still back in the speaker game back then, though, too. Damn, dude, that boy is... Holy shit. God damn! The simplicity of the gaming setup makes the weird torture room he's in, I appreciate it more. I like the minimalism to it. Still wondering about the smashed hole, though. Don't know if someone's gonna crawl to that at some point. My guess is I feel like a rat or something's gonna crawl to it, and that's the big... God damn! If I was his dad, I'd be behind him being like, you get it, Bob! God damn, get it! Dude, this is fucking sick. This is fucking awesome. This guy's killing it. Holy shit. Also, good song, too. Oh, okay, so that explains the whole. Imagine that computer is fucking like 4-year-old Mozart's head whenever he like messed up one piano note. That was his dad smashing fucking Mozart's head in. It wasn't perfect! That was an amazing run.
God, like, I can't get a comfortable spot for my right hand.
Fucking excuses, dude. What a fucking bitch. My giggity... Whatever, dude. Shut up.
The wall behind my fucking computer wasn't broken until I got this monitor. Now it's completely functioning.
Dude, I've known so many guys like this. If you punch holes in your wall or you break walls in your house, you're a fucking moron. You're a man. You have won. like, well, I mean, I wouldn't have to punch these holes if everybody wasn't so fucking stupid and got me mad. It's called being bipolar. Get some fucking medication. You need help. Uh-oh, but he's back in it. Let's go. Perfect.
Get the fuck out of here.
Well, now your speaker's off. Now it's gonna be, the sound's gonna be off. I don't think this is gonna end well for him. Honestly, though, 3 times in a row, I'm done with the song. Having to have this kind of song repetition like this, yeah, that would drive you fucking insane.
Fucking love to do. Oh, look what I did. Oh, fucking well.
God, this is just, it reminds me so much of this one friend I had when I was in high school, and holy shit, it's the cringiest feeling. It's so hard sitting here watching this shit, dude. Oh, wow, well, look what I fucking did, and guess what? My grandma says she can't buy me another monitor until next fucking week. That's good. You know what's a gaming setup? I mean, you complain about this. I gotta say it's a bad gaming setup now. If he didn't say it, I would have given him a nice solid pass. And nice soft walls. Well, if you fall into the wall, you know you're just gonna break through it. It's okay. Not gonna hurt yourself. I guess. My man cave was directed and featured in Weast Discord Dungeon, so I thought to post it here instead. You know what? This person, they know what they want, and they get it. Who doesn't like an anamorphic character's big belly right above him? Also, my favorite part about this, though, is the pictures are the exact same diameter, and he could not just get them equally straight across. And it's perfectly level across. He's just kind of like, eyeball it. He got some nice big fat fucking thighs on the bed here. God, that's hot. I don't know what the that is. That's freaking me out. Got some nice medication displayed prominently right there. You gotta let people know that you're on meds. It happens, dude. And if I had to assume, I think you're probably drawing some fucking vor yourself right here, bud. What do you got down here? What's on this TV? I want to see this. What is this, Nick? Is it a pipe? Is this a pipe or is this a figurine? I can't tell. I thought this was a straw hat.
Oh, that is a hat. You know what? It might be a fake. Gotta go!
Okay, this is a contender for either the best or the scariest gaming setup. Mostly just because you have literally nothing else on your walls besides the misaligned vor art that you probably bought from some artist. I just wish there was more of it. It makes it feel like a prison cell. Like it feels like whoever captured you was just like, I'll give you $500 to decorate your room. That's your budget. You know what? Not bad though. So far, one of the best.
Me?
Oh boy, likes McDonald's. The person recording the video just dying. Wonder what their drink of choice was there.
Apparently, the cups are filled with urine.
The cups are filled with urine?
It smells so bad.
That's like, dude, that is some crazy energy. And a bunch of beers just up there. You know, it is a mess, but it's orderly. And you got some piss stuff. What's weird to me is that you definitely maintain an apartment. You could just piss in the toilet or dump it.
You're not sucking.
Well, true, but whenever you stop gaming, you have your piss jugs there, and then you go and you dump them. I feel like after a certain point, I feel like you become accustomed to the odor to maybe you don't even smell it. That's interesting. You know what? Let's do an experiment. I'm gonna piss in some cups. I'm gonna just leave them around and see just how much I like it. I think it might be, beneficial to me.
I think that's the important thing. There's a lot of people who pee in cups and just leave them, and then they hoard them.
Yeah, some kind of weird kind of mental disorder where it's like you do hoarding, you do that kind of thing, but then like piss in a cup or you like have a huge collection of like a certain, especially it's like a certain fast food place like McDonald's, or I've seen like Wendy's or like Pizza Hut boxes. Like you get in the habit of eating like one thing and you just like keep adding it to the collection. Nice hangout today with new friend Blank and her amazing stash of Age Urine. We welcome all initiates to Age Urine here. It's the most powerful free medicine you'll ever use. What do you mean though? Do you just drink it or do you pour it on your... Man, I feel like that would be a fucking nightmare. Opening one of those mason jars, bro, holy moly. I just unironically dropped the holy moly. I couldn't even fucking believe it. Yikes. I wonder what aged piss tastes like. I'm gonna Google it. Normal urine is usually salty and somehow bitter. A sweet tasting urine may be the first sign we have diabetes. Dude, I'm gonna have to start drinking my pee. Uh-oh.
There's a disease that people have where they pee out like maple syrup.
Good explorer comes
My God. Dude, if I start pissing out maple syrup, I'll be sure to like pull it out. This YouTuber posted a video showing his nest. He's also 36, neat and self-proclaimed file who lives with his parents. Wow, that's a lot. Well, if you don't know NEET, it's not an education, employment, or trade. So that's usually why people call it like a neat nest. Self-proclaimed file. What a martyr. Beautiful. That's sweet. Logitech coming in clutch. He's fast as his mouse. You see the lights on it? really cool. Oh, I know this guy.
Jared Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis. I watched this documentary channel about internet history stuff on this channel called Danknet. Shout out Danknet. One of my favorite YouTube channels out there. So good. If you guys want to see a really good video about this video we're getting ready to watch, check out Lord Genesis, the Omega Male by Danknet. It's fucking so good. Love Danknet, by the way. I've never seen this in-depth video of his room, though. I've only ever seen it from his webcam. And he has a new channel. There's Jared Genesis.
It's like 6 days old.
No shit, it's that new.
I think he only has 10 subscribers.
What a hell of a setup. Him being silent also makes this video 10 times more horrifying, given the context of all the other shit that's out there about him. Clean machine, dude. Damn clean machine. Really showing his specs out for everybody to see here, huh? Yeah, you got a nice cabinet of tools there. You got a roll of caution tape. Don't know why you have a roll of caution tape. This feels like like when police go in to like record somebody's room for evidence. This is what this feels like. Like an officer is in here doing this kind of work. You. Okay. And then, of course, in that Danknet video, too, it's so good, he has a screaming match with his parents. I'm a grown man! I'll f*** you up, boy! Yeah, here's the clip. This is so good.
You're the biggest moron I ever met in my life, Chris.
I don't know if we can play this because it has the 3 Days Grace song under where the fuck it is. Dude, it is such a great rabbit hole to go down. This guy is such a weirdo.
I'll beat your motherfucking ass.
Oh, yeah. Ear headphones warning. I mean, his fucking, yeah.
Don't play with me, boy.
Job's done.
Don't play with me, boy.
I am the monster in your dreams. Come on, dude. It's right here.
You.
Druids of Azeroth, gods of the wild.
I'm a kryptonite man, motherfucker.
I love how compressed the audio gets. Oh, God.
Yo, it's Biniacs.
Yeah, that's amazing. Malord Genesis. What a man.
Don't put your face in it!
All right, don't you worry, pumpkin, all right.
So what does he do? Just get in the bed and go on the computer? I could not live in that. Wow.
Ugh. Could not live in that. I wonder if the context of this person, if he lives in there, like, does he live with him, or is this somebody who just like knows the guy and he's just like, ugh? Because I wonder how many these people have parents like my Lord Genesis, where it's like, oh, that's just his room. We don't mess with that. I feel like if it was me, I'd be like, you have to clean this up, like before it ever got to that. Even if I didn't see it, just knowing it's there, be up too much, way too much. My mate's dad had to go into a flat to do some maintenance, and this was in the kitchen. I can't believe people live like this. What is this?
It's tea bags.
They're tea bags? This is the most British neat nest I've ever seen in my life. My voice kind of went into an accent there at the end of my life. Well, I guess we might be in the Queen's. It's okay, but I don't see why we couldn't. That is fucking insane. Look at like the fucking bottle just embedded in there. Holy shit. At least he has a fucking Christmas, right? How bad would that smell too? Like rotten tea bags? That wouldn't be as bad as the piss, but still. I feel like mold would grow on tea though, so it'd be probably moldy. Life is a beautiful ride. This angle that's a tough angle. First off, I think this is just a literal, like, still. It's just a desktop background. I'm assuming, I don't know what he's doing, but now I know what he's doing. He definitely has a box of tissues here. This is an intense angle. All the bottles. As enticing as it is just to throw it to the side, having, like, a plastic bottle touch my leg while I sleep, or even if you, like, kind of move and you just hear, like, the rumbling of 500 plastic bottles would be insane. You know what though? He's got one hell of a setup here. It's a lot of tissues. That's a lot of rags right there. That's intense, man. Especially to be sleeping right next to that. Those are some sweet dreams, right? You know, we got some nice pictures here. We have picture 1. I mean, this is a grade A setup. Like, if I had to give these pictures any kind of ratings, like, this is a 4 out of 5 for me in terms of f***ed up. You know what? Actually, if anything, the computer behind him, that I think there's a wire running from that to the computer under his desk. This looks like that Russian dude's office who made Tetris. You know, he's a bit of a drinker. Who doesn't want to have a nice drink from time to time? The Newport cigarette with all the ash there, that's super fucking intense. And you got a nice Xbox 360 with a Wi-Fi connector attached. Old boys living large. These are definitely I don't understand the obsession with pee. The cigarettes, though, take it to another level. Seeing some guy just chain smoking in that room and just the ashes all over the fucking keyboard. Holy shit. You know what, though, out of all these neat nests, McDonald's and Coca-Cola, easy sponsor sponsorships of these posts. Get a bunch of eyes on it. And my boy has the Final Fantasy 11 on PS2, or the one where it's the fucking weird elf man walking to the ocean for the cover. I remember seeing that at GameStop all the time. This is the most metal picture I've ever seen for spiders. This makes it look like the spiders put the computer together, and they're just like, "What are you doing here in my lair?" That's nice. I'm pretty sure that's just dust and shit accumulated, but it looks really soft. I want to lay my head on it. I wonder if you could ever collect enough of this and put it in a pillowcase and make it a nice pillow. That'd smell good. Like this one too. Like, I would never clean my computer if it got to this. I'd be like, she's done so well so far. I think we just got to ride the lightning. I thought this was an underwater city, but that's a motherboard. I thought this was Atlantis at first. I thought we were getting a deep sea. I was like, oh, is it real? Is there mermaids? But no. Okay. Somebody being cooled computer. I don't know if I like that. Cooling your system with beans is, I don't know, man. It's like a weird fucking, like, looks like a mom's setup, doesn't it? Like a weird, like, laundry room fucking. I mean, the bathroom one's kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie. That's a good way to get hemorrhoids, though, man. Can't be squatting and pushing that long. A bit of a fire there. It's a bit of a burn up. That's all right. I thought that he was gaming in a cave for a second. I was like, that's kind of cool and creepy. I also like how people will just find whatever decrepit old table that their grandma doesn't use anymore and just use it until the very end. Oh, that's actually tight. The whole PC is wrapped in the carpet fabric. That's cool. I mean, it's enough. I've seen enough. Wow. A collection of horrid gaming setups. If your gaming setup looks like this, just know it's not too late to pick up a garbage bag. Maybe just do a little clean, a little 5 minutes here, a little 5 minutes there. Maybe enjoy the restroom. No more people. You never know. It could be nice to not have a lot of flaming hot piss and red shit all the time. But if your room does look like this and you're willing to share, please submit it to my Reddit, r/meatcannon, or tag me on my Twitter or Instagram. That's right, baby. I got a shameless plug. Until next time, guys, stay clean and stay gaming. Or just do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I hope you all burn in hell. Take care, y'all. Bye-bye.
I wish I had a neat nest. I wish I had a neat nest. What I wouldn't give.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about Sasquatch and Bigfoot videos. Let me tell you something. I moved out to the middle of nowhere, and last night I heard a little pitter-patter on my window. I think in my sleepy haze, what I thought was branches was a large, dark figure walking around my house, and it freaked me the fuck out. It could have been an animal. It could have just been an intruder with a gun who was going to shoot me in the face. I don't know. But I thought to myself, this is Bigfoot. I mean, you have to think about it. I'm sitting there, I'm laying down. I got crusty eyes. My belly's hungry. And I'm sleepy. I'm in a sleepy haze. So did I see stuff? Probably that hallucinated. I don't know. My wife says she doesn't remember any of it. I can't confirm anything. But there's one thing. It has led me down a tiny little rabbit hole, which is YouTube Sasquatch hunting. But there are people who legitimately believe that Bigfoot is out there. He's walking among us. And it's odd because in North America, there's like 3 cryptids. The big 3, which is Mothman, the Jersey Devil, and Bigfoot. Sasquatch. Right? And that's not to be mistaken with a Yeti. That's like a snow Sasquatch. I think. All I know is that in the cortex of my memories, I want to deep dive in on these YouTube Sasquatch hunters and see if I see what I saw last night, because I'm not crazy. And if it's confirmed, I'm fucking destroying this channel, I'm destroying my Meat Canyon channel, and I'm gonna make nothing but Bigfoot videos around my new property until the truth is legitimately out there and the science is real. But, you know, I'm still a skeptic, so let's dive into it. Which also, if you haven't heard of Bigfoot, you're not aware of how it's evolved as a story over time, I figure a little background is in order. Take us back. Oh, yes. Bigfoot is an ape-like cryptid that inhabits the forests of North America, which is just funny. We're like the newest kind of continent on the earth. Well,
My
not continent, but you know what I mean. Newest country kind of thing. And to think that like an ape-like creature is walking around is funny to me. Yes, I know that it's, you know, it could have existed long before America, but it's just funny. It's funny to think that outside of a Walmart, there's just like a forest behind it. Just think there's just like a Sasquatch there who's just like watching somebody walk out with like a Totino's party pizza. Just like, tales and folklore of indigenous tribes, but the most infamous encounter comes from the controversial video of an alleged sign existed by Patterson Gimlin in 1967. Everybody has seen this fucking video. It's been referenced all the time. It's been memed. It's been parodied. It's crazy. So it was like the original thing. It's been enhanced. 122,000 likes. Oh, looks over. Remember that? How magical. I look at that now and I see a costume. It looks like an ape costume. And naysayers, you know, or people that they think that this video is real, they say that the movement's too realistic. The shoulders are too wide. You know, the way that the hair flows. It all feels very natural, which to me reads as people who are desperately trying to believe. Me looking at that, I look at that and I think to myself, okay, well, that's a costume. They even probably fucking Patterson Gimlin or fucking Patterson Gremlin or whatever the fuck his name was just like, hey, buddy, I'm gonna put you in a goddamn ape outfit. And you're gonna walk about, I don't know, 12 feet, and I want you just to fucking wink at the camera. Just wink at the camera. It's gonna be a fun little video for the whole family. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a nice joke between me and Mark. She loves monkeys. And then since it was 1967, anybody could put anything on camera. And people were like, oh my God, this is real. This is so controversial. Oh my God, there's an ape walking around and it's winking at the camera. Oh my God, that pixelated, horrible quality video, it's real. And the guy was like, fuck this, I'm gonna ride this shit till the end of time. People think this shit's real and I can sell, I don't know, fucking those giant ass molds of Bigfoot footprints or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know. You know, and then the naysayers, they say stuff like the feet and hands are the wrong size, or even the color of the hands and feet are different. The way that it moves, it looks like a gorilla costume. I mean, I'm just the guy in the middle of the road here. I'm a fence rider. Trying to true like a good man. I'm a goddamn fence rider. So, without further ado, I want to see, what are some of the top sightings, first off? What are some of the big pieces of new evidence out there for Bigfoot? This video is called Marble Man Mountain.
My niece cannot be contained.
Oh my word.
Bigfoot's walking down right now.
Uh-huh.
Where is it? Is it like where the street's like right on the other side of it?
Where the fuck is he?
It's kind of looking at us.
Dude, fuck you. How the this guy's like, I got superhuman vision. There's the horizon. But did you see how far the camera had to zoom in to even see that figure? Also, I like how the guy was like, the guy was sitting pointing at the mountain like a kid who's annoyed in class. Mrs. Hamilton, it's 3 o'clock. It's almost time to go. So then they paid this poor son of a bitch to hike all the way up there just to fling his arms around like a fucking, like an angry child.
He should come out in between them or...
He should come out between them. I mean, I don't know. He didn't like pay him or anything. Spaghetti monster, dude. He's one of those hardcore atheists that are like flying spaghetti monster. Okay, so God's a flying spaghetti monster. He's one of them. That's a he's an amazing atheist. That would be an incredible discovery to find that the subsect of ape-like creatures in the mountains are incel, atheist, try-hard, like anime fans with fedoras, who are just like, so you believe in God? That's all they say to people. So what? You're religious? What are you?
Yeah. He's shaking his fist at us.
He's shaking his fist. He's shaking his fist at us like an old man on a hill. God damn you stupid people down there. Get the hell out of here. Tips his fedora. You might as well believe it. Flying spaghetti monster. Tips his cap. Opens up his little chainsaw man in front of him. Okay, I want to see him grab more boobies this time. Okay, I'm done with this one, alright? This one is Bigfoot Independence Day footage. Oh. Look at him go. Big old monkey. You just hide behind the rock.
I have no master.
Pokes his little head out like, uh-oh, peekaboo. Is he still here? That's what Bigfoot sound like too. Is he still here? It's just always interesting to me that they're always so far away. People always, they say stuff like, how could you get close to him, or they're the master of illusion or something like that. It's no one's ever just snuck up on Bigfoot. You couldn't sneak up on Bigfoot. Granted, there's twig snap and stuff like that. But out of all of human history, that there's been No one's just bumped into the back of Bigfoot like a Scooby-Doo episode. He's right behind us. And then people do the like standstill run when they jump off. Who's carrying the mother? Oh my god. Dude, that rock looks like a big butt. Damn, dude, fuck the Bigfoot. I'm looking at that. God damn. Can you give me the geolocation of this place real quick? Can you just real quick? I just want to. I have no master. I just want to go look at some rocks. I have no master. How do we know that this isn't just in fucking Minnesota? How do we know this isn't just in Minnesota and this just isn't an escaped ape? Has it ever happened? Put up on the screen right here if that's ever happened. I just want to see if a gorilla has ever escaped a zoo and if they've just hung out in the forest. There it is. That's what we found. My team of researchers. My team of full-time... All of my researchers work 87 hours a week. And that's the information you just got.
Today's video is sponsored by Raycon, your place for headphones, earbuds, and speakers.
Greatness doesn't have to come at a cost. With Raycon, high-quality audio comes at any given budget. Raycon's earbuds have great sound, long-lasting.
You know, my ears, they produce a bunch of wax whenever I use earbuds.
Oh, with Raycon, I mean, I barely get any wax. They're water-resistant, so I can hit the fucking gym. It doesn't matter. It still sounds great. With these Raycon earbuds, everything noise, isolation feature. Sometimes I just don't want to hear anybody fucking talk. My
This
editor,
is your
my mom,
moment.
my wife. Cancel them all out and let me get into work. And with these, it's just a peace of mind, affordability, good durability. You know what? It helps me sleep at night knowing that these little bad boys, I can get them anytime, any day, anywhere. Probably through the mail. Raycon is on a mission to prove that you don't have to pay more for big sound. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/popmate to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. That's 15% off your Raycon purchase. Thank you, Raycon, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Seriously, look how big it is.
Looks like a bear.
I don't think it is a human. I think it's a Sasquatch.
I bet it's a bear.
Here in the foothills of Northeast Provo.
Dude, I used to live Northeast Provo. I used to live in Orem, Utah, which put up a little map. I used to live in the Salt Lake area, which Orem and Provo were right by each other. Which, listen, if you're a Mormon person, that's totally fine. But let me tell you something about those Mormons. They have too much time on their hands. They can't drink alcohol, they can't smoke cigarettes, they can't even drink pot, or they can't drink caffeine. So all they do is vape and drink non-caffeinated sodas like Sprite. That's all they do. And then they hike, and then all of a sudden, look at these guys. They see Bigfoot? No, it's a fucking black bear. And they're just hallucinating because they're on a different plane of existence that we're on, dude. Wearing that fancy little magical underwear that they do, and, all of them are so goddamn happy. The amount of Mitt Romney political signs still in people's yards in Utah, it's hilarious. Don't ever bring up Mitt Romney to a Mormon guy. They will get fucking mad. Any middle-aged man from Utah, if you bring up Mitt Romney, it's going to put him in a sour mood. And that's something that Mormons, the register, they cannot handle. They cannot fucking handle it. So that's all I'm saying.
You can't just see something that's maybe a once-in-a-century discovery and go to your 9-to-5 job.
It's the most typical. That's a typical Mormon response. I mean, this isn't me. I'm not trying to throw shade at the Mormon religion. I'm just saying, I've lived in Utah. I've been around these people, and the guy saw a bear standing on a mountain, and he's saying, I mean, it's the one in a lifetime discovery. Okay, here, do you mind if I vape in here? We really prefer if you didn't. Okay, I'm just gonna crack 7 to 15 Sprites while it's in here. Is that all right? I guess. I don't know. There also must not... A lot of news stations that air this shit, they must have nothing going on in political news.
So I'm seeing something that's not your tracks anymore. We're trying to determine what it was.
It's a bear! It's a goddamn bear, dude. Also, look how close he is to the town. Why the fuck? Out of all the other Bigfoots we've seen, they're in, like, national parks, like, hundreds of miles away from towns. And then all of a sudden, what? There's all of Provo right here. And a Bigfoot's just gonna stand in an open plain on a hill, just like. Hello.
Their findings were inconclusive.
Was it a bear? Maybe. That's plausible. Was it a person? Also plausible.
Wow. What a fucking investigator.
What's the likelihood that there are big animals that have gone undetected?
He's like, why are you calling me? Listen, I'm already leaning towards that the thing crawling outside of my window last night was probably just a burglar who's going to strike again tonight with a crowbar to my. He's going to put a crowbar in on my upper jaw and he's going to rip off my face. Which is disappointing because I really wanted the cryptid of Bigfoot to be real. I wanted to be convinced. But we're not done yet. We're not done. Let's see. Another one, the Denver Post. Oh, I have to have a... never mind, I'm not going to sign up for that. I'm going to pay $1.99 to look at a fucking Sasquatch article.
Oh, shit, he's come down one back up boat.
See, this is the real Sasquatch hunter. If you have something called Sasquatch Files Episode 3, Paul Freeman footage, 1994, this is where we get the fucking good stuff, dude. This is where we actually start diving into real people online who have seen some shit, and I'm excited. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, look at that.
What am I looking at? Those footprints? I mean, look at that. Look at the textile of that road. What the fuck is... What am I seeing amongst this fucking rigid road? Are there supposed to be footprints?
In the dream.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes.
You know what? My boy Paul Freeman was right on his tail. There, he's looking at footprints on the ground. He's like, "Oh man, oh look at this." Looks up 6 feet away. There's a fucking Bigfoot in the brush. Oh, there he goes. Okay, I mean, out of all the people so far, I'm not gonna lie, that one's still pretty dumb. But let me tell you something. Paul Freeman, I can tell, I like his charisma. I like how out of breath he was the whole time. That gives me evidence to believe that the guy was like, why the fuck would we go so far, dude? I'm out of shape. I smoke 4 packs of cigarettes a day. I can't fucking hike up that mountain. He's up there like.
They will never catch
Oh my God, there he goes. What's this one? What the hell is this? Bigfoot, Mississippi, huh? Oh, another fucking morning news. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna try to make my own morning news for here, like near my town. I'm gonna see if I can get on local news. If I do, I will be sure to upload it here. That'd be a fun video challenge. Try to make the local news with Bigfoot. With fake Bigfoot evidence.
In Mississippi.
What is it? What a dumb bitch. She's sitting there and she's like, it's a gorilla.
These belong to a brown
Mississippi.
species.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's... What am I saying? I thought they're like, it's a big... Oh my God, it's a Bigfoot. She's like, that kind of looks like a gorilla. What, Mississippi, you stupid bitch? She's like, oh, sorry, yeah, I thought that it was just a gorilla. He's like, no, it's clearly a fucking mythological creature. It's a goddamn
Stand strong, children.
Oh, going to TikTok. All right, cool. Now we're getting into the good shit. It looks legit, yes or no? You know, listen, it's gonna be harder to do the Bigfoot thing as we go on in time because of the amount of like high definition cameras on people's phones. This kind of quality is not. You can't do this forever. That's all I'm saying. Oh, we got another news one. I like how it's just so clearly
demons. Demons.
Everybody copies the same format where they go and then he has to do the slight turn. Why the fuck would the Bigfoot be walking up the hill and just be like, well, what the fuck? Where am I going the right fucking direction? Where am I? Where the fuck am I? Bigfoot sighting high def. This guy's 1 million fucking subscribers.
It is the freaking tallest bear walking on 2 legs I've ever seen in my life.
Come on. Half dislike ratio. I love the hard cut of him standing there, and then he's just immediately standing. He's like, looks like a little child. He's like, ooh. Give me the camera. What, did you just now notice it? Also, what are you gonna do if you listen? The thing about running into Bigfoot seems very unlikely, but it seems like something that would happen. What doesn't seem natural? And a natural response to me if I came across Bigfoot is I would not just charge. and an 8-foot tall, 7-foot tall, 10-foot tall ape standing in the fucking forest. He grabbed that thing and just ran right at it.
Damn
To be
it!
honest,
I fucking knew he had it in his fucking hand. Fucking knew he had renewing flames in his fucking hand.
I don't think
Come
that he
on,
would
man.
run into a burning building. I don't think that he has that heroic aspect to him. So I don't. He shocked me on that. I just love the hard cut, and then he's just, oh, we're by Bigfoot now. There's no build up or anything. It's just simply, oh, there's Bigfoot. Let's rush him.
Damn, that son of a bitch can run.
Just kind of looks like a bear. All right, now more of our videos are starting to say that's no bear. Wait, oh my God, that's no bear. Let's get the fuck out of here. Now, see, that's the Bigfoot sitting there. That's the kind of Bigfoot that I would want to go up and talk to. Look at him just chilling there, dude. Look at this shit. Just vibing, dude. Just a fucking bottle of Jack, maybe half a blunt, and he's just chilling out there. Actually, you know, I like to think, but he doesn't have any of that. He's just kind of sitting there, just like, it's a nice day out today. I would like to think that every Bigfoot is Canadian, like sounds Canadian. It's a nice fucking day out here. Yeah, why would you not run into this guy? You're running away from the wrong guy. Look at him, he's just chilling. Also, it kind of looks like there's somebody sitting next to him, maybe? I can't tell. So far, that's my favorite. Out of all the Bigfoot so far, that's my favorite Bigfoot. Bigfoot Canada. Okay, now we're going. This is what I like to see. Look how excited she is, though. Okay, now we're getting into some real shit, dude. Look at that, dude. That's a fucking creepy deal. Okay, so this is like some heat signature stuff. So at least we'll be able to see if this thing kind of correlates with the forest. If we can actually see some living structures that maybe looks a little non-human. Okay, well now we're talking. There's a haunted house for some reason. This intro, you will fall. Blood stories, one part of the journey. Okay, well, you put that at the end of the video, buddy. We're 30 seconds
I just
into your
fucked up.
2.5 minute video.
I meant to play the fucking art.
Whoa.
Maybe we'll just trade.
The light dims, but we fight.
What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. That's not Bigfoot. That's like a fucking eldritch demon. It's like a fucking HP monster, dude. Yeah, that's not Bigfoot. I'm not putting that scary monster in this video, dude.
That's
I'm pretty sure
that fucking spelled Laura's
bears
armor.
Viewer discretion is advised. Okay, let's see this one.
Warning. Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
We're so lucky. We're so fucking lucky, man.
Yeah, that's a pretty good fucking sprint. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Some viewers may find the video disturbing.
Even
like
if I made one misplay that game, he got
Bigfoot
so
confirmed.
fucking lucky.
We followed it. Follow for more. How did you follow that? That thing's fucking faster than the speed of light. All right, 30 minutes long.
Will serve me.
I love the style of this. This feels like a found footage horror film.
Feel the hatred of 10,000 years.
Oh, the vibe of this is so fucking creepy. Here's a news flash for all the fucking Bigfoot hunters out. Make videos like this, because this, regardless of what the fuck this is, a man walking around in like a Blair Witch style in the forest, just in the dark, 10 million times scarier, and I'm way more invested than just seeing in the fucking daylight, which is very convenient to have the fucking camera find a Bigfoot. Out in the dark makes much more sense. You know, and here's the thing. I'm going into this as the thing, you know, last night couldn't have been a Bigfoot. There's not enough trees, you know, it was too visible. It came up too quick. I mean, come on. In conclusion, you know, why hasn't the Bigfoot been caught? The thing that was walking around my house, probably just a man trying to break in, steal my shit, kill me and my wife and my dogs. So thank God it's a Bigfoot monster. But why hasn't the Bigfoot been caught? After all these years, he's in broad daylight walking around. I feel like if you got like a group of 20 people who just kind of circle a mountain, or thousands of people to walk through, you can catch the thing easily. It's just walking around, apparently. I mean, what the fuck? But there is a subsect of people that believe that Bigfoot is an interdimensional traveler. Many people believe Bigfoot to be a part of an interdimensional phenomenon, meaning it can teleport/disappear in and out of our own reality. If it is truly a being from a different reality, it's no surprise that it's difficult to catch. Bigfoot could be from another planet that died. Aliens brought them here to save their species. They live in an area hidden with alien technology. The few that people see are the ones that wander out of the game preserve. Aliens have them chipped and collect them when they can. That's why no dead ones are ever found. So what do you, the viewer, believe? Do you believe that Bigfoot is real? Is he out there? Is he outside my house? I don't know. Have you seen a Bigfoot before? Or do you think that Bigfoot's a big fucking hoax? Or do you believe that Bigfoot is an interdimensional traveler? Sent here from aliens to be collected. That's why he's not able to be caught. That's why he's never found. That's why there's no dead bodies. The truth is out there. God, these videos were so fucking stupid. Hey guys, be sure to check out my trading cards I have available in the style of Garbage Pail Kids. Each pack comes with all 17 cards, but the first 1,000 people get a Melvin card. We're talking about Yokai Bob the Builder. We got the Elon Musk as the bird. All kinds of crazy cards here. You can look at these. Ooh, oh my god. This sale goes until June 28th, so be sure to pre-order yours now. Thanks. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Today we have something very, very interesting. You know, I've been doing this podcast with me and Wendigoon. If you didn't know, it's called Creepcast. You can find it on all the platforms here. I don't know, this is what it looks like. Maybe go check it out. But since I've been doing that, I've been getting more invested into cryptids and all kinds of weird monsters. But today I just wanted to settle it once and for all.
I grow impatient.
Cryptid, in my opinion. All right, because let me tell you, last tournament we did, which the video got demonetized to high hell, was the worst food tournament. And yes, people were upset. Chicken feet meatballs won over Asian boy piss eggs. I stay awake at night thinking about my decision. But today, hopefully, our minds align and we can have a nice cryptid tournament, and we can all decide once and for all which one of these is the best cryptid. In our categories here, we have the Wampus Cat, Fresno Nightcrawlers, Ninjin, the mysterious cryptid of Antarctica, the Flatwoods Monster, Mowgli Mimbi, the Jersey Devil, Champ, the Mongolian Deathworm, Nessie, Wolpertinger, Mothman, Skunk Ape, the Yatevo, the Chupacabra, Bigfoot, and the Wendigo. That is our nice lineup of people. It is time. Round one begins now. The Wampus Cat and the Fresno Nightcrawlers. I have never heard of any of these, if I'm being completely honest. But luckily, we have a nice little document here. We're going to try to digest where these came from, you know, try to give a little bit of information. So, where exactly did the Wampus Cat come from? The gist of it is that it's a big cat and it's magical. That's kind of the ins and outs of the Wampus Cat. There's a similarity to the Cherokee myth about a female onlooker who witnessed a sacred ritual by hiding under a wild cat pelt. The woman wasn't supposed to see the ritual, so she got cursed to be a cat. In the 1920s to 30s, the Wampus Cats got blamed for killing livestock in North Carolina and Georgia. It can use magic. And we don't know the variety of the magic. But just know it's magical. I don't know what kind of magic, but it can use magic. Extra legs allow it to fight with 2 while running with the other 4. It's a strong swimmer and potentially a shapeshifter. It can run at you full speed and swipe at you. Cat smells, I guess. You know what I don't like about it? I don't know the magic ability stuff. Can they shapeshift or not? It's because at the end of the day, it kind of just sounds like it's just a 6-legged mountain lion. You know, I mean, that is magic. I'm not saying it's not magical. I'm just saying. And it is facing the Fresno Nightcrawlers. The Fresno Nightcrawlers, or the Fresno Aliens, as I do. This picture is just... I don't know what I would do with this information. If I saw this, I'd be like, okay, just like 2 spooky guys just walking across the street, mostly. Originally sighted in 2014 by a man who was awoken by barking dogs on security cameras, he saw strange creatures running across his front lawn. He saw these guys like dancing around his front yard. Their appearance is extremely thin, white humanoid with no discernible arms. The cryptids appear to have very short, thin, stilt-like feet. Its powers is teleportation, potential chloromancy, plant magic, intelligence, and muscular. Maybe they're powerful. We do have a little video here. Let me see. You be the judge. I will. Oh, there they come. Walking around. They do look like a big pair of like bell-bottom jeans just walking around, don't they? It's kind of spooky. It's also kind of cute though, isn't it?
Demons.
Very nice. It was featured on a sci-fi show called Fact or Fake, and on the show it was deemed unexplainable. But some of the explanations were an alien or an extraterrestrial being, a new species, possibly a primate with short arms. No way. I mean, it's identified deer standing upright. No. Pants or a puppet on a wire. Probably it.
A balloon tied to some sort of cloth with two remote control bars on the feet. Okay, we have video footage of the Fresno Nightcrawlers. We don't have any video footage. There might be some footage of the Wampus Cat out there, but mostly it looks like pictures. I also do like the mythology behind the Wampus Cat a lot. Woman kind of cursed, and then she was turned into this kind of horrid mountain lion creature. I'm gonna give it to the Wampus Cat. I like the Wampus Cat.
The Citadel stands strong!
Wampus Cat. Today's video is partnered with Gamersubs. Gamersubs has been a long-standing partner of the Papa Meat channel. You know him, you love him. Get some free samples, because you know what? If you get an affinated option as well, it's amazing. So they are, okay? I just want to put that out there. So like I said, be sure to use promo code to the video. Next one up, Ninjin, the mysterious cryptid of Antarctica, which first off, that picture is wonderful. This is what I wanted the Fresno Nightcrawler to be, if it's just gonna be legs. And the Flatwoods Monster. So what exactly is the Ninjin? The Ninjin! A cryptid first observed by 2-channel user in 2007, with a supposed eyewitness report from a whale researcher who claimed to have seen the creature surface near their ship. The creature has two common descriptions. One is whale-like creature with a human face. The other is a large head on humanoid legs that's more human-sized and wanders around on land. Both are described as being pale blue with large slit-like mouth. The eyes aren't consistently described and are either small or large and gaping. We don't know what the fucking powers are. He's just big and has long legs, basically. I like him. Very simple. Ooh, that's kind of chicken. You gonna move? He's not. Okay. He's very cute. I like him. Which now we are going to the Flatwoods Monster. Is the creature sighted in September of 1952 in West Virginia after seeing a bright object cross the sky and land in a farmer's field. 3 kids saw the light in the sky and went to a nearby house to tell them about it. 3 kids were joined by 2 other kids and a National Guardsman. They went to investigate the object. Upon reaching the point of impact, they saw a pulsing red light. When they shined a flashlight upon it, they saw what is now known as the Flatwoods Monster. He's 10 feet tall humanoid creature with red eyes and a head shape like a playing card spade. The body with metallic armored structure lined with thick vertical pipes. There are some discrepancies on whether it has arms or not, which first off, what's up with this deal about creatures not having arms? Let's bring the arms back. You know, come on now. There are people speculate that he has advanced technology because he's an alien. And they have night vision, imposing stature. Big guy, 10 feet tall. The old creepy picture here is fun. This is hard. The Ninjin is kind of cute, but he's kind of boring. Versus even just having glowing red eyes and falling to Earth from a meteorite. I like it. It's kind of like a fun little sneak stuff. I'd give it to the Flatwoods Monster here. Gotta give it to the Flatwoods Monster. Mokele Mimbe and the Jersey Devil, which I have heard of the Jersey Devil before. Mokele Mimbe. I'm not going to say that right. In the local language, the name means one stops the flow of river. Originally described in 1913 from a German captain surveying German colonies in Africa, he was cautious with what he reported because of how unbelievable it was. Seen in the jungles of Central African countries, an animal with long neck, long tail, and tracks with 3 claws kept being reported. When asked about what a Macaulay Culkin looked like, the local people of the region would draw the shape of a sauropod dinosaur and a single tooth or horn. A single tooth? He has one giant buck tooth. Its size is somewhere between the size of a hippopotamus and an elephant. God damn. Can transform between spirit and physical form. Ooh. I like that. Megafauna size and strength, very territorial. I'll be honest, the drawing here is not...
I grow impatient.
That does not help its case. I wish there was one picture of it that had its big buck tooth. The thought of a big buck tooth creature with claws being able to transform from physical to spiritual forms is very alluring to me. Especially imagine seeing his big, stupid fucking face with his buck tooth. I like that. Alright, Macaulay, you really got me there. But you're facing a pretty hard foe, which is the Jersey Devil. The origin of the Jersey Devil traces back to a woman named Deborah Leeds. She was the mistress of a British soldier and was suspected of being a witch. She probably was. She had immigrated from England to the New Jersey Pine Barrens when she found out that she would give birth to her 13th child. She cursed it and said, "Let it be the devil." The baby was born as a hairy creature that flew out the window. God damn. From there, it is said that the Jersey Devil started to terrorize the locals and took to eating children. This is awesome. Napoleon's older brother, Joseph Bonaparte, is said to have a run-in with the Jersey Devil. Freshly exiled in America following Spain's defeat with England, one night Joseph Bonaparte was walking the grounds of his fucking banished to 800-acre land. God damn, dude. Walking the grounds of his 800 acres land in Bordertown, New Jersey, he came across some odd tracks. He explained them as a two-footed donkey, where one foot was slightly bigger than the other. He followed the tracks and then abruptly vanished as it had just flown away. Then a strange hissing sound came. Turning, he was face to face with a large winged creature that he described having a horse-like head and bird-like legs. The creature hissed at him once more and flew away. In 1909, there was hundreds of newspapers published claims of encounters, and people drew the conclusion that it was the same creature as the Leeds Devil and got called the Jersey Devil due to the public's location being national attention. Last reported sighting was 2009. Pretty recent. Its powers. I'm going to read this, and I want you to know that this is overpowered. The Jersey Devil is too powerful. It can breathe fire or poison water, all right? It can fly. It's extremely durable, so firearms up to and including a cannon had no effect. Someone shot it with a cannon and it did nothing. And it has night vision. It's just so good. That is a great photo, too. So good. I love that. I mean, this one, it's obvious. I mean, it's got to go to the Jersey Devil. It's just too good. Jersey Devil, especially the idea of it being like a witch's 13th baby, and she's just like, yo, fuck this baby, it's a devil. Flies off. Gotta go Jersey Devil. One of the most famous trips. I mean, it has for a reason. All right, so now it's Champ versus Mongolian Deathworm, which the Champ is an American Nessie, an American Loch Ness monster, more of a sea snake than a plesiosaur. First recorded sighting in 1609 was from the lake's namesake, the French cartographer Samuel de Champlain. There have been 300 reported sightings of Champ. Its appearance is basically a giant sea snake that's somewhere between 20 feet and 187 feet long. That is a big gap, and thick as a barrel with a head like a horse. This is the video 1985 footage of Champ. All right? Okay. I don't know about old Champ. I'm not gonna lie, he's not really doing it for me. Mongolian Deathworm, which, to be fair, the Mongolian Deathworm right here is much more sick. Much more creepy. I would hate to be in this, you know. I thought I could slap this shit out of Champ, if I'm being honest. Mongolian Deathworm first came to Western attention from a paleontologist's book in 1926, which was called On the Trail of Ancient Man, where he heard secondhand from people in the Gobi Desert about the creature, none of whom had seen it themselves, often confused with a local snake, the Tarta sand boa. Its alleged powers are the ability to spray venom or discharge electricity. Huh? Both of which used to kill at a distance. Do they? Also, it's so poisonous that if you touch it, you'll die. I will say, worms are just kind of creepy in general. Big worms. Especially you can't even touch it. So you could just be chilling and it could just be like, peekaboo, touch you on the side and you're dead. That sucks. In this one, I mean, it's off. I mean, the Mongolian Deathworm is going to win. What are you supposed to do with Champ? Which next up, we have another one. Loch Ness Monster's coming up. And Wolpertinger, which we have the Loch Ness Monster, also known as Nessie, but I'm not going to say that. This is beautiful art. The Loch Ness is a 22 square mile mountain lake in Scotland. It is home to old legends speaking of water dragons and kelpies living there. On August 22nd, 564 AD, Saint Columba famously encountered a water demon in the river Ness. Nessie's popularity resurged in 1933 with several first-hand accounts. However, the accounts were very similar to depictions in the original King Kong released that year. That's really funny. No, I swear, it's like, did you just watch King Kong? No? What? Come on. The Loch Ness Monster has been mostly described as having a large body with a long neck and tail and no limbs, just flippers. It's pretty cute. I mean, it's one of the most iconic cryptids out there, with the most kind of controversies around it. A lot of people have taken pictures. The guy who originally took the famous picture of the Loch Ness Monster admitted later that it was fake, even though he still believes in the Loch Ness Monster. So it's one of the most famous ones out there. It's like, it's so iconic that you have to show respect. So let's see what the Wolpertinger is all about. The result of a romantic coupling between a hare and a deer. It is not particularly threatening, being a herbivore. However, its defense mechanism are that its saliva touches you, thick hair will sprout and it can also emit a skunk-like, mystical, terrible smell that cannot be removed or covered with perfume until magically disappears 7 years later. What kind of power is that? They appear as amalgamate creatures, most commonly made up of rabbits' heads, spirit bodies, deer antlers, and wings, sometimes legs, sometimes with feathers, sometimes. It's an interesting kind of, it's a cryptid that's, you know, it has like some mystical vibes to it, or it feels very fantastical in that way. But the whole idea, too, of also it's just like queefing out some nasty smells and it won't leave for 7 years is also a lot of fun too. I mean, I have to give it to the best monster. The only thing is it doesn't feel wild to death. You know what I mean? Next up is the Mothman, another big guy. And the skunk ape, which I'm not gonna lie, it's my favorite name so far. So the Mothman, originally sighted in Clinton, West Virginia in 1966, 5 men were preparing a grave in a cemetery when a brown-winged humanoid flew out of the trees. They swore that it was more than just a bird. 3 days later, 2 young couples encountered a human-like thing about 7 feet tall with large wings while driving home at night. It chased them down to Highway 62 and out Point Pleasant city limits. Over the course of the next year, there were over 100 Mothman sightings. The strange sightings seemed to culminate in the collapse of Silver Bridge during rush hour traffic, killing 46 people. It is still the deadliest bridge disaster in United States history. Kind of interesting. Its appearance, despite the name Mothman, is not very moth-like. Okay? He is more like a large humanoid owl, reportedly 7 feet tall and can fly at speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Who clocked him in there? You know what I mean? Who the fuck clocked that in? The details of Mothman's face have not been adequately described. Sometimes it's described as not having a head, with 2 huge red eyes set in the chest. Part of the potential reason that no one can explain his face is that anyone who gets a close look at the Mothman seems to suffer from psychological distress that can last for months and sometimes years. I do know, yeah, I've seen the Mothman statue before. I wish I've always wanted to see it in person. And apparently it's a big thing that people want to have sex with the Mothman. So, I'm not gonna lie, Skunk Ape, you got a lot to hold up here. This is probably one of my favorite ones so far. Skunk Ape, also known as the Myakka Ape, Bigfoot's Florida cousin. Started in 1818 as reports of a man-sized monkey raiding food stores and stalking fishermen. Reports vary in severity, some just reporting sightings, but others include stalking people and killing livestock. Its backstory: in the autumn of 2000, police received a letter from an anonymous woman. Included in the letter were 2 pictures of what she claimed was an escaped orangutan. God, that's fucking horrifying. Who had been stealing oranges from her back porch for the last few nights. That was, you couldn't even go outside. There's an orangutan out there. Later, it was found that the pictures were taken near the Myakka River, and after the photos were released to the public, they deemed the creature the Myakka Ape. Its appearance has black fur and glowing red eyes. What's up with glowing red eyes, man? No arms, glowing red eyes. Come the fuck on. It has terrible odor, which is where its name comes from. Very awesome. Does it fucking compare to Mothman? I don't think so. I think Mothman takes it. The Yatevia and the Chupacabra. Man, now we're getting. See, now I'm getting to it's back-to-backs of a lot of the ones I've heard before. The Yatevia, a carnivorous plant that eats large insects but prefers to eat humans. Ooh. Its name supposedly means "I see you already." Oh, that's great. That's so sick. Its original report was a letter obtained by a New York newspaper from a botanist in Madagascar. The tree was violent and reached for natives, strangling one and pulling her in with many tendrils. A short, thick trunk with spiked tentacles. The original description said it had a single eye to locate its prey. That's fucking rad. That's really good. Its power is as long and strong spiked tendrils, capable of grasping and overpowering humans. That is awesome. The ICU already translation is so sick. God damn, that's good. You know, I gotta go against the Chupacabra. Fuck the Chupacabra, dude. Stupid ass like rat dog. The Chupacabra! The Chupacabra is a carnivorous creature from Mexican folklore that preys on livestock and unsupervised small children. Its name literally translates to goat sucker. The name rose to prominence in 1990 as reports of more and more brutal killings were being reported in Colorado. Some sightings have been debunked as dogs with rage. The first thing you see is its eyes, fiery red in the dark, then its sharp teeth. Depictions vary between being more dog-like or more reptilian, with the size varying between a large dog and a small bear. Yeah, it's one of the goats, dude. Goat sucker too. I mean, honestly, I think the Yatevia, it's just way cooler. Might be a controversial opinion because I know the Chupacabra is legendary, but I'm gonna go with the Yatevia. This is gonna be a difficult one. The Bigfoot, which is probably the most infamous cryptid of all time, and the Wiggly. This is a big one here. So Bigfoot, aka Sasquatch, great name, is the poster child for cryptozoology, and because of that, there's a dizzying amount of information about them. Bigfoot are commonly associated in the Pacific Northwest of the United States and generally are a projection of the European mythologies about wild men of the woods. Some indigenous myths state that when Bigfoot is sighted, it is a sign that man is on the wrong track and needs to change his ways. You know, we all know Bigfoot's big, hairy, 8 feet tall, big ass feet and shit. Probably one of the most famous pictures in human history is the Bigfoot walking across, which is definitely not a guy in a suit. And it's going up against the Wendigo, which the Wendigo is also a big one too. A creature from the Algonquin is a malevolent spirit that possesses human beings. When possessed, their victims gain an insatiable hunger for human flesh and just a general desire to commit murder. Awesome. The first sighting of the Wendigo dates back 40,000 years ago. The earliest description of the Wendigo was that of a similar appearance to a corpse, with skeleton-like, thin body with gray skin, sunken eyes, bloody lips, and a long, slimy tongue. Later myths say that the Wendigo is a lipless ape with giant fangs that devours human flesh. The idea too of like its powers are possession, mimicry of speech, lure victims, okay? Creates psychosis in physically adjacent humans, repulsive smell, and is able to like live in extreme temperatures. And also people say that when he takes a footstep, the footstep's filled with blood. Are you fucking kidding me? That's like the flavor of the text is. Bigfoot will forever be the most popular, but Wendigo here I think just rules, just absolutely dominates. And that's our first round. This is where it's gonna get, you know, there's still some heavy hitters in here, and there's still like some where like our first one here, round 2, fight 1, go. The Wampus Cat versus the Flatwoods Monster. The Cherokee woman who is transformed for watching her husband, and she gets transformed into a 6-legged mountain cat, or the meteorite monster who fell to earth with glowing red eyes. Trying to put myself in a situation of if I saw one, which one would I like? Would I be creeped out by more? Which here's the thing: two different reasons. If I saw the Flatwoods monster, I'd be like, "What the fuck is that?" You know, it's crazy. Versus the Wampus Cat, even just seeing a mountain lion out in the mountains or the forest would be legitimately terrifying as well. But I do think the Wampus Cat still has a way more interesting backstory. And to be completely fair, there's too many cryptids with glowing red eyes. So if I had ideas about it, I'm gonna say the Wampus Cat's still going for me. The Jersey Devil or the Mongolian Deathworm. My gut immediately says Jersey Devil just because of how fucking brutal it was. I think the thing that makes it more creepy for me is that the Jersey Devil I feel like would torture you a bit more. Versus the Mongolian Deathworm, you just touch it, you just die. Or he just like shoots a bolt of lightning at you and you just get electrocuted and you pass out and die that way. So I feel like the experience with the Jersey Devil would be much more painful. It is more mystical. It feels like there's more lore behind it. Yeah, it feels more fantastical in that way. I mean, it's gotta go the Jersey Devil. God, the Loch Ness Monster or the Mothman, get the fuck out of my face. Loch Ness Monster. Mothman, unironically, I've seen so many documentaries where it's like a Mothman. I'm always like, oh, shut the fuck up, whatever. I'm gonna start watching some of those because the description of that is just too good. This might be the hardest one all night. The Yatevo and the Wendigo. The flavor of both of these, the designs of both of these, the history, so good. The Yatevo to me, like in terms of visuals, like if I was watching a movie, I would probably want to see something with the Yatevo. Well, it's not true, I guess. I can see how they both have like really strong merits to them. My mind goes a little more crazy with the Yatevo. The only problem with the Yatevo is that it's idle. It is a plant, but the idea of the translation of its name being "I see you already," and that the idea is that it has one big eye to like look at its victims is just so cool. God, is it really gonna? I feel like it's just gonna come down to the fact that the Wendigo can like lurk around the woods. You have to like come to the Yatevo. But there's also something that's kind of horrifying about that too. I gotta go with the Wendigo. It's unfortunate. I really do want to vote for the Yatevo, but I just know it's wrong. That might be the hardest matchup all day. We're already in round 3. The Wampus Cat. I mean, I'm not saying right now, the Wampus Cat. This is going to be the Jersey Devil for the Wampus Cat. I'm going to get that done with right now. That Darby, we're already done. Jersey Devil's in the finals. But now we're between the Mothman and the Wendigo. That's another hard one. The only thing that takes off points for me with the Mothman is the glowing eyes on the chest. Because the owl head is really cool, but the glowing red eyes on the chest just feels kind of... The Wendigo is just such a powerful thing. The embodiment of greed and gluttony and all that stuff is very cool. But the thing about the brutality of the Mothman is that, to me, the brutality comes in with the very real superstition of the word. 46 people actually died from that. And it's something that really happened. Obviously, Was the Mothman involved? We don't know. But the idea that it's associated with that is interesting to me. I gotta go with the Mothman. Mothman it is. Man, you know, this is the finals. This is the finals. I think people knew what was gonna happen, which I'm kind of happy. I'm happy that two of the biggest names out there came in. These are the finals. The Jersey Devil versus the Mothman. Now, the Jersey Devil is definitely, I think, more brutal. They both, I think, are on a similar power level, if we're talking about power. Mothman can be tall, he flies super fast, the owl head is really intriguing to me. Versus the Jersey Devil is pretty goofy. Like, it's a, like they say, donkey feet with low legs. It's such a abstract character. But at the same time, Mothman
Fucking stupid ass computer,
they're both kind of dumb names. Mothman, I think, as a name, I would prefer Mothman over Jersey Devil. Versus Jersey Devil, it's just my hatred for New Jersey is no bound. This is tough. This is the finals. This means everything. If I choose the wrong one, it's going to be the piss egg all over again, all right? And if people don't think I'm hurt by the piss egg thing, then you're wrong. I have been severely affected by the piss egg. But the thing about it is chicken feet meatballs would be so dry, it would be so hard to get through. Versus an egg, I feel like would just slide down your throat. It'd be moist, you got piss that's soaking it up. I feel like if you added anything to the chicken feet meat, that dry mess, it'd be terrible. Like imagine dipping the chicken feet meatballs in ketchup. Are you kidding me? That gave me the mental clarity I need. I have enough faith, and I know who my winner is. Mothman!
Demons.
Mothman!
Demons.
Mothman! Mothman wins. Honestly, this is the weirdest thing. Whenever we had people, or we had somebody help us with the document for this, which we'll link them down below. And a lot of this stuff, I've heard about a lot of these in passing, but never knew too much about it. Especially Mothman. Mothman, I think, is just one of those cryptids that is just so out there. Like, there's like t-shirts and all kinds of stuff about it that you just, it lumps in with like Bigfoot, where I'm like, I get it. I know what it is. This thing has multiple ways of freaking you out, and I think that's why Mothman is the #1 on my list here. What'd you think? I mean, I'm curious. I know there's going to be some discrepancies, but to me, Mothman is numero uno. You gotta love him. Until next time, I will talk to you later. Enjoy your cryptid tournaments with you and your friends. Hopefully you do that as well. Or, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. I'll see you next time. Because we have another enthralling episode of SCP Meat. Today we're talking about one that's been heavily requested. SCP-610, aka Flesh That Hates. Now this was uploaded on April 11th, 2009 by a user named Nico Chris. So without further ado, let's get into it. Which I will say that 610 is considered a Keter class, which is much like our good friend Cousin Johnny, which is pretty much a threat to mankind itself. There's very specific ways to contain it, but today, if you're a fan of The Thing, if you're a fan of The Blob, if you're a fan of body horror, then stick around because this one is right up your alley. So without further ado, let's go. Wait! We want to talk about a beautiful partnership that we have on this channel, and it's with Gamersubs! Now, if you know me, I love Gamersubs. In fact, we have a nice collaboration coming very soon, because Gamersubs is the best, alright? I just want to say that. Fuck coffee, fuck energy drinks. Give Gamersubs a chance. You have caffeine options that give you a nice boost. They get you up and ready to go. Zero sugar. Keto-friendly, and they even have non-caffeinated options just because the stuff tastes so goddamn good. You want to have it late at night and not have to worry about having a fucking panic attack right before you sleep. With all these beautiful waifu shakers and beautiful anime shakers at the gym, you'll be the sexiest little man walking around the floor. Or you can choose between all of the fucking amazing flavors they have, because I don't think I've had a bad one. I legitimately don't think I've had any bad flavors. If you use promo code PAPABEAT at checkout, you get 10% off your order, or you can even sign up for some free packs to try it yourself, free of charge, because you know what? You'll definitely be coming back to get some of this beautiful magic. But also, like I said, be sure to be on the lookout because we'll have our own little flavor coming today. Thank you so much to our beautiful partners at Gamersubs. Be
check them out. They're fucking awesome. Back to the So we're gonna
This
start
is some
off
fucking
by talking
bullshit.
about containment procedures, which as a general rule of thumb for this, the 610 is more of like a large body of like it's a large mass. It's a big flushy mass that infects a large area and inhabitants within it, and even crawls on non-living organisms and stuff. It's like a flesh-like weed that covers living organisms like people, animals, and it even crawls up on non-living organisms like houses, stone. I mean anything like an invasive weed as well. So it's pretty interesting. Let's go over the special containment procedures for this SCP. Let's get into it. Due to the vast area of infection 610 covers, containment is impossible. Isolation of the area has proved far more effective, and the permission has been granted by the Russian government to establish a perimeter to keep people out of these areas under the guise of military operations, which, listen, dude, Russia, containment areas, we're all familiar with these fucking mumbo jumbos, these goons hiding things, but it is very interesting that the only way to really stop these things is to pretty much make a giant bubble around the area to where it just cannot spread anymore. Kind of scary. Being trapped inside of a bubble. There was that terrible horror film, or there was like a comedy with like a bunch of stars. The movie flopped. You know what I'm talking about? It was like a COVID movie. You know that? It was like about like a whatever. That's my a Hollywood comedy about COVID. Holy shit. Should any organism displaying traits consist of 610 be sighted near the perimeter, but the established protocol requires it to be engaged at a range with small arms until immobile, then dispatched using incendiary weapons and systems from as great a distance as possible. Any living thing coming in physical contact with the organism infected with 610, it's considered expendable and is to be immediately terminated and incinerated, which is pretty fucking scary. So if you even remotely contact with this thing, I mean, they're just like, kill him. Be killed, because there's just absolutely no way. I'm trying to think of something similar. It's the Hollywood COVID film all over again. That's how these motherfuckers did it. The bubble! Oh. Thank you. The bubble. God. Good God. Any persons coming within 3 meters of SCP-610 infected life are to immediately withdraw from the area, be isolated from the rest of their team, and subjected to medical examination using only remote techniques to determine if infection has occurred and appropriate steps taken based on that determination. At present, the known infection vectors 610 spread seem to be focused on physical contact. Drone movements with heavily infected areas have returned air samples containing minute particulates, which, when exposed to organic compounds, will result in the spread of 610. The results of these particular tests have revealed that most required several days to manifest, if at all, with the exception of direct contact with exposed lung and liver tissue. These particular tests show a rapid rate of growth, which requires incineration of the testing environment no more than 24 hours after initial exposure, with even a 2-hour mishap risking a compromised facility event. Given that this kind of rapid growth only occurs in organic material existing outside the human body, this form of infection is currently considered a minor concern. So they have to use literal drones to go in to test the air. You have to basically have all these containment procedures. If you go in, you have to be isolated for a period of time to make sure that the infection has not gotten to you. We are not going to risk this shit at all. But I do like the use of, especially during a time of when this came out. When this came out again, 2009, drone technology must have been fresh. Transformers just came out, and then all of a sudden we're talking about drones and shit. What the fuck is going on there? You know what I mean? Was it? Obama used drones to kill terrorists. And then he did a speech talking about how they got us some of their thought. 9/11. Anyways, these peculiarities have given rise to a series of questions regarding the possible origin of the infection in conjunction with the failed data redacted or expunged. Fuck you. Containment protocol remains at a scorched earth policy at this time, and no concern for transmission via water or air infection perimeters exist barring situation changes in the future. So Nick, does that pretty much mean that there has been no signs of it spreading into the water, into the air, just in that area? And it's scorched earth, which means that it's just dead earth. They consider that shit dead earth. Which, you know what's kind of interesting is that we're finding here, we saw that small arms affected, which they mean guns, and incendiary rounds, which means fire. So it seems like fire hurts this thing, but yet they don't decide to scorch it off the earth. They might say it's scorched earth, but just keeping it alive, because this is like some umbrella shit. This is like they're going to try to test it to make it seem like it's a weapon. We're trying to weaponize it, I bet, somehow. That's what fucking does. I want an SCP that's like a cat in the hat, like a fucking espionage ninja. Munchkins and wreaks havoc. I can see the SCP Foundation. Anyways, all right, so let's talk about the description. We gotta figure out what the hell is this thing. So let's just this report Russian government to end Russian government. I don't know. We have some Russian viewers. Just know I love you because you watch me and you know you're a fan of me, but I don't trust any more. I probably don't trust your dad or your mom. Just want to put that out there. I will say the comment like the Russian flag with the hammer and sickle is tight. That's all I'm gonna give you. And the large communist paintings are sweet too. That's it. And the Art Deco is very, very cool. And also we have a lot of good directors. The guy who made Stalker. And you have a very cool accent. I'm getting off topic here. These reports consisted primarily of disappearances of farmers in the region not considered until the local police, followed by the regional police, and finally a government dispatched agent all failed to report within 72 hours. Oh, they're saying they didn't give a fuck about the farmers dying, they didn't give a fuck about the local police dying, but it's when the regional police and the government were dispatched and they all failed to come back, that's when they're like, oh, okay, comrade, I need to figure out what we're doing here. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area and quickly withdrew, at which point the Foundation was contacted to investigate. How many innocent lives, dude? It's fucking Stalingrad all over again. My god. The Area 610 effects is close to Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. Ooh, if you know me, dude, my dick gets hard over Siberia. Serbian film? How many times do I have to say Serbian film before people start taking that shit seriously? Okay? Good film. Fucking watch it. Containment parameters are marked with blue surrounding these infection areas, and as a part of the present, no further locations have been identified. Incursions into the perimeter must be reported prior to conducting, confirmed during exploration, and debriefed on immediately following return. Areas of known infection are marked on a map provided to us here. Click that map, please. Let me see the map here. Yeah, I guess it's just that little area. I mean, I don't know Siberia, so this could be anything. How do I know this isn't just Risk? How do I know this isn't Sid Meier's fucking personal journal for civilization? Get me out of here. Hurry, click. Get out of there. Yeah, hurry! I don't like about SCP stuff is they always talk about this like, oh, as soon as you get back, you get a little beef. You know what I mean? Did I not go into a fucking area infested with all kinds of shit? Can I not just get a quick 10 to myself? It's always like, debriefed on immediately following return. God damn, dude. 610 appears to be a contagious skin disease at first. The symptoms include rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Cabin fever. My mind immediately goes to the cabin fever scene with the girl in the bathtub when she's shaving her legs. The sound effect they used for that made me gag. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form in the chest and arm areas, spreading to the legs and back with an additional hour, consuming the victim completely within 5 hours. Exposure to high temperatures vastly decreases the time for the contagion to spread and complete. Infections have been reported occurring in as little as 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. So they're sitting there saying that if you're in a hot area, or like if you're in, let's God forbid you get this fucking infection in a sauna, your ass is done. But it also kind of insinuates too that if you were cold, it would be slower, which is kind of interesting too. What I like here though is the symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form in the chest and arm areas. I'd be curious if it starts in your face at all, and if there could be a thing where it's like, you know, when heavy drinkers, if there's like a heavy drinker, usually they have like rosy cheeks, or you start to get some of those like not varicose veins. It's just like, I don't know what they're called, but they're like little red veins in your cheeks. I imagine that it starts off. This is not what we stood for. Oh, this is, you know, I have a problem here. Just like little subtle blemishes. I don't know. After completion of the infection occurs, the victim's life functions will cease for approximately 3 minutes, after which they will restart at 2 to 3 times the activity rate of a normal human. Okay, so they're basically turning into a fucking zombie. I don't know if I like that. Can I say that? Is that too rude? It's just the idea of dying and then you come back. It's just the zombie thing. I lived through all of the zombie craze of the early 2000s. Let me tell you, that shit was like, you couldn't fucking escape zombies, dude. Following this, the scar tissue on the victims will start to move on its own accord and grow at a rapid rate. Whew. That. Normal human features start to disappear at this point under the infection, and the path of mutation appears to be largely random. Subjects observed in the stage of infection have been reported as growing 3 or more limbs of type, such as arms or legs. The head may become misshapen and elongate or widen, and parts of the subject may be split open, and additional branches of flesh will grow.
Yeah, how do you
the duration of the stage of infection is unknown, and not all subjects appear to progress in later stages. What I like about this is that you basically become a fetal alcohol syndrome baby with an elongated head, and then I like the idea of you growing multiple arms and other kind of appendages, and also just more flesh, just a nice flabby flesh. You ever see a guy who's lost, which don't be looking at me, all right? You ever see a guy who's lost like 150 pounds and he just has like a big flab of flesh? Like his skin is just obviously stretched and now
now it's just skin that's hanging. To see that multiply is really interesting, especially with, you know, and not that the aspect of growing multiple appendages is really unique, but it's always a fun visual. It's hard to starting in the body horror with just bones crackling and skin stretching and slimy kind of goodness and all kinds of flesh folds over each other. Visually, I'm in heaven. Right? Under unknown conditions, an infected individual will cease moving and place itself in a location it deems suitable where it roots itself. Most of us, you want to fucking... What are you doing there, huh?
They're like, it's different, it's mushrooms.
Fuck out.
It's fungi.
The fleshy growth on the victim will then begin to spread itself across all surrounding objects and consume them. Such objects do not spread the infection as living creatures do. However, and the effect of a prolonged contact with these objects is recorded later in this document, it is assumed that this behavior is to create an area hospitable to continued growth of the other infected. Ooh. So 610 basically becomes a cesspool for growth to other infected people. That's a lot of thing, because it seems like everything... So, I appreciate you guys for considering it. Please be sure to check the link in the description for that link as well. And we appreciate you for checking that out. I'm so bored. I wish I knew what to do. What the hell is that? Sounds like Irish folk music.
Players will rise again.
Feel the hatred of 10,000 years.
Oh, there's never any rainbows in these parts of the world. Oh my god, a pot of gold. That must mean there's leprechauns around here. Oh my god, Mr. Leprechaun, now that I found your gold, do I get to keep the pot of gold?
No. To keep this pot of gold, you have to review all of the Leprechaun films.
The horror films from the, like what, the 90s and early 2000s?
Yes, the ones with Warwick Davis. Warwick Davis. But it must be an honest review. No tricks.
I don't know how I would trick you with it. I mean, yeah, I'll give you an honest review of the Leprechaun movies, but just to be sure, I'm gonna watch these movies, I'm gonna get this gold, right?
Well.
Alright, yeah, I'll do it. I had nothing else better to do today, so fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it. Whatever. Okay, once again, here we are reviewing another horror franchise. This time, it's Warwick Davis's Leprechaun. I think there's different directors each time, so whatever. All we know is that Warwick Davis is the most important one of them.
My mic
There's
is not off.
Leprechaun films. Leprechaun 1, Leprechaun 2, Leprechaun 3,
Just
Leprechaun
like
4,
barely
In
talking.
Space, Leprechaun 5, In the Hood, Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood. I did name them, okay? That's what happened.
Wait, before we go any further, I just want to thank today's beautiful partners at GamerSupps.
Now, GamerSupps has been a long-standing partner with this channel, and for good reason. Tasty beverages. It gets you hyped up. Zero sugar, keto-friendly, with a big, beautiful anime girl on shakers. Oh my god. And the delicious flavors that go inside make GamerSupps a goddamn must. Right now, February 7th through February 9th, you get 22% off when you use promo code at checkout. You get the deals. You get the discounts.
My
and also,
mic
if you want
is
to
not
sign up, you
muted.
get some free flavors. You get to do a little trial period. And if you don't like it, then you say no. But here's the thing. As soon as you try it, you're going to be hooked and so in love with GamerSupps, I swear you're going to become crawling back. And the best thing about it, too, is they have many non-caffeinated options. So in case you don't want to go too hard, drink too much caffeine, have your heart go boom, you can just have nice, tasty, non-caffeinated beverage. It's nice. You know what? It's good and good for you. So I just wanted to say thank you, GamerSupps, for being an amazing partner. And like I said, February 7th through February 9th, use promo code COPMEAT to get 22% off your order. Thank you so much, GamerSupps, for partnering with us. And back to the video. We're just going to go in numerical order as we always do. Watch it from beginning to end. So let's start off with Leprechaun 1.
Ready to plunder.
Leprechaun 1. The beginning of a franchise. It's always so exciting. This one, beginning in 1993, was made with a budget of $1 million, and it made around $8.6 million. This is why hell starts. These are why mediocre things rise to the top. But I will be honest, out of all the horror franchises we've seen, this is the first one. Well, I guess you could say Final Destination kind of is a bit campy and a bit humorous. I feel like from the beginning, Leprechaun was trying to be more horror and comedy, but it was definitely a mixture. Like, they wanted to do horror comedy, and then obviously they turned up the schlock way more. So these do, in a way, they are funny, but still bad horror films. It's a good and bad. Sweet and sour is how I describe these. Which the first movie, it falls perfectly into this category because one, you have Warwick Davis. I mean, God,
Never let your guard down.
Willow, hello, he's Willow. Also, in this movie, it's Jennifer Aniston's first movie ever. So that's why usually whenever you look this up, Jennifer Aniston is the biggest person on the poster, and usually there is no Warwick Davis to be seen. Because in all of these movies, you're gonna find is Warwick Davis the majority. Absolute highlight of all of these movies. His performance always sings through. Which, without further ado, let's talk about Leprechaun 1. Which Leprechaun 1 starts off pretty funny, with an older Irish man who kind of comes home shit-faced drunk. Feels very stereotypical. It almost feels borderline racist towards Irish people, if I'm being completely honest. And it's two extremely thick, accented Irish people.
A leprechaun. I caught him, made him show me where his gold. What a sight!
Living in North Dakota? I just don't know why they're there. I mean, like, obviously people can...
Nightmares are never forgotten.
But this man named O'Grady stole leprechaun gold. He's rich as shit. And uh-oh, the leprechaun comes back and he's pissed. Pushes his wife. Actually, you know what? He doesn't even push his wife. There's one thing that we're gonna find out. The leprechaun really doesn't, like, kill people. People kind of just die of different ways. Isn't that the weirdest thing? He's supposed to be like a Michael Myers or a Jason Voorhees or something like that, but he's just kind of there. He just rhymes. And people, like, in this case, O'Grady's wife, she and trips and falls down.
Where's my
and then even O'Grady,
crystals at, man?
O'Grady traps Leprechaun in his basement by putting a 4-leaf clover on a box, which I thought 4-leaf clover, I didn't know. Is that a part of Leprechaun tradition? Or 4-leaf clovers like bad for them? I thought that they liked 4-leaf clovers.
Just bring me good luck.
Yeah. So
I grow
in this movie, though,
impatient.
the Leprechauns, they don't like 4-leaf clovers. Warwick Davis does not like 4-leaf clovers. That's actually in his contract why he's like, I don't want it. Is that what Warwick Davis sounds like? Much like a crucifix to a vampire, this is how this exact same effect a 4-leaf clover has on a leprechaun. He traps the leprechaun in the basement in a wooden box.
I grow
He's gonna burn down
impatient.
the house. He takes his wife out there, drags her back out, and before he can light the match, he has a stroke and is presumably dead.
What
so
the
once again,
fuck?
the leprechaun doesn't even kill him, and then the leprechaun
I'm
is just like,
stupid.
I'll get out of here one day. And then we do a 10-year
Time
and
grows
then we see
short.
Jennifer Aniston and her dad driving in. I guess they're moving to this farmhouse. Oh, it's their farmhouse for the summer. Moving to the farmhouse for the summer, and Jennifer Aniston's role in this is pretty unsettling.
Feel devastation. I grow impatient.
City kid, and she just keeps talking about how boring it is. Until she sees like a very apparent 35-year-old man helping paint the house, and then her pussy gets all wet, and she's just like, "Oh, actually, I like it out here." But it's I think the guy is supposed to be in his early 20s. He looks so old. And then our other cast of characters is a large Down syndrome-ridden man named Ozzy and his like Macaulay Culkin wannabe brother Alex. They're all siblings. Which the 35-year-old Giga Chad guy.
Where's my fucking crystals
the
at,
dim-witted
bro?
man Ozzy and the Macaulay Culkin wannabe Alex.
Alex is his brother, and Ozzy's a friend.
Whatever. Who gives a shit? Doesn't matter. One of them is wearing like a fucking Dr. Seuss shirt, and he's
What?
walking around and he's like, "Oh, I don't know. What are we doing?" Paint falls on his fucking head. All of a sudden, Ozzy walks in the house and he hears a little girl
The
because Warwick
fuck?
Davis got woken up from Jennifer Aniston trying to suck this guy's cock.
So the guy's just
He
hacking?
gets spooked, runs out of there. Ozzy comes down because he thinks he hears a little girl, wipes off the 4-leaf clover that's been sitting there for 10
The
years
fuck?
in this cobweb-ridden basement. And here we go. Warwick Davis comes out
I
and
grow
starts rhyming.
impatient.
And that was kind of a
So
precursor
he's
to
just
shit on that.
hacking?
There's going to be a lot of rhyming in these movies. I didn't really understand that either. Do leprechauns rhyme a lot? Does that show that something's more whimsical or fantastical if they rhyme? I guess that's true. Like a Dr. Seuss book is supposed to be kind of whimsical, right? But needless to say, Ozzy freaks out, but because he's like borderline fucking...
This stupid fucking car.
Now this whole rest of this movie, I really cannot paraphrase this enough, is minor inconveniences happening until we crescendo to the end, which is supposed to be like a slasher. It's kind of the pacing of it. Usually in a Friday the 13th, you have all the annoying characters building up.
What
and
a
they're all stuck
stupid
in
fucking
they're all
card.
joking around, and then Jason kind of picks them off.
I will never pick that shit again. Holy shit, that's terrible.
He scratches Jennifer Aniston's leg, he bites the dad's hand, I think he tries biting Ozzy's ear. Or he kills a pawn shop guy. Or no, it's not even a pawn shop guy, it's an antique.
For some reason, I thought that I was gonna
They
shuffle
find
my
some
hand
gold
in
there.
my deck
Ozzy
and
eats one of the
fucking
gold coins,
reorder.
and then the rest of them are like, "Oh, here's this coin.
Okay.
I bet it's worth a lot because it's old." Because they find a sack of gold coins. in an
Where are my
abandoned truck,
fucking
which I'm
crystals
guessing
at,
is supposed to
bro?
be
Come
O'Grady's,
on
because there's
now.
a rainbow, and he's like, we gotta go stick it to the rainbow. So then they bring the coins into town, and then for some reason there's just an antique coin dealer conveniently in this town, and he dies. He's the only one who dies in the film, I'm pretty sure. Moral of the story is, though, the rest of it is like they give Warwick Davis a tiny little cart, like a little crazy cart in a barn. He rides into town on a tricycle. Definitely fast forward the footage, which is really embarrassing. He gets pulled over by the police for speeding. The officer gets chased by the leprechaun into the woods, eventually getting killed. Okay, so the cop does die. But none of the main cast dies. And then moral of the story is they keep going like back and forth at the house. They keep having these like weird back and forth. And the movie kind of just ends with Ozzy gonna be like, that's it, I'm gonna kill myself. He wants me. Because he ate the gold coin, but that doesn't really happen. It takes a four-leaf clover and shoves it into the leprechaun's mouth and he explodes, or he melts into a skeleton. And you're like, oh, thank God. And then they have to do the trope where the guy comes back. So the leprechaun comes back, except now he's just a gooey skeleton. And then they just like push him down the well and blow it up with gasoline. And you're like, we did it! We beat the leprechaun! And then once again, of course, they have to do the cliche of, oh, but wait.
Curse this well that me soul shall dwell, till I find me magic that breaks me spell.
No, he's gonna get his gold.
Demons.
Leprechaun 1.
Demons.
Which, you know, okay. Look at this.
What did you think of my movie, Leprechaun 1?
I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. It was like extremely mediocre. I actually feel bad saying that too, because all in all, it was fine. It's like a fun, schlocky kind of movie.
Oh, you hurt
I
me
grow
feelings.
impatient.
Okay, I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at right here. Okay, is that? Oh, there he goes. He's just crawling down. He is very short.
Time grows short.
Sorry, but at the same time, I have to get this pot of gold. I have to get the gold. So I'm reviewing these honestly. So you know, I mean, all in all, though, for a first movie, I kind of wish there was just more depth.
They had the funny scene where he polishes the shoes.
Oh yeah, there's a part. Yeah, he throws all the shoes out. He polishes them because apparently that's like. I think that should
It doesn't really matter because I don't really like. I could have killed that shit.
Tropes.
Like I made a minor misfoot, but I don't want him to rat.
These are fucking air
I don't want him to
models.
rat
Don't
my
need to be
shit.
polished. He's like trying to
Right?
polish my shoe. Get out of here! God, this fucking guy. This is terrible. This is horrible so far. We have 5 more of these, by the way. Which I will say for a slasher
He has
film,
2
they did something that I
rats
was
in
very
his
stoked
deck.
on, and they didn't show any boobies. Usually in
2
these
rats,
films,
2
there's just, you gotta sell
brawls,
tickets, you know, to kids, 13-year-old
2
boys, 14-year-old boys who
Yamato.
love seeing kids, all that kind of stuff. There wasn't one.
Playing Tonto. Like,
Leprechaun 1.
I came back too late to play right. Came back too late in the turn to play what I should have played. Not this early, but like, doesn't matter really. Like
You're gonna watch Leprechaun 2.
Yeah. That's what I said that already. What the fuck?
I hope you enjoy it.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Leprechaun 2,
killed my
1994, which is just a year after. Same kind of budget. They got 1.5 million, so they got a little
So-
raise because, you know, the first movie did make a profit, but this time the profit,
doesn't
2.3, not
really
even a million
matter.
in profit. Usually that takes a while. By the 4th movie, we see these kind of profits, but already it just
we're
doesn't,
both
whatever.
like
Which I think
playing
this one was
control
still
decks, so
in theaters
like
too, which is the last one to get a theatrical release, which, you know, what do you do? This one starts off and it's like 1,000 years ago. It's like medieval times, so the leprechaun has a slave, and basically him and the slave are homies, and he goes over and they start peeping this chick, and we find out very quickly that this movie is centered around leprechauns trying to get some pussy. In all honesty, I hate to say it, but that's just what it is. That Dims is the. We know what that dirty dog wants.
I know it once.
Okay. I don't. It feels just gross. I'm not even gonna look back over here because that just feels gross. I hate that he's just looking. Look just somewhere else. It's just so distracting. I'm sorry. Basically, this girl turns out to be his slave's daughter, and he's like, no. And if she
this matchup doesn't really matter because I already have the advantage. So
and it like breaks the curse. It's not the flow of that feels very odd. And essentially, he's like, oh well.
if he was playing like Death Rattle, Taunt, Warrior, then it would maybe matter, but like,
the women throughout the 1,000 years
no.
until the one we land on now. Our main characters in this one are Cody, is creepy weird boss Morty, who is the guy from Seinfeld where he offers him the pen in the retirement home.
Do me a personal favor.
I'm not
Take the
Are you sure? Love that guy. And Bridget, which Bridget's performance in this, I'm not gonna lie, she's not a very good actor. Alright, just gonna put that out there now. Cody works for like a haunted tours thing in LA, scams people. Gambler, drunk, degenerate as well. then Bridget gets mad because Cody won't take off work even though he's like stressed about money or something. And then she goes off with a guy named Ian who works at a go-kart track, which
This game is fucking stupid, bro. I destroyed it with Reborn.
So now Cody's all bummed.
I destroyed it with Reborn. Why does it not come back with Reborn? This game is fucking retarded. It hardly functions.
Leprechaun steps out and he's like barraging a drunk homeless man for drinking Canadian whiskey. But I will say, I like the fog, big fun light. And he does rip off the homeless man's golden tooth. So you know, a little more violence right away than the first movie, which is why I like to. I will say though that when they rip out his tooth, like I don't think they put all the tooth properly, so like, ripped out his tooth to reveal his actual tooth underneath. It's just kind of shitty and funny, but you know, what do you do? But now Leprechaun is out to hunt for Bridget because Bridget is the descendant of his servant's or slave's daughter. So as he's going around, Ian drops Bridget off, but he's mad because he's like, "What are you, a fucking tease? I took off work for you." And she's like, "Dude, you work at a go-kart track. I mean, you're not the fucking CEO of some business or something. Calm down."
He bought her 2 chili dogs.
He did say that, and he put in there, he's like, "I bought you a fucking chili dog."
And what about those chili dogs?
Like she's Sonic the Hedgehog. Like that's supposed to be some big fucking perk for her. And she's like, "Cool, well, see ya." And he's like, "Oh, fucking bitch." And this is where we get to also see that the leprechaun, he mimics Bridget's voice, and you see her in the garage.
Bridget?
And I think that the actor didn't want to show her actual tits, so she takes off her shirt, but it cuts, and it's just like someone else's neck and chest. But they did immediately be like, we gotta have some tits. I bet you anything, whoever made these films were like, you gotta throw some tits in there. For real. We're losing people. Way more profit if we just had some tits. But needless to say, it is kind of cool because the guy's like, "Oh, boobies," and his face is getting close to the boobs, and then it cuts to reality where actually it's like a giant lawnmower with 2 blades that cuts up his face. So that's fun. But the problem with this though too is that you don't get to see any of the brutal kills, which is like kind of some of the fun parts, right? You know, it's like what makes it fun with like Michael Myers or like Jason Voorhees, like Jason like smashing those girls in the sleeping bag, whatever. It's like obvious. I don't know. It's just you kind of want to see some of that shit because it makes it brutal, right? Kevin Bacon getting stabbed in the neck. Looks cool. Kristen Glover getting an axe in his head. I'm not gonna keep talking about Friday the 13th. It's a good film series, or it's it's all right, but everything's always off screen, and then Warwick Davis has to rhyme a little bit. And he's like, "Ugh."
She sneezes once. She sneezes twice. She'll be me bride when she sneezes thrice.
Which, thank God, Cody shows up and he has some flowers for Bridget. And he's like, "Listen, baby, I'm sorry I have to work that 9 to 5. Will you forgive this little hound dog?" She's like, "All right, fine." Leprechaun shows up, starts making her sneeze, sneezes once. He's like, "What the heck, are you allergic to these?" She's like, "No, come on." Go in the kitchen. Uh-oh, sneezes again. And then the 3rd time she sneezes, Cody's like, "God bless you." And then the leprechaun like wraps a telephone cord around his throat. He starts strangling. God bless you. So I was like, what the fuck? I thought that was pretty cool to stop her from saying it. So now they're married. Cody throws like a cast iron fire poker at him, and the leprechaun catches it, and it burns his hand. So now we're being introduced to more lore that I guess leprechauns, they can't be touched by cast iron. It makes them weak. But needless to say, they teleport away like fucking Goku. Instant transmissions away. We show up to the leprechaun's hut in like a cave where like it gets kind of like a bit graphic for a second. I mean, like he like straps the girl down and he like starts cutting off her clothes and rubbing her belly, and then you're like, where is this going? This feels so smutty. But thankfully it stops. But he does say some shit like, "I'm gonna put a leprechaun baby in ya."
Didn't I mention you'll be bearing the wee one soon?
And I'm gonna cut up your face or something like that. I'm gonna cut up your face and put leprechaun goo inside you and have you grow a nice leprechaun baby. And she starts screaming. We cut back to Cody. He's talking to his fucking drunk ass boss about how leprechauns are real, and he's like, "Yeah, on my dead body." Until like immediately the leprechaun comes back and introduces himself, where Davis just jumps into scene. They have no real way of like adding special effects, so he kind of just always hops from off screen into screen, and he's like, "But leprechauns are real," and they get attacked. And now Morty and Cody are having to be Morty and put Morty out. It's just like it's so hard to
bitch ass,
all that kind of stuff.
Warshop,
they start going around,
Warshack,
freaking out,
YouTuber.
and then they decide to hide in a bar.
You're watching
Cody goes
who
into a
fucking
bathroom
loaned
and they
you
do,
that
like,
deck?
a weird gag where he thinks the leprechaun's coming in.
Bro.
It's just a little person, but it's the actor
You're
who's
fucked.
in Bad Santa and also
You're
Meet
fucked,
Myself
bro.
and Irene. Which let me divert for a second and Meet Myself and Irene. At the beginning of the movie, Jim Carrey's character is like,
Wait,
"Would you be with me if I was
unsub
broke?"
from
She's like,
Warshack?
"Of course I will. Of course." course.
But
And he's like,
watching
even if we
Rorschach?
lived in Antarctica and all we could do is eat whale
That
blubber.
guy's a
She's like,
fucking
"Of course."
piece of
And then
shit.
later on in the
He don't
movie,
care
she
about
meets
you.
him for this like black little person, this character who's like this marine biologist, like the super smart guy. And as he's getting, I know this is just stay with me for a second.
Give you a
as
dog
he's
shit deck.
driving away, or like she's
Putting
leaving
a
him,
dog
and he's like,
shit
"But
deck
you
for
said that you'd
Rorschach."
eat whale blubber for me," and then. And then the actor does, "Oh, she'll be eating whale blubber, all right, right after I free Willie." And they do like one of the grossest kisses on camera. I remember me and my family used to I used to cry laughing at that when I was younger. Holy shit. Anyways, he's in it, and he does a creepy ass smile. Good stuff. He leaves the bathroom, and Morty's not even looking at Cody. And we get like it's way too long to take. Way too long. He's like, what the hell's your problem, Morty? What the hell's going on? And he takes forever, and he's like looking over, and he just isn't telling Cody what's up, and he just says, "He's here." Which I get it, it's St. Patrick's Day. There's other little people in the bar, so you assume, oh, who knows. But he looks like a demon. He looks like a demon. He has like long-ass, sharp fingernails. And then they get over on him because earlier on in the film in the bar, this bartender had a non-alcoholic version of something for him. So Morty knows that he can beat him in a drinking competition. And Warwick Davis does get fucking smashed. And like all his little friends leave as well, even though they're chanting with him. I don't know if that's supposed to be offensive or not. I can't tell. It's a Freaks reference? What's Freaks?
Is he supposed to kill Jaden?
Sideshow thing, they say.
I'm
One of
2
us.
turns ahead of you, buddy. And I have board advantage. Oh, I still have
Are you
my
making that up, Nick?
ceaseless.
That feels
That's
horrible.
crazy.
That reference I didn't register that reference at all, so I apologize. But he outdrinks him, and then Morty was like basically just bullying the shit out of this leprechaun. The leprechaun escapes after this, and then he ends up in an espresso bar. And then here's another reference. We have the guy from Mad TV who played Stewart. Remember that? Oh, Stewart. He's like, I don't want to. Remember that? No, well, that happened. It's the same guy. Harry remembers that. I see him in there. It was the same guy from the first Austin Powers movie who gets smashed by the thing. They're like, move! And he does, no! Whatever. He's in it. I think his name was something McDonald. Tom McDonald, I think was his name. Michael McDonald, who's a popular artist as something McDonald as well. It's like an artist. It's like a musician. It only was Michael McDonald. It doesn't fucking matter. But he does like this scene, and he has the guy's skin bubble. It's supposed to be gruesome, but it just looks kind of cheap and stupid. And there's so much like intentional comedy and then unintentional comedy from cringe and then horror. You never really know what the fuck you're supposed to feel at any given time, so you kind of just revert to everything.
Oh,
Schlocky and funny.
wow.
So it makes a lot of the moments where you're like supposed to be like, oh, this is creepy.
Oh,
Kind of makes it feel flat
wow.
a bit. They go to the go-kart track because Cody knows that there's like a cast iron safe. They're like, we're gonna trap the leprechaun in the safe, and they do so. They open the door, and the leprechaun runs in. He's like, oh, let me out. It's painful in here. It's cast iron, right? But then Morty locks Cody in a room because he wants to get the because whenever you catch a leprechaun, which I've heard this before, you catch a leprechaun, you get 3 wishes. And the first thing Morty wishes for is gold. But then the gold grows inside of him. It looks really fucking weird, but it's because it's supposed to be his actual pot of gold, but it just looks really
So
weird.
you have
for
no death
practical effects,
rattles.
whatever, it's kind of
One
funny, but
reborn.
it just looks so stupid. Morty's like, you gotta get this shit out of me. I wish for you to get it out. And he's like, oh, here, you have to let me go. And then he basically says, I wish for you to be free of the cast iron safe. And then he cuts it out of him by, of course, the gold just like burst out of his stomach, so Morty dies. Cody gets out of the closet from the go-kart track, but then he gets arrested by a security guard walking the grounds who's just like, how many people have you killed today, you fucking freak? Because people think that he's the person who's been killing people. Wouldn't you know, because they're at the go-kart track, here comes Warwick Davis and a fucking obnoxious-ass Mario Kart-looking fucking thing. He like hits and kills the security officer, but then you find out that the leprechaun can't kill Cody because he has one of his coins and it makes him invincible to the leprechaun's attacks. So that's when he goes to his lair. And from there he finds out, you know, the leprechaun's lair is at Houdini's old house. Apparently that's, you know, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Walks to the deal, try to find Bridget. He fights a skeleton that used to be the servant. They keep trying to escape this cave, but they keep just going down the same tunnel and coming out, and they're like, we're stuck! It's like, yeah, dude, it's one tunnel. Where the fuck do you think this thing is gonna go? Bridget tries to act like she wants to suck and fuck the leprechaun. He gets all horned up and she tries to stab him,
ahead
but
of
it doesn't
you.
work. There's a rock that looks like a mushroom. Like, it looks so fake, and we've been seeing it in the movie the whole time. And finally it's revealed that that's where he's gonna blow out of. I'm pretty sure you see wires in all these movies where he's flying around. You just see the wires, because I don't think these movies were ever meant to be viewed outside of a 720p.
You have one
which,
brawl
once
and one
again,
hydration station.
Leprechaun pretends to be Bridget, is able to get the coin, but it ends up being a fake coin. It's like a chocolate
That could
coin, I'm pretty sure.
possibly
So it's a
benefit
ruse, and then Cody stabs him with cast iron steak, and then the leprechaun once again explodes. Where I'm finding it, this is going to be an ongoing theme. Which the ending of this movie makes me so frustrated. Is whenever they leave, Cody just flicks the gold coin that like the leprechaun had just right outside the door, and it's like it's supposed to be something where he's not focused on money anymore, but at the same time, it's like you just got done killing a fucking demon. I'm pretty sure it's definitely going to come back. Hey, let's just leave the gold coin that gave you any kind of defense right outside of his lair. Whatever. But this time we don't see if there's going to, he doesn't say like, ooh, there's no last little leprechaun thing. So is he officially dead in this movie? I doubt it because there's 4 more.
There's definitely more. It's gonna take a lot more to kill me.
Okay, well, his voice changed a little bit. And there he goes, slowly crawling down. Your movie wasn't too bad, buddy. Thanks. I don't know if I liked 2 more than I liked 1, if I'm being honest. I can't tell. So far, that was terrible. That was Morty. As much as I like that actor as the guy from Seinfeld, he was the terrible character. Warwick Davis really did not do anything. We saw some wires and he exploded again. I don't think Leprechaun 2 is overshadowing Leprechaun 1 at this point. So. Well, that's what all these movies are just like, and we're done. As soon as Warwick Davis explodes, they're just like, and we're done. No more resolution. Yep, we're done. Bye-bye. Done. See you later. That's what it feels like every time. All right, thanks. Bye. When they're done, they're done. Anyway, moving on to Leprechaun 3.
It's a fucking bot. He just immediately.
Leprechaun 3. The budget's 1.2 million. We don't know the box office or anything because this was the first one where we're like, these are no longer. We're not gonna put these in theaters anymore. Straight to TV, direct to video with these. All right. I think Leprechaun 3 when I was a kid. This was the first cover I saw on a VHS when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure. There's a little soft spot in my heart for this. And I will say this one is definitely an improvement. This is when it starts finding its groove. It's like they're funny in an intentional way and like it gets kind of cartoony. And I think the cartoony elements actually help a horror movie about a leprechaun. Who would have thought? So this movie is all about the leprechaun is now in a pawn shop. He's like a statue in a pawn shop in Las Vegas. And there's an amulet around his neck, but the amulet gets taken off and the leprechaun is free. And he's tussling with this fucking pawn shop owner forever. Also, the pawn shop's owner's name is Gupta. Does that feel a bit? Who wrote this? Written by David DeBow. It's an Indian pawn shop owner named Gupta. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay? He's like beating the shit out of this pawn shop owner the whole time as the pawn shop owner is trying to get his pot of gold. And as they're tussling, like one of the gold coins rolls off, and of course that's going to be found by somebody later. We also get this time there's like Gupta has a program on his computer that talks about Irish folklore and kind of tells you more about it. I wonder if it's because of the complaint of people being like, what the fuck are the rules to this fucking thing? In this one too, the big emphasis is if you hold a gold coin, you get a 1 wish. So there's no longer 3. It's if you're holding the gold coin, you get to have 1 wish. I would say the movie really starts though when we get introduced to our innocent and I don't know how I feel about this guy. His name's Scott, and he's like a hapless, new, kind of like fish out of water, super innocent guy who goes to Vegas with a shit ton of money. He's moving for like a job, and he picks up a girl named Tammy who she's getting a job at the Shamrock Casino, which you can tell that they did not have a lot of budget for this because let me tell you, the casinos they used in this movie for their actual sets, the casino doesn't even have an actual sign. They printed off a fucking banner and just hung it up on the outside of the building, on the outside of the abandoned building that they rented for 3 days to film this movie. And they have one neon sign that says like casino or open. It's like the smallest like little neon sign. She wants to be a magician or like a magician's assistant, and she warns Scotty, don't be gambling any money. And what does Scotty do? He immediately gambles all of his money, like over $20,000 worth of money, his tuition money for college. Gambles it all immediately on roulette of all games, okay? Not even like blackjack or something. You have more of a chance. I mean, like obviously the casino's gonna win either way, but my God, roulette, holy shit. He freaks out. He talks to the woman running the table named Loretta, who we find out in this movie that she's like a washed up old hag. She's like, oh, I look so old and I'm unattractive, but she looks fine. They just put like a wig on her. They're like, look how old she is. Ew. But Loretta's like, well, if you aren't such a fucking pussy, you'll go and sell that stupid ass watch of yours. And he's like, but my grandpa gave me this. It's his World War II watch. It's priceless. And he's like, the biggest mistake a gambler can make is walking away from the table right when he's about to hit big. So he walks across the street to the pawn shop where the leprechaun's at. Who knows where the fuck Goop is at? They're having a tussle in the back. The leprechaun's counting his gold coins, but Scotty finds one of elbow. And as he's holding it, he says, I wish I was on a winning streak. And sure enough, he shows back up the Shamrock Casino, and he is winning big time. He's moving his chips around, and they're moving on their own with some kind of leprechaun magic. And finally, there's something that shows some leprechaun magic. I'll say that. There's something that can at least show that this leprechaun does some kind of magic besides being able to do a woman's voice pretty good. Because that's all, and make go-karts. You know what I mean?
That's right, us leprechauns have tons of magic.
There's going to be a new leprechaun for every one of these movies, isn't there? Where did you even... You are ugly. He's so... Look at him. You're breathing so heavily, too. You have a CPAP machine?
I have sleep apnea.
I bet you do. You also look like you have rickets. I just found out what rickets were because I was noticing in these movies that Warwick Davis's legs are bowed. Didn't know that's what rickets was. Had no idea. Hey, you learn a little something new every day, don't you, little guy?
Don't call me that.
Okay. But I think Loretta begins to notice that, like, the kid has, like, a magical abilities. There's a pit boss named Mitch. There's, like, a weird dichotomy between Mitch, this magician that Tammy's working for named Fazio, and Loretta. So Loretta's like, hey, that kid, he has a magical ability because Mitch is like, you know, this guy just won big. We're going to give you a free room because he's going to gamble all the way to tomorrow. Sure. Fazio, while Scott's taking a break, shows up to his room and just, like, kicks the shit out of Scott for a second and throws a smoke pellet and leaves and takes his coin. And Scott's like, what the hell's going on? I got mugged. So the leprechaun immediately shows up after that and bites him and runs off. And this is where actually something pretty sweet is. Scott begins to turn into a leprechaun, like, werewolf thing. I like that. You get bit by a leprechaun, you turn into a leprechaun. Those are just easy monster rules. Get bit by a zombie, turn into a zombie, werewolf, you know, come on. It's good. Which Fazio takes the gold coin. He wishes to be the best magician. He starts doing pretty good. Or wait, no, wait, sorry. So Loretta takes the coin from Fazio, who stole the coin initially. But Loretta takes it from Fazio. But Mitch, the casino boss, takes it from Loretta. Basically, he wishes for some pussy. Tammy's like, goes into a weird phase where she's like, ooh, I need you. And he's like, oh, baby, oh my God. They go up to his managerial suite, I guess. And it's like the trashiest looking room ever. No money went into the set at all, but he's like, oh God, baby, oh Jesus. And the leprechaun's doing like some funny, they're supposed to be funny fake commercials, which okay. But as he's like fucking Tammy, Loretta sneaks in and steals the coin, and because the coin is taken from him, it breaks his wish. So Tammy thinks he's like a creep, and she's like, what's going on here? This is fucked up. She's like, I quit, and runs off. He's like, oh, you're fired, fuck you. And then the leprechaun has a girl, crawls out of the TV like Ring, and he's like, oh God, once again, oh baby, Jesus Christ. And it's definitely you find out that it's a robot, and there's like a robot with like fake tits, like an ass and stuff. It's so stupid. But it electrocutes him to death. He gets his cock electrocuted and it kills him. It's kind of funny. Loretta wishes for beauty, to be hot again. And all that happens is she takes off her wig and she wears a dress. And now she's hot. So, you know. Which then Fazio comes in, steals the coin from Loretta, and because the coin's off of her, it breaks her curse, and then she starts to expand and explodes, but it looks like popcorn. There's no blood in the scene. It looks like it's all styrofoam, but it looks like she blows up into popcorn.
It's like fucking
Fazio
bugging
wishes
my
to be a really good
fucking dad.
magician. It begins to happen once again. His coin goes missing. Or no, the leprechaun shows up and he's like, oh, I know you have my coin. Leprechaun takes it back. It's killing fun. A lot of blood there. This entire time, Scotty keeps kind of like turning into leprechauns here and there, but we actually, when Scotty is transforming into a leprechaun, he actually puts on an Irish accent.
You're just that fucking lucky, right?
You're only bluffing.
So you're just that fucking lucky,
he's not even
right?
doing an Irish accent. Warwick Davis is just doing his normal British accent. It's just kind of weird. So then when Scott starts doing it, you're like, oh yeah. There has not been a single Irish accent this entire time. Scotty's transforming. He's showing some weird traits where he's just eating potatoes, basically. It's really nothing. After the leprechaun cuts him in half, the whole audience flees. And then there's a fight between Scotty and the leprechaun. And then Scotty burns the pot of gold, which in return, it burns the leprechaun. And he's just like swinging on a wire, burning to death. It transforms Scotty back to normal. Scotty and Tammy leave the casino, and Tammy like has the coin again, and she's gonna make a wish, but she once again just kind of like discards the coin. It's the exact same ending as the second movie. Like literally, it's the exact same ending, except Warwick Davis is swinging on a wire, screaming and burning on fire, which sounds funny and cool, but in practice, it looks pretty bad. But all in all, I will say this movie kind of ruled. I'm not gonna lie. It hits a lot of the fun marks. If it goes a little overtly cartoony, you have more of Warwick Davis. The only thing that was fucked up is that like there's a scene where Warwick Davis is on Fremont Street in Vegas, and there's people who are definitely just pointing and laughing at him because he's like in a leprechaun outfit. I just felt bad. I feel bad for him. But you know, he said time and time again that he's had problems with this. So I mean, I guess he probably doesn't give a shit. But I just remember being like, God damn, dude, really? What the fuck is going on? And he did, and Warwick Davis definitely did say this is his favorite one out of all of them. It's my favorite too. You're biased. This is your film, I think. I'm still confused. There's so many leprechauns in this house right now. I'm so confused. All in all, I like this one a lot. This is probably my favorite one so far. This one felt like it flowed the fastest too. Like I was more engaged. It had some really crazy moments. Whatever. I enjoyed this one out of all of them. So far, 3 is a top 1 and 2. That's my ranking so far. Might change. I don't know. Especially as we get into the next one, which is Leprechaun 4 in space. Leprechaun 4. Leprechaun in Space.
You're a fucking cheater.
Which this one didn't come out till 1997, a 2-year gap. That's our largest one so far. Our last one was in 95, right? So now it's been a couple of years. You know, they come back, they give them a little more money, 1.6 million to make this little picture, right? But in this time, it got once again straight to video. All right, we're no more in the theater still. Just want to point that out there. And in this movie, it is the year 2096, and let me tell you, it's very optimistic by how far in technology we're going to be. In this one, once again, Leprechaun starts off. He wants a pussy. He's trying to do that kind of thing. He's getting ready to marry a space princess named Zarina, and she does agree to do it because Leprechaun's wealthy and the Leprechaun wants to be a king. While they're getting ready to fuck and do that kind of thing, they get disrupted by some off-brand Starship Troopers. The Leprechaun has a lightsaber fight with one of them. They have some nice tussles where they shoot 6 feet across from each other in a cave. One of them throws a grenade, and the Leprechaun hurt lockers himself and throws himself on top of it and explodes, and he dies. The Starship Troopers they're excited. One of them pisses on his body, and then, like almost like a rainforest parasite, the Leprechaun's soul travels up his urine and into his urethra. His dick, his cock. They go back to the ship to party in like the saddest looking club I've ever seen. It's so empty, and they make a big huss and fuss about the guy who had peed on the body. He's getting ready to have sex with this other whore on the spaceship. It's basically just 2 whores having a good time. What do you expect? They're all like, ooh, he's gonna have sex. Bleh. They go out there, and the Leprechaun re-manifests himself through his dick hole, crawls out, and kills that guy. So pretty fun way. Nice. That's a nice fun rebirth, right? It's like a different take on the Phoenix rising from the ashes. That's not too bad. I like it. Zarina, though, the princess, is held in this room. She's being observed by someone named Dr. Mittenhand, and it's like this really weird German scientist who has a robot body, and he keeps doing this on the camera. It's kind of a reveal, like the whole time he's always talking to you via a monitor, but this time when he rolls himself out, you're like, oh, he's a robot. But he's obsessed because Zarina has regenerative abilities. So his whole game is he's like, ooh, I'm going to use her regenerative abilities and remake my body because of this horrible experiment that went wrong. And people kind of keep poking fun at him with that. There is a part in the movie, I don't know which part it is, but I'm just going to say it now, where this creepy assistant of his, once again, does some stuff where it's like touching an unconscious person, blah, blah. It's just really creepy. And then the Dr. Mittenhand rolls up behind him and kind of catches him in the act. And I think it's supposed to be funny, but it's just really uncomfortable and odd. So, Leprechaun in space. Pretty sweet. From here, the Leprechaun is trying to find his bride, and he kind of just keeps picking off all the Starship Troopers in different ways. Like, there's one where they have hazmats on, and they're going into, like, this bacteria, flesh-eating virus room. It's like a sewer room, and the Leprechaun has a little hazmat suit on also, and he cuts a hole in there, but by the time that they pull the guy out, he's just skin and bone. He's a skeleton. Once again, you keep going, they keep attacking here and there. He throws somebody off. This girl's holding on for dear life on this, like, bridge, and she falls off and dies down there. The Leprechaun finds his bride, and he attacks Mittenhand, the robot guy, by injecting, like, scorpion and spider DNA into him, and it, like, causes him to fucking, like, spaz out. And by the time that the remaining crew finds Mittenhand, he's, like, out of his robot suit, so it's kind of assumed that he's transformed, you know what I mean? So they find out about that. Leprechaun walks around, he's like, I can't leave. He starts a self-destruct sequence on the ship. How the fuck would he know how to do that? It doesn't matter. And he's going around, he's like, I need me gold. I can't leave the ship without me gold. And they find it, and they shrunk his gold down to, like, be really tiny, to be, I guess, easier to transport or something. And he's like, oh, you shrunk me gold. And his wife is like, who gives a fuck about your gold? And he's like, fuck you, bitch, and smacks her. And she gets knocked unconscious, and then he grows himself with the growth ray. So now he flips it the other way, and it makes it big. So now he's looking around once again for the crew, and he's a big Leprechaun this time. Kind of fun. He's tiny, all the other movies. This time he's big. The other survivors go. They find Dr. Mittenhand, and they fight him. And I will say, Dr. Mittenhand, his, like, effects for that are pretty sweet. It's like a weird spider-scorpion thing. His acting is really fucking cringe, but it works in a weird way. But it looks great. It's a giant, nice costume. It's really fun. They kill him by liquid nitrogen, and they shoot him with a gun, so he blows up. Pretty fun. He does... part too where their captain, who has like a metalhead, does like a cross-dressing thing. There's a part where the guy's like, "Sir, you do look beautiful."
And I must say you look very nice. But tell me something. Where's the alien?
It's stupid. He dies though because apparently he's a robot or something. I don't fucking know. Basically, the ending of this movie is pretty much just like Alien. Basically, the thing is like they have the airlock, they open it, and the leprechaun Warwick Davis, who's like big, he's like, "No!" He gets sucked out into space and he warps. He just blows up in space, and they're like, "Ah, thank God we did that, and we stopped the self-destruct sequence. It's gonna be a-okay." And then a giant hand, his giant leprechaun hand, goes up to the window and it flips you off. And I thought that was kind of cute. All in all, this movie, once again, it's my favorite. It's just so stupid and fun. These movies, I don't know if it's just because I'm getting more delirious or if it's just that these are getting progressively more fun. Seeing a large Warwick Davis just walk around and they're doing like the same kind of practical effects shit they did with like Godzilla back in the day. Love it. Love it. It's too fun. I enjoyed it. Dr. Bittenhand was so cringy and over the top. Great character. It's about a space princess and Leprechaun wants to be a space king. They're just blatantly ripping off Starship Troopers. It's great. All in all, it's really fun. To me, this, I don't know how they can hit their stride anymore. This is just classic B, even C tier, schlocky horror that is just fun for everybody. I loved it. What's weird is where the fuck's the fourth leprechaun at? Oh, here he is. You're crawling over the back instead of the front, huh? I mean, I like the movie. You missed the whole thing. Did you like the movie? I just said I liked the movie.
Did you like Princess Zarina's titties?
No, I didn't. There's like that weird part where it's needless. She like flashes the screen and she's like, "Oh, here you go," and she's just flashing it. And they're definitely just doing that to obviously get some boobs in the film. But then one of the other doctors on the ship, she's like, "Oh, once you see that species of alien's breast, it means you're gonna die." And it's like, what a clever way of writing that. You know what? That was really fucking stupid in your movie I just praised.
I thought it was pretty cool.
Okay, you're a pervert. Is that it? Oh, there he's just crawling away. Okay. Gross little son of a bitch. I'm tired of seeing him. I still have to talk to 2 more leprechauns. Not only do I have to watch 2 more of these leprechaun movies, I have to talk to 2 more leprechauns. And I'm very upset about that. All right, next one up is Leprechaun 5 in the Hood. It's kind of, you know what's weird is that, why does that feel like a natural progression? You go to space and then you go to the hood. You would think that you would stay on Earth, you go to the hood, and then you go to space, but no. So Leprechaun 5 in the Hood coming up. Leprechaun 5 in the Hood, which I'm just gonna get this out. Who is Leprechaun 5 in the Hood? Come up here. Why do you look like this? By this point in time, I mean, how many more variations of a leprechaun can you do? Are you in pain? He's not even responding. He's just looking at me. Stop. Is this all this is gonna be? Thirsty for more! He's looking at me. Okay, go off and play with your friends. Oh, here comes the second one. Oh, because your Leprechaun 6 back to the hood. You guys are just gonna stand here? Nope, you're gonna leave? Okay. The interactions with these leprechauns is getting less and less creative, let me tell you that. Which Leprechaun Back in the Hood, or Leprechaun 5 in the Hood, it came out in the year 2000, so once again, a little more time. I will say, this is another one of those movie store covers that I saw when I was younger that actually scared me. I always thought Ice-T sitting in the throne was kind of scary, but I do remember Warwick Davis's like super detailed, crispy looking face. Kind of looks like there's like white cheddar fuzz all over him. It's very odd. But this whole movie is all about Ice-T. They're doing like a 70s Black Dynamite thing. He has like an afro. They're leaning a lot more into the comedy, at least in the beginning. They're in like the subways, or like a subway of some kind, and the leprechaun, we get the statue again, like from Leprechaun 3, and they take the amulet off, the leprechaun comes back to life even though they have their pot of gold, and they have this huge, big fight. You know, the leprechaun kills Ice-T's friend, but thankfully Ice-T trips, and as he trips, he falls on a plank, the amulet falls back on the leprechaun's neck, and he is turned to stone again. So Ice-T is able to keep his gold, and especially a golden flute, which I'm guessing the golden flute's like when you play it, it's supposed to have like magical abilities, so pretty sweet. Which there is a gag in the beginning too where Ice-T keeps taking out things comically from his afro and hitting the leprechaun, but it's like a very brief moment, so it's almost like it feels like Ice-T has magical abilities as well. I don't know. We cut to the future though, and we have a group of people named Postmaster P, Stray Bullet, and Butch, who are like a trio of rappers who are trying to compete in this competition to go to Las Vegas to like basically get an opportunity to have a record deal. While they're performing though, their speaker blows up. They leave their audition with their heads held down low. They're upset until they come across Ice-T, who is now this wealthy kind of like music overlord. I'm guessing with his flute and with leprechaun gold, he's able to amass this kind of respect in his own label. The friends go there and they're like, "Here, let me put on this stuff." And all their rap is very like about positivity. Ice-T pretty much calls it gay and tells him to get the fuck out of there because he wants music about people killing each other with Uzis. That's what he says.
This label, we rap about Uzis, blowing motherfuckers' heads off. You know what I'm saying? Smack your bitch up. Shoot your motherfucking homeboy in the face type shit. Alright?
But as revenge, though, because they called their music, you know, pretty cringe, the Troop goes back and decides to rob Ice-T's place. And it is kind of funny. In Ice-T's office, in a glass case, he has that leprechaun statue, which I just thought that was kind of sweet. You go back there and you're like, get that little bitch. We're going to put him in my office forever. And Butch is like taking off the glass case and he removes the amulet, freeing the leprechaun. Postmaster P shoots Ice-T and steals the gold flute off his wrist. And now the leprechaun is free and he's going to hunt down the Troop because once again, they have his gold. God forbid we do anything else. It's my God. You think Ice-T's dead, but he wakes up and he's like, oh man, I got shot. And he like walks away, but then he just like the leprechaun just shows up in a bathroom. They smoke weed together. And I think it's supposed to be something where you're like, he's smoking weed. That's it. The Troop sits there, they survive. They're pawning off all this shit to get more new equipment and stuff. They're riding high. Postmaster P, he like starts playing the flute and it like puts everybody into like a hypnosis. So you kind of find out that's like what the power is. I think he's just able to do whatever he wants because he plays it. Which they go to a church. This reverend, his name's Reverend Hanson, he gets killed. They have a transgender friend that gets killed that they hang out with. And there's like what's weird about that scene is they're trying to make it seem like he's like fucking him. And the Troop is like, yo, yuck, or whatever. And it's like, you know, he's just like stabbing, but it looks like they frame it like he's fucking. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's a 2000s comedy film. What the fuck are you expecting? And also Jackie D, which is like a guy who owns the pawn shop that they keep going to. He also dies. But the leprechaun catches the Troop, and they're like once again trying to go to the contest where they're gonna get the record deal. They make a bomb out of a heat pad and blow up the fucking leprechaun. He catches on fire and runs away again. That's all. I mean, it's just it's moving by. My energy is so low. Stray Bullet kills Stray Bullet, right? Which is kind of funny. The leprechaun catches back up, and the leprechaun like uses his magic to make Stray Bullet put the gun to his head, and it kills him. And then now Postmaster P and Butch are just like, what the hell are we gonna do? Or we have to do this for Stray Bullet, and Butch just shows up to Postmaster P's grandma's house with like surveillance goggles or something. He has like spy gear on or whatever. They decide to go and infiltrate the leprechaun's lair by dressing up in drag to pose as like one of his whores because he keeps having like hookers go there or something. And that's their big end. They break the leprechaun spell on all of his other whores by he smokes like a joint, but it has a 4-leaf clover in it, and that breaks the spell because weed is sick. Oh yeah, the leprechaun wants Postmaster P to suck his cock, but you know, he has the leprechaun smoke that spliff, as it were, with 4-leaf clover and makes him pass out. He gets the flute once more as they're going downstairs. Ice-T shows back up. He's getting ready to fight them. This is all so stupid. Which now, because Postmaster P's been advocating peace this whole time, he has kind of a bit of a character soaker here by shooting Ice-T 3 times and killing him. Now he's kind of made a full arc of like, now he's killing for this opportunity. He's not the innocent boy he once was before. You know, Leprechaun wakes back up even though he was high as shit. He wakes up and he's not affected by the 4-leaf clover weed anymore. Oh yeah, Butch does get shot by Ice-T, so he's dead. So now you are sitting there and the Leprechaun's just like, hey, I'm gonna fuck you up. They have a tussle. You have a moment where you think the amulet is dropping back on Leprechaun's head, like in the beginning when he turns back to stone, and we cut to the future where it looks like Postmaster P is a very successful artist, but then you see the Leprechaun out in the crowd, and it turns out that the amulet didn't fall on him, and that Postmaster P is now possessed by the Leprechaun, doing his bidding and making him probably tons of fucking money, and he's out there. And this is the first time the Leprechaun's ever won. And out of, you know, in brief little summaries, of course these all probably sound really fucking stupid, but this one was actually really enjoyable as well. Did I enjoy it as much as Leprechaun in Space? I think I almost enjoyed it as much as Leprechaun in Space, but it's up there. It's definitely not the worst one by any means. And I do like there's actual character arcs in this too, which is kind of nice, right? Postmaster P being this innocent guy who wouldn't kill anybody, and then his greed overtakes him, and he pays the ultimate price by having the Leprechaun make him his little rapping money pig forever. You know what I mean? So that's kind of fun. And also at the end of the movie, Warwick Davis raps, because why wouldn't he? In a movie called Leprechaun in the Hood.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned my thing. From the Emerald Isle to your place in the hood, I'm the man of green, come to do no good.
Not not the worst one, which, you know, I don't know where the Leprechauns went, but that, you know, it was fine. I'm gonna put in my Rolodex. I'm not gonna reveal my rating yet. Which, let me tell you, I'm just gonna caveat this review into the next one. The next one, Leprechaun Back to the Hood. People online kept saying that these two were the best ones. I thought Leprechaun Back to the Hood was one of the worst ones. I'm not even gonna, it's the exact same movie. It's kind of the exact same movie as all of the other ones, except it's just annoying. It's just a bunch of fucking weed jokes and stuff like that. It's so boring. It does everything that all the other movies have done, except it's trying to be a funny mess, and I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it. What is there to say, Nick?
They make this joke about the ninja thing.
Oh yeah, which in this one, the big thing about Leprechaun is that you don't say the N-word now, you say ninja. And then later on in the movie, the Leprechaun says, "What's up, my ninjas?"
What's up, ninjas?
That's probably because in the original script, they probably had Warwick Davis saying the actual N-word, and he was like, "I am not going to say that." So they're like, "Okay, well, we'll have one of the characters say ninjas instead." So then now it's like, yeah, you kind of said it. Sorry, Leprechaun, but you said it. And it's the same old story about like people taking his gold, Leprechaun trying to find his gold. We're 6 movies in. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm ready to get these goddamn Leprechauns out of my house. I can tell you it's not high up on the list. I can at least say that. But I will say I at least think I'm ready for my actual ratings. So without further ado, I think it's time for me to gather up all the Leprechauns and do that now! All right, settle down. Jesus Christ, all these mythical goddamn creatures in my... Okay, I get it. This is the deal. I rank these movies, you guys give me the pot of gold. That was the rules, all right? So I just want that to be extremely clear. And my ranking goes as follows. I don't know how the hell this is gonna work, so you guys just do whatever you gotta do. I think dead last for me personally, if I'm being completely honest, I gotta go... Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood. I mean, I didn't even want to fucking review the thing. It was the sloggiest one to get through. By that point, too, I've seen 5 other Leprechaun movies who kind of all have the same story structure and everything. So I gotta go Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood. I'm sorry. Okay, so they're just gonna climb back in as follows. Okay, so, there you go. Coming in number 5, I think I gotta go Leprechaun 2. He just went right really quick. Okay, they're crawling in. It's like Pikmin or something like that. It's very odd. The thing about Leprechaun 2 is that it doesn't really do anything right besides getting just a little more screen time with Warwick Davis, which is what I think Leprechaun 6, Back to the Hood, there wasn't enough Warwick Davis. You also have that really shitty stomach prop again. That gives it a little bit of points too, but all in all the characters are actually pretty fucking insufferable. The character Bridget, whoever that actress was really bad. But at least it looked like Warwick Davis was having a little bit of fun, so I mean, come on. You know, what am I supposed to do? Coming in at number 4! For me, it's got to be Leprechaun 1. I mean, it's the thing that first started. With all these things that happen, people don't agree when I put the first installments lower than 1, but sometimes it takes a minute to get your footing. And in a trilogy like this, I feel like they didn't really know what the fuck they were supposed to do. I think the only thing they were banking on was that they had Warwick Davis, the famous actor, in this movie. Other than that, though, you know, I mean, it's the first thing. You do have to put some respect on it, but it does feel like they're getting their footing. It is pretty fun. And to see a young Jennifer Aniston this early on, too, was pretty fun, too, if I'm being honest. Number 3! I'm probably going to go Leprechaun 3. Leprechaun 3 was the first movie in the Leprechaun films where I was like, ooh, this was fun. The idea of Leprechaun biting somebody or getting their blood infected and they become a leprechaun and they do an even better Irish accent, or they at least try to do an Irish accent, is pretty nice as well. But I mean, all in all, you know, you had all the fun kind of stuff. You had the weird sex robot thing, a woman exploding from her own cursed object. It was kind of fun too because everybody had repercussions for their wishes. There was actual character developments. There was little things here and there. Not a lot. You know, I'm not going to say it's the fanciest thing in the world, but at least it happened. And once again, Warwick Davis said this is his favorite film of the Leprechaun films, so that carries some weight too. And you can tell that he's having fun here. Him walking around the Las Vegas Strip, it's always fun to see. So I got to put Leprechaun 3 at number 3. Now, these 2 guys left, God, they are just ugly as hell. Look at them. Look at you guys. It's like adopting a pug. You can hear him wheezing and breathing down. It doesn't matter. Number 2, I gotta say, Leprechaun 5, Back to the Hood, which means Leprechaun 4 in Space is the winner, but let me at least justify this. Going into this, there was a lot of hype around Leprechaun, In the Hood, and Back to the Hood. Leprechaun 5, In the Hood, unironically a pretty good film, and the movie doesn't even have a lot of Warwick Davis in it, which is what makes these films, is having the actual Leprechaun float around, rhyme, do a bunch of little bullshit here and there, but I feel like even
even the characters without the Leprechaun in it was just fun. Like, Ice-T fucking ruled in this movie. I like Postmaster P, I like Butch, I like Stray Bullet, I like the Troop having a goal of wanting to go to Vegas to become stars, and also this was the first of Leprechaun films where the Leprechaun actually won. It wasn't him just dying and then coming back in the other ones, you know. It's one of the ones where the villain actually wins, and it feels fun because also it feels like a punishment for Postmaster P almost taking the evil side of his story arc, right? Starting as an innocent guy, but then turning into a villain. It was nice, I liked it a lot, but I just don't think it holds anything to our winner, which is, surprisingly, Leprechaun 4 in Space. I think this is the pinnacle of what makes a great B horror film, or like a cheesy C-list horror film. You have an actor who is way too overqualified to be in this absolute mess of a film, but at least he's getting paid. But everybody else, I feel like this would be the funnest one on all of the movies to be on. You have all these obnoxious sets that look pretty good. It was probably, I think Triarch Pictures did this, or Tri Pictures did this, whatever. So it might have been leftover sets from some of their other movies, but it looked pretty good. The schlocky idea of a space princess and the Leprechaun wanting to be a space ping. You have Dr. Mittenhand becoming this like weird cyborg character and then transforming into a scorpion spider bug thing. You have the Leprechaun doing the Hurt Locker jump on the grenade. I mean, it's awesome. I liked all of the schlocky moments in it. It doesn't take itself serious at all. To me, this was the perfect blend of the Leprechaun franchise doing the funny with the horror. And the horror is never real in these films, right? I don't think it's ever, none of the films are ever trying to scare you, but it's at least using the aesthetic and the idea of like a stereotypical slasher film to convey the idea of what this character is supposed to be, right? It's not trying to be as epic or as cool as like Jason Voorhees, right? As like Freddy Krueger, but it's like, you know what it is. It's an evil leprechaun. And to think that we got to the point where he's up in space and then he gets sucked out of an airlock paying homage to one of the greatest horror movies of all time, Alien, and then he explodes and then flips off the camera at the end. It is the perfect ending to what every one of these films says to you. You sat down, you watched this movie, go fuck yourself. That's what it feels like. And that's why I think this is my rating. Bada bing, bada boom. What the hell is this? They're all coming back out. Oh, God damn it.
Trick Shot, we just wanted to see what your ranking is, you fat, stupid piece of shit.
Okay, well, that's just rude. Oh, God damn it. They just ran. I don't know where they went. They're gone. So wait, you're telling me that I just watched all these Leprechaun movies for no reason? Well, that's my life.
Wait, before you go, we have new Patreon stickers. Randomized Leprechaun stickers available in the month of March, so sign up now, and one of these little leprechauns can be yours.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about Goosebumps, but you know, something a little more specific. Something, you know, back a couple months ago, probably half a year ago now, we did a drunk tier list of all the Goosebumps episode, but I left out one, and that is Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
When I rewatched this, I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. I mean, it was unbelievable. It's kind of one of those things where you watch it as an adult and you're just kind of like, oh my God, if they made this into an adult horror film, it would be so good. But even as like a Goosebumps special, it works out perfectly. I mean, it has everything that you would want in a Goosebumps episode. I mean, it's drama, it has scary shots, it's the best looking, best shot, cinematography, lighting, costumes, effects, everything. It has it all. And it's awesome. And it's unbelievable that this was made for a children's program, which makes it so fun that it's just like, it's that perfect 90s blend where back then shit just got on TV where you're like, I don't know how that made it on. In a weird way, I think the networks kind of knew that you had to appeal to the adults somehow a little bit, that you had to have a little bit of factor to appeal to everybody in a weird way. And I think that this does it in such a beautiful, flawless way. So without further ado, let's talk about Stay Out of the Basement.
Stay out of the basement!
But the movie starts off with Margaret and her brother. What's her brother's name? Starts off with Margaret, our lead, and Casey, our co-lead, brother and sister, asking their mom why she has to go. The mom is leaving the house because her sister is sick or some shit. I don't know. She seems concerned about it, but we're never really given anything in particular. But I really would have loved if it's like, she was in that drunk driving accident. She got hit by a straight driver. Casey, Margaret, I have to go because Auntie Jenny is dying. in the hospital. Okay, sweetheart? All right, it's my sister. And then she's emotionally distressed, and then she just fucking leaves, dude. But Margaret, though, brings up that Dad's been acting strange, and he's kind of been in the basement. He's acting weird. And we get this really great montage of the dad just looking like a total fucking ape looking at Beaker. He's like glaring at them, like, oh my God, what is this? What the hell did I just make down here? He's sitting there and he's just like, what the fuck is this? This is why I've been fired. I have no idea what this is. That's why I was fired. And then the last thing she ends on is like,
he's even stopped calling me princess.
I thought you hated that.
Which, guess what, dude? Newsflash. What fucking little girl ever in media or that you've ever seen in your life likes to be called princess IRL, okay? TTYL to this IRL. And the mom says a very classic line, which it's weird because the mom is actually the most emotionless actor I might have seen in my life.
But your Aunt Eleanor's sick, honey. She needs me. I'll be back as soon as I can. That's very thoughtful of you, sweetheart.
But in some way, it adds to the charm of the movie. It adds. It doesn't take away, but it makes the mom more robotic. It just makes sense later on why she just does not care what's happening. And it makes more believable that these kids are just trapped with this fucking monster in the house. But the mom says,
he wants to prove to the university that they made a mistake when they let him go.
Newsflash, he was a terrible scientist. He probably got caught diddling some girl or like fucking some girl, and it's like, this is like, looking at it at an adult perspective, the movie really does seem like it's like a couple things. One, this is what it's like being a single father, or two, this is like a very rocky marriage after the dad is caught cheating on his wife. Yeah, he was let go at the university, but why? Everybody liked him. No, just stop looking into it, Margaret. I have to go. Your Aunt Donna, Jenny, your Aunt Jenny's dead, remember? She like goes off, but really it's just a retreat so she can go talk with Aunt Jenny because, you know, the dad got done fucking like an 18-year-old at the school or something like that. Should I make the age higher? So essentially they're left at the house and they go downstairs and they bang on the dad's door, which first off, dude, if you know that your dad is like unhinged and he's kind of like mentally unwell, the last thing you want to do is bang on a fucking door. I know you've been really upset. That's why I decided to bang on this door as loud as I possibly could to get your attention. He doesn't answer, so they proceed to walk down the basement, which is when we get our classic title for the movie. The dad walks around the corner and just fucking screams at his kids, "Stay out of the basement!" And then once again, looking at this from an adult perspective, you think to yourself, oh, this is about child abuse. This is on so many, I'm getting hit with so many like different angles of like, what is happening? This is truly a horrific experience. Think about being, Mom, please, Dad's acting really weird. Ah, he's fine. I gotta go. Your aunt's dying, or I'm gonna go smoke crack and get fucking piped down by some guy in a different state. I'm lying to your father, sweetie. I know I said that your aunt's sick, but actually, Mommy's seeing your other daddy. Remember your other daddy? Charles? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go on our vacation. Okay. They're sitting there and they're like, you know, we're sorry. And he's just like, whatever I do, when I leave this house and take your mom out, if you go in that basement, I'm gonna break your thumbs. It's kind of the vibe you get. And they're like, oh God, Daddy, I'm sorry. What's going on down there? I can't tell you. And he decides to leave. Then it cuts to them and they're kind of sitting there waiting, and you know they're playing their video games and stuff, and it's like a scuffed video that they put grain over because they don't have the budget to get like, you know, Mario World, that kind of deal. They're sitting there and you start hearing like all kinds of weird noises. Which when I was a kid, this freaked me out bad. It's like a weird like cat meow. It's like the sister's like, what is that? The kid's like, I don't know. You know, just like the boy character. I don't know. I like football and soccer. And she's like, well, what if there's an animal in the basement and it's hurt? And it's like, okay, first off, if there's an animal in the basement and my dad's been unhinged, I'm gonna go ahead and just leave that thing there because there's something going on. There's something wrong. Okay. If I was a child, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to avoid that and pretend it's not gonna happen, because that's how real trauma is processed by children. Is you bury it deep and you don't explore. No one's gonna be the brave person in real life, but see, that's what makes this such an intriguing story, is that Margaret is dumb enough to go down there. And as we go down into the basement, it's just like, it's just everything. It's just such a good set. It's so simple. It's just fake plants. And there might be some real plants in there, but still, it's just plants with just green light blasting through. And there's all these deep shadows, and the fucking light upstairs is blue. It just contrasts so well. I love it. I mean, this was heaven to me. Doing this set right now, I love it. Doing a couple experiments of my own where I'm splicing my balls with plants. I'm trying to figure out the formula to chia seeds, to the chia plant. I'm gonna put on my balls and make it look like an afro. But
But they go down there, and Margaret's looking at this plant that's breathing. It's horrifying. As a child, I just imagine going up to a plant that's breathing and just being like, huh? And then a vine snaps out and grabs her wrist, and she doesn't really make a peep. She's a stone cold killer. And then the brother comes up, it's like, what's going on? And she's like,
That plant just grabbed me.
Come on, plants don't grab people.
nah. And it's like, why would I lie about that? You know, what do I have to gain? But as she does that too, or as she gets attacked, we find out too, she's like, I cut my thumb. I cut it on this plant because it attacked me. And the kid's like, okay, well, you're high. You're delusional. But as we're having this nice little Canadian tussle, you know, with all the, I don't know. The dad pulls into the driveway and does like 3 or 4 courtesy honks. Just like every normal person does. Every time I come home, I just go in, I just do, I'm home. And after the dad comes home, we hear this honk. We're like, oh my God, Dad! They run upstairs and we're like, oh, thank God we got out of here. The kid's like,
My sweater! It's in the basement! Casey!
and then we get a nice tense deal where the dad's walking up and he's just looking at his driveway. He's like, what the fuck is that? What's happening in my yard? He like walks up as creepily as he can with his fucking corduroy pants on. He's sitting there and the kid's going as slow as possible. And you get a lot of things. This happens a lot to Goosebumps things, but I kind of like it here as the Margaret keeps looking at the door and she looks down the basement. Casey! Dad's coming! It's like you would hear as the dad walking up, he'd be like, why are they yelling, Casey, Dad's coming? So it's sitting there and it's like, the dad definitely knows. With you screaming and fucking acting like a crazy baboon, the dad knows what's going on. You know, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Motherfucker knows what's happening. But as they keep walking up, he looks at this yellow plant too. He's just like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this thing? And Casey goes as slow as he possibly can, and he grabs his jacket really quickly, and he's all scared, and he runs back upstairs, and luckily the dad comes in, he's in silhouette, and they're both just sweating profusely because they got done running upstairs. He turns on the light, and the dad in this movie plays a very good unhinged father.
You in the basement? Did you go into the basement? Did you go into the basement?
In real life, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't have a relationship with his children. Like, I feel like he's really taking it from heart. This is not an act for him. This is him coming to set every day, having to deal with his own problems. He's sitting there and he's just like, comes in. What are you doing? Did you go down to the basement?
Yes. We didn't touch anything.
Yeah, and they immediately admit guilt. Yeah, it's like take your time then. If you're gonna immediately just be like, yeah, we did, then why did you make such a big huss and fuss and you're fucking screaming through the house the whole time? Why would you not just be like, yeah, we were down there, we were freaking out, we heard like a dead cat. We heard like a cow giving birth downstairs. We were concerned. I don't know there should just be rakes down there. But now I'm hearing cow birth and a fucking like triceratops coming. I don't know what's happening, okay? But he's just like,
kids okay?
They kind of lower their guard. They're like, yeah, I guess. And it's like, okay, well, if I told you what's going on, would you guys just calm the fuck down? Actually, that would be lovely, Dad. And he kind of just gives him like a little bit of head. Not really anything too crazy. He's kind of just like...
Botanists often try to take good qualities from some plants and put them into another.
Well, I'm taking certain parts of the plants and I'm putting them into other things. And they're like, what does that mean? And he kind of like, I've said too much. He's like, you've told us nothing. You've said the word plant. Okay? But I do like this whole deal because then, once again, it starts to read more and more as a single father being dismissive to his children after a very nasty divorce. And as a horror film, I think that works so well. If you use this weird thing to kind of like show the disassociation between children and their parents during a divorce, that's such a good idea for a horror film, and I love it. I'd love to see this remade, A24. Robert Eggers presents Stay Out of the Basement. It starts off cute with R.L. Stine walking in like he does in the old tapes. Hi, I'm R.L. Stine. I'm a billionaire. I think he's literally a billionaire. I know, and he's not dead. I thought he was dead for the longest time. He's looked like a vulture for probably 35 years. It's unbelievable. He's just like, I've been perpetually 97 years old forever. I've been here since the beginning of time.
I'm R.L. Stine. I write the Goosebumps books.
We get the nice phrase where he's like,
hey, Mom rented us movies. I could make some popcorn, and we could stay up late and watch them all.
No, I have a lot of work to do. Maybe some other time.
No, do I want to stay up all night and eat popcorn? No. But he's like, no, I'm too busy with work to get that nice first cold shoulder. And the kids are clearly upset because they're just like, man, I really wish that I had a relationship with my father, but he's too busy playing with fucking plants in the basement to do anything with me. So you get this nice little thing. Is the dad just upset? He lost his job? Who wouldn't be upset if he lost their job, you know? He's trying to prove something to himself. He's got these fucking bickering kids all the time. It'd be annoying. It would be annoying. I would be annoyed.
All right. Cut to the morning. Margaret, today she's like, maybe I was an annoying little bitch yesterday. I should probably be good to daddy today. So she makes her dad breakfast. She fucking scolds the shit out of her brother. He's like, hey, that looks good. And she just like scolds him.
Don't you dare. That's for Dad.
It's not for you. Stop. Does that kind of thing. And he's like, Jesus Christ. So she says she made everybody breakfast. She's like, it's in the fucking pan on the stove. Idiot. Idiot. I don't keep wanting to say idiot. Then we get a nice time progression because the dad never comes up. And her brother's like,
his work is more important than breakfast, that's all.
Maybe science is more important to our dad than breakfast, you dumb bitch, you cold-hearted bitch. Jesus, what? Daddy's girl much? Stupid bitch. Then the kid's just like, I'm not going outside and play. He's playing games, which is also, what kid's actually gonna do that? What kid's gonna stop playing video games? I wanna go outside. Margaret sees her dad come upstairs, and then she goes up and she's getting ready to say hi to him, and then you just hear the most, abhorrently gross munching sound, just... And he just has this fucking canister, and he's basically eating this green powder. He fills up a big thing of water, and he drinks it, and he looks at her like an ape. And he's like, she's like, hey, I made you breakfast, Dad. I just watched you eat a bunch of chemicals under the sink. Are you okay? He's like, I'm not hungry. I'm busy with work again. Ooh, that nice cold shoulder. I can't wait till I have kids so I can do that cold shoulder. And I will start doing experiments in the basement so I can rehash this later on in my life. Can't wait. Margaret looks over and she goes underneath the sink and grabs the container where she, her dad was eating from. And she looks at it and she does, plant food. Plant food? And it's like, what is plant food? Is there such thing? Is there just a thing like, this is just plant food? I mean, there's gonna be someone who's just like, dude, that's really common. I'm a botanist, that's so common. But also it's like, why is it under the sink? Why is it under the sink in the kitchen? Which, it's all very on the nose because it's a kid show, but still, it's like, think about that for a second. Imagine going upstairs, and if this was an adult movie, he'd be drinking bleach or something. Dad, his eyes are bloodshot. He's like, there's blood going down his face. He's like, I'm busy downstairs. He goes off. She's like, Cut to Margaret is afraid and she calls her mom and she's like, hey, he's eating plant food. And once again, the robot that plays Margaret's mom is like,
He always gets wrapped up in his experiments.
really, Mom? Really? Think about that. I feel like I would immediately be like, put your dad on the phone. Are you eating plant food in front of the children? As Margaret is talking to her mom, the dad is crouching down behind her and grabs the phone and crouches back up. And then he makes direct eye contact while he's talking to his wife, and he's basically gaslighting his wife and looking his child right in the eye and lying to her.
Oh, that's a shame. Margaret?
He's like, yeah, no, we're having a great time. And the kid's just like, huh? And she's like, yep, nope. Yeah, Margaret's crazy. We're gonna put her in a home. Yeah, honey. She's not gonna be our kid anymore. Bye-bye. So he basically just scolds her, and Margaret's like, what's happening? And then there's really no altercation between that. It just cuts to night. Margaret awakens. She hears some kind of grunting again. Which just kind of makes it sound, the whole thing feel very, actual. I don't know if I can say the words. Sexual. Does that work to the bots? Will they read that if I say it like that? Fuck you, you two bots. She goes in and we get this really beautiful shot of her walking up, and it's very like Alfred Hitchcock. There's nice curtain shadows cast on the wall, and she opens up the blinds to the bathroom, and you get the nice Hitchcock / Stanley Kubrick close up of the eyes. But it's the nice sharp shadows of her looking in, and we get this gruesome thing of her dad's just like, ugh. And he's unwrapping his hand, and he just shows this scar, and it's a pretty gruesome practical effect for a kid's show. He's just bleeding green blood, and she's like, huh? Takes off his hat, and his hair's all green and greasy, and he has fucking leaves in his hair. And she's like, what's happening? He's washing his face a little bit, and he does a very primal looks over at her. He senses something with his little fucking plant powers. She's like, ah! She runs back to her bedroom, and she's laying in bed, and then the dad walks in, which is it kind of reads like a funny beat because he's back with his hat on, and he just sits in the room and he's opens his door and he's like, Margaret, what are you doing in here? And she's pretending that she's asleep, and he kind of just stands there for a second and just closes the door, and I just fully expected him to walk in and just punch her in the face. I just expected him to walk in and just beat the shit out of her. What did I tell you? But you gotta keep it PG. You gotta keep it G for the Goosebumps, dude.
G for goosebumps. I like that. Cut to the morning time where in Casey's room, he hears a fraction of a sound from a creak in the floorboard, and he's just kind of like,
What are you doing?
imagine hearing anything in your house and you don't just kind of like wake up for a second and like process anything. The kid was just like, what are you doing here? What's wrong? What's going on, Margaret? And she's like, I think Dad's a mad scientist. And the kid's like, he does like a nice little fade back in his bed. He's like, oh, hell no. And falls back on his bed. They go downstairs, and sure enough, there's good old Dad, Dr. Brewer, making some breakfast. And he's like, hey, I bet you've been thinking that your dad's been acting crazy lately, huh? Been acting real weird lately. And they're like, yeah, you have. You're creepy, and you've been in the basement for 37 consecutive hours. He's like, all right, we're being crazy right now, but what if I told you more about what I'm saying, what I'm doing? I'm like, okay, well, we went down this road yesterday, but sure. He's like, I'm taking parts of plants and making them with animals. I'm putting them inside of animals. And they're kind of like, excuse me? What? What are you doing in the basement? So you know those cats you've been hearing? Yeah, I've been caging up cats in the neighborhood, and I've been experimenting on them. I have a fetal pig, and I have a dairy cow, and I've been doing all sorts of crazy stuff to them. But they're sitting there, and the Margaret is very quick this time. She says, well, what if I saw you cut your arm, and it was you had green blood, Dad. What's up with that? He's like, it's a side effect of the plants that I've been working with. And she's like, okay, well, what about all the leaves growing on your head? Saw that too, Dad. And he's like, oh, so you're spying on me? Classic gaslight. Love it. Love the switch from the dad. Anytime you get a nice switch in on a kid, the best. He's like, so what, you just like to spy? You like to see your dad beat his cock in the bathroom, Margaret? Oh, you're just like, hey, a man can't take a shit peacefully in his home anymore. She's like, that's not what I mean. Okay, so you're a spy. So you're a bad person. I wish that's what he would have said. He put some fucking slop in these bowls. He's like, it looks disgusting. It kind of looks like spinach with like a ton of butter and like it just looks gross. It's like slime.
It'll taste just fine.
Pretty much he puts some slop in their bowl and he just intimidates them to eat it. And he's like, here's a knock at the door. Ding dong, knock, knock, knock. He kind of looks at him real quick and he's just like, when I get back, those bowls better be empty. All right. He leaves for half a second. They just immediately dump it in the trash, which I would have loved if he would have come back in. He's just like, I fucking knew it, and just start beating the shit out of him. Basically, we have the professor to the university, Dr. Merrick. He shows up, and which is weird because it's like, didn't you fire him? Right? It's like, imagine like getting fired from your job at Pizza Hut, and then you're like, your manager's like, just thought I'd stop by and check in. How you doing? And then the Dr. Merrick looks at the kids, and he's like, oh hey guys, how you doing? And they're like, yeah, just help us. Hey, our dad actually hasn't slept in days. Could you see what's going on? All right, I'm just going to see what's happening down the stairs. And the dad kind of looks at him. He's like, go outside and play. Like, okay. He like walks downstairs. So they're standing like 5 feet away from each other and they're throwing a frisbee because that's how frisbees work. Hey, can you stand as close as you can to me so I can hand this to you? Okay, Margaret, that sounds fun. They're sitting there and they're like, yeah, Dad's been acting crazy. He's a mad scientist. Isn't that weird? She just throws it over his head.
Good one.
Gotta hate Casey. Casey's just a little... I wish it wasn't Casey. If it was one kid too, it'd be even more mental torture for that child. Just to be like, what is going on in my life? But no, Casey's like, good one. Goes over and he hears the Swedish Dr. Merrick and Dr. Brewster. The dad is basically like, I wish you would have given me funny. He's like, I tried to, Dr. Brewster, I tried to, but they didn't allow me. And they're bickering, and then a vine comes up and whips the boy in the back. Grabs on the kid. He's like, you were right earlier.
Help me, I'm caught. Casey.
Yeah, he's sitting there. He's like, I believe you. Remember earlier when I said you were a stupid bitch because you got grabbed by a plant? Well, it happened to me, and I believe you.
What are you doing?
And then immediately the dad's sitting there, and he just has like green shit all over his. He's just scuffed up. He looks like he just got in a fucking like fist fight. He's like, get away from that window. Didn't I tell you to play? We're like, well, dude, we are playing. What do you expect us to do? He's like, go play in the street. Go play in the busy street down the intersection. So they're sitting there. He's like, stay away from that window. And he's like, I heard you fighting with that Swedish guy that came over. I'm scared, Dad.
There was no fight.
But I heard it.
I'm telling you, there was no fight.
I mean, just the gaslighting was incredible. Oh, you heard fighting? Really? I'm pretty sure that was just you falling down. Remember that? How you think that sounds like that?
You're not a mad scientist, are you, Dad?
No, I'm an angry scientist.
Which makes me, I wish I wasn't a YouTuber. I wish I would have become a scientist so I could say that. I'm not a mad scientist. I'm an angry scientist. So he's sitting there and basically after this whole interaction, he's just like, go to your room, you're grounded, you both suck, you're gonna stay in your room. If you come out of your room, I'm gonna break your feet.
Stay out of the basement!
And then we get a hard cut of him just in the basement. And he like opens up this door and he's just like, and he goes inside and he starts like force feeding this thing. This thing's just like, he shuts the door real quick. And then at this point in the movie, like on the rewatch, I'm like, okay, so this is like he's making plants to have sex with. That's what he's like, they're animals. They're all animals. So after he gets done like drugging the rape plant downstairs, it cuts to the kids coming around the corner because they hear a funny sound. They're like, what is that? And the dad is putting a new lock on the door downstairs. Obviously it's so on the nose, but like if you made this into a serious movie, you could really be wondering, what is he doing down there? These kids are like, why are you doing that? He's just like, I don't want you going down into the basement. How many times do I have to fucking say it?
Stop gawking at me.
Basically, he's like, I'm putting a new lock on the door because I don't trust you guys, because I know how many times I've told you 7 times to not go down the basement, and you've been down into the basement 7 times. So I'm going to put an extra lock on the door, okay? Also, Dad's going out for a couple hours. Where could you possibly go? I'm going to a strip club. Okay, your mom's out of town. This is not, our marriage is not looking good.
I'm going out for a little while. I'll be back in a couple of hours.
So basically, the dad leaves. Casey and Margaret go upstairs. They're kind of sniffing around. They're like,
What are you saying? You think Dad's done something to Dr. Merrick?
I don't know, Casey.
What are you saying?
Dr. Merrick's probably still here. Remember that Swedish guy? That very strong accent Swedish guy that no one could forget because it's like a Dr. Seuss character in this universe? Yeah, his car's still out front. He has to be somewhere. So they're snooping around upstairs. She listens to a voicemail, and it's Dr. Merrick's Swedish wife. She's like,
I was wondering if my husband was there. I'm a little worried. He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Hey, have you seen my husband? He has not been home. I'm getting worried.
Dad!
She hears the dad come home, and she's like, he sees Casey out in the hallway. He's like, where's your sister?
She's in her room.
He kind of looks back at Casey. He's like, did you go in my room? Did you go in my dojo? Safe space? He's like, no, Dad. He's like, by the way, I forgot my fucking condoms. And my roll of 20s that I have, and blow. You want blow, son? Casey's like, I don't know what blow is. He's like, it's a fun thing to do when you're older, when you're a man, when your balls drop, you're a little baby. I'm really going off the rails with like the dad scolding his son. It has nothing to do with the plants either. It's just like a dad being a terrible person.
I want you back in your room. That clear?
Basically, Margaret hides under the bed. The dad's looking around. He kind of is looking at stuff. He's kind of just like doing one of these, like he's just like almost not human. They definitely are just like, act like a plant. I bet you that's what the director says. Act like a plant. And he's like, he sits on the bed, and then a couple worms drop down, drops this wallet, this Swedish man's wallet. And Dad probably fucking killed Dr. Merrick. The dad reaches down, he's like, grabs the wallet and picks up his worms. My pocket worms. And puts them back in his pocket. And then you hear on the hallway, I love it. You hear he's like,
Casey?
Yes, Dad?
I'll be back in an hour.
Okay, Dad.
Stay in your room while...
Okay, Dad. It's really good. And then Margaret stands up and she throws off the covers to the bed because she sees that the bed looks like it's breathing, and then it's just a big king-size bed full of worms, which is kind of funny. It's like the dad's like working on plants, and he's just like, also, I've been working on worm manipulation. I have all these worms. That's actually where he's going. I have to go find more worms. You just see him with like a flashlight in his neighbor's yards. There we go. Great. So after the worm bed thing, that's the thing that pushes Margaret over the edge. She's just like, okay, worms in the bed. Okay, Dad's acting crazy. I gotta get down to this.
And I have a feeling the truth is in the basement.
So heroically, Margaret and Casey go out to the shed. They get a crowbar and they get some weed killer, just like some juice, you know, like little pesticides kind of thing or whatever. They break off that lock. They head downstairs and see what's going on. And downstairs, it's awesome. Once again, the set looks so beautiful. But then when they go over, they see this hand just sitting there, and it's like just in this pot. It's like it's such a stupid, simple effect of like a person's underneath the thing with a costume thing, but they like poke it with the thing and it clenches. It's just such a fun idea. And then the plant from earlier before that was breathing now is like breathing, and it opens up, and they put this nice red light behind it, and it's Margaret's face. It's awesome. I love it. It's so fun. But I do like, they're like, oh my god, it's my face, and the brother's like, ah, it's just sprays it, immediately kills it. Which I don't blame him, but still, it's just, would you not be fascinated if you saw a plant that was your face? Yeah, I'd be scared. I mean, it's probably a good reaction. I would die. I would die in this situation, apparently. I'd just be like, oh my God. And I would just be dead. Then they hear a little tip tap on the door.
Who's there?
They open up the lock on the door, break out, and wouldn't you know, it's their dad. And he looks like a clown.
So good to see you. Quick, untie me.
He's supposed to look like he's like, oh, I'm so fatigued and tired. But they definitely just put some like white makeup on his face and some lipstick. And he's just like, oh my God, I've been trapped. Untie me.
How'd you get in there? I thought you left.
It wasn't me, it's a plant. It's a plant copy of me.
Wait.
Look, I have no time to explain. Just untie me.
Huh?
And if I was just downstairs and I'd been going through all this shit, I'd be like, that's when I would be like, hey, untie me, come on! But then there's probably the funniest part of the video where they untie the dad, or that's basically the dad that's in this closet, and he slowly picks up the crowbar they brought down, and it just looks like he's gonna bash their skulls in.
He's not a real father. He is. I know he is.
And I think they're trying to play it like, oh, he sees this other person come down and he's defending himself, but it reads very much so like he's just like, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Turns out then, you have the dad that has been in the video the whole time come down. He's just like,
He's not even human. He's a plant. One of my experiments that went wrong. I'll spray him.
we find out that the dad has been mixing plant cells with humans and stuff, and he's made this deal. So now we have a Sophie's is that Sophie's Choice? I think that's the movie. I don't know if it's wrong, whatever. But it's a Sophie's Choice situation where they're wondering who's the real dad. Which one's the plant dad? And they're sitting there and Casey's a fucking pussy. So
I don't know what to do.
It's like, get the fuck out of the way, Casey, you idiot. Jesus Christ. You blasted the other plant, no problem. You can't squirt some shit on a plant, dad? Casey. They're sitting there and they're sitting there. It's kind of funny because one of the dads, he's walking over and he's just like, well, Margaret, he's here to hurt us. And he stands next to the other dad, so they're perfectly standing next to each other. And he's just like, go on, do it. Spray him. He's a plant.
Don't listen to him. Attack him. Now. Destroy him.
Margaret's left with an interesting decision. She has to choose which person to spray with this juice, which I'm pretty sure it wouldn't hurt a human, so I feel like wouldn't she just spray both people? And it's like, oh, my clothes are messed up. Yeah, sorry, Dad. But I think they're trying to imply that the dad is also kind of part plant, so maybe that would kill him. I don't know. But we have a nice little callback because one of the dads is like,
Princess! Princess!
Please, Princess! Please, Princess, please, Princess. Which it felt creepy, and I was like, that definitely this is why kids don't want to be called Princess. But she squirts the copy that doesn't call her Princess, and she's like,
there's only one person who calls me Princess. My real dad.
He just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, yeah, that's okay. So we're left with a really funny thing where they're like, Daddy! And he does the grossest smile. I want to get it framed and hung up on my wall. It's just so good. He's like, we cut to the next day. The mom is back, and the dad is bald. And we see Dr. Merrick. He survived. And he's offering the dad a job. He's like, that was a pretty crazy. Well, I wanted to know if you can be back in the teaching very soon. And it's like, why would that elicit a job? Hey, I went to your house, and a plant clone kidnapped me. Would you like a job?
Well, I'm just glad we're all okay.
Essentially, Margaret walks up, and she's like,
I still don't understand how the whole thing started.
Well, it was an accident. I cut my hand on a slide, and some of my blood mixed in with some plant molecules, and I ended up with something that was part plant and part human.
Which is kind of a cool, weird thing. I thought that's an interesting vibe. And Dr. Merrick drives away in his little tiny truck with all these plants, and then the dad, bald as shit, looks like Jeff Bezos walking up. He's just like, I have a nice salad prepared, or some stupid thing. And I'm like, Dad, come on. He's like, I'm just kidding. We're gonna eat hamburgers. We're like, yeah. Margaret runs up and she's like, hold on a second, I need to tie my shoe. And it ends in a very fun way where the little plants look at her, or they look around like, this is your dad.
Please help me. I'm your father. I'm your real father.
They're all whispering. It doesn't make sense that some of the other plants have different voices, but, still. Kind of a cool, creepy way to end it, oh, what's going on with the plants around them, I think it leaves some weird, ambiguous stuff, too, like, did they actually kill the right dad? What's going on with it? Who knows? I wanted to do a video on this because I look back on it, and it's just so fun. It's just such a fun idea. I still think this is the best Goosebumps episode. I'd probably say Werewolf at Fever Swamp is a very close second. It's one of my favorites. If you guys want, we'll talk about that one in the future. But I wanted to take time and just give some love to something that it's always kept with me ever since I was a kid. I don't know why. I think that, these Goosebumps movies and the VHSs from back in the day and the books were such a huge introduction and influence on me when I was younger, and I just wanted to give a second to give a little love and stuff in that. Just, it holds a very near and dear place to my heart. I feel like I'm very
I love it. I'm enamored by it. So stay out of the basement. You know, you're gonna watch it and be like, oh my god, it's amazing. It's like, no, but still, I think the ideas are fun, and it's a good time. I like it. Goosebumps, come back, please, but you know, make it good. Stay out of the basement. Home run. I think all this green is actually messing up my eyes. I think it looks fine. I hope it looks good on camera, but I think this is like making me go mad. I wonder if green is the color of madness. I feel like I'm about to have a stroke sitting here. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're diving back into Goosebumps. Ooh, you know I love me some Goosebumps episodes. And coincidentally, we're talking about the Goosebumps icon himself, Slappy. That guy. The dummy. The big one back in the day. And you know, what's weird is that I believe that in the book series there's three Slappy books. Could be more. From what I remember, it was 3. Night of the Living Dummy 1, Night of the Living Dummy 2, and Night of the Living Dummy 3. That's hard to say fast. That's hard for me to say in general. When I was younger, I had Night of the Living Dummy 3 on VHS, and this was one of the ones where it was one of the Goosebumps specials where R.L. Stine comes out at the beginning.
Hello, I'm R.L. Stine.
And it was f***ing sick, and this scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I used to have a friend that would come over, and I put this on, he'd be like, I want to go home. I'd be like, pussy, can't sit through Night of the Living Dummy 2 or 3? What are you, an idiot? Today I wanted to talk about this staple one because we've talked about Stay Out of the Basement, we've talked about Werewolf Through the Swamp, we've done our own little tier list before, but I just want to dive into this one because when rewatching it, it's a pretty funny one. And also it stars Hayden Christensen. You can see the effects of the acting.
I don't mind saying
Big dummies.
You could smell Star Wars kind of oozing out of him. Does anyone remember the movie Jumper?
I do.
No, you don't, dude.
It's one of my favorites. Hayden Christensen. Oh, what a hunk.
One of your favorite movies is Jumper?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that this is some grade A Goosebumps. They also did Night of the Living Dummy 2 as a single episode. So Night of the Living Dummy 3 is it's broken up into 2 episodes, and this is just 1 episode. And then they never even f***ed with the first one. If you're wondering what they did with the first one, I have no idea. I have to look on the internet. Actually, because this video is going to be about Night of the Living Dummy 3, but I'll just go over Night of the Living Dummy 2 real quick. This one. It's very, very, very fast. And I want to say that I think that the Slappy Dummy, I think it looks rad. Night of the Living Dummy, it has like elements of, there's that Twilight Zone episode that people say R.L. Stine ripped off, whatever. There's also Child's Play. I mean, like, the idea that, like, dolls or things come to life and play people is fine. But the way that they go about Goosebumps is, like, you read Latin on a card and it, like, brings this dummy to life. It's so fucking weird. And what I love about Night of the Living Dummy 2 is that since it's 1 episode, they really have to, like, get going and finish it. So pretty much we follow a girl named Amy, and I'm pretty sure her family's Mormon. They're doing a talent show. Her talent is ventriloquism.
No, worse, termites. You've heard of the Terminator. Well, we had to call it the Exterminator.
The younger the ventriloquist, the creepier and more psychopathic, okay? Can we all agree with that? If there's any people in my comment section that say that they're ventriloquists, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The whole thing is that she is a ventriloquist, and if you're that young and you're into puppets and stuff, it just feels odd to me. Whenever you're able, if you're just like, I want to be a ventriloquist when I'm older, to me, I'm like, I don't know. Which I like practical effects. I think practical effects in movies are still king, but still, with me, I'm like, I don't know. Ventriloquist, I don't think it just doesn't flow with me right.
I hate puppets. They're dumb. They don't look very good on screen.
I don't agree with anything you just said, but that's just me. The puppet, his head ejects off. The dad's like, well, Amy, I bought you a new puppet. And it's Slappy. And she grabs it and immediately just reads the Latin on the card.
Caru, Mary, Donna, Roma, Molyneux, Carano?
As a kid, would you not just be like, what language is this? What is this? What the hell is on this card? And she just grabs it and she's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And immediately Slappy just starts coming to life and terrorizing the family. But the only really discernible thing I remember about Night of the Living Dummy 2 is that the amount of talent shows they show in the episode with this family, and there is a pretty funny where Slappy roasts the family and the Mormons are just like, what the hell, Amy? what's going on? And she's like, it's not me. And it's like so clearly not her voice.
And how about that mother of yours? She went to a store and asked the clerk if he had anything her size, and he told her to try the freight elevator.
Amy, that's not very nice.
But it's not me, it's him.
But pretty much the whole episode accumulates to find out very quickly that the people believe her, that the dummy is alive, right? It starts terrorizing the kids. They run around. It accumulates to an ending when Amy finds out that, oh, I can just overpower the dummy because I'm a living being and this is a wooden puppet. Slappy gets thrown against a wall and his face explodes and he queefs out some green dust. It turns out that, like, her puppet before did it, and he has, like, a goofy voice. He's like, gosh, well, I guess you're fucking dead. You're gonna die.
Today's video is sponsored by Z-Biotics. Let me tell you, if there's a surefire way to wake up very refreshed after a night of drinking, it's with Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Z-Biotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Oh, what? That's awesome! But just remember to make Z-Biotics your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Which, I'll be honest, I was on the fence about Z-Biotics at first, okay? But I brought some friends over.
Drinks were flowing.
But thank God I reached for Z-Biotics first, and I woke up the next morning and I felt great. Try it for yourself and go to zbiotics.com/PapaMeat to get 15% off your first order when you use Papa Meat at checkout. Z-Biotics is backed with 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/PapaMeat and use the code PapaMeat at checkout for 15% off. Thank you to Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Night of the Living Dummy 3. It really steps up the fucking bar. All new characters. It follows our protagonists, Trina, Daniel, and their cousin Zane, which, yes, Aiden Christensen is Zane. So there you go. Pretty good. But it opens with R.L. Stine talking to a dummy of himself, and it's unsettling. They even get the mole right and everything.
Hello, I'm R.L. Stine. I write the Goosebumps books.
I love the R.L. Stine intros. It's like a fucking big nostalgia blanket that's just draped over my fat body. It feels so right, and it feels like I'm just a little child again. It's amazing. The story begins. And the episode starts with the girl sleeping as a man drags a giant box up the stairs. There's some nice little creepy wind chime shots here. But, I mean, to be fair, they set up it's a nice framing of a man just dragging a big box up some stairs. Which, you know, we've seen the box before in Night of the Living Dummy 2. We know that it's Slappy's box, but still, as a kid, it's a bit frightening. It's a bit scary, especially to put yourself in the shoes of the girl, and she's just waking up like, what is that sound? What's happening? And the girl goes and investigates the attic, and she pulls the sheet off to reveal a dumb-looking dummy. I would use an R word, not a hard R. I would just use an R word. She basically is like going around. She's like, Daniel, I know it's you. Just stop it, okay? And then her brother comes up and just says a pretty good line. I heard someone talking up here, so I decided to come up and check it out. What's going on? I'm your brother Daniel.
I heard some bumping in the hallway. Was that you?
She's like, wait, if you're here, then what's... And it ends up being their dad pops out from the back, and you find out that the dad's a ventriloquist.
Oh, yeah? I can still do it. Can I throw my voice or what?
I think that the dad has to be the smallest actor alive. I thought Elijah Wood was small. This man is petite, is how I would say. But the dad is a bow tie wearing ventriloquist. I was like, how the did this guy get pussy and have a couple kids? How did this happen? The dad then pulls out Slappy and glues his eye back on because his face is still broken in from Night of the Living Dummy 2. As he's gluing it, he tells him that cousin Zane is coming over. Zane? Is that a real name?
Zayn Malik from One Direction.
Oh, the One Direction dude. Okay, I forgot about that. Daniel and Trina basically bully the shit out of Zane all the time, to an excessive degree. And they're like, oh yeah, we have to deal with our big pussy cousin Zane. I hate when he comes over, dude. And they pranked him by moving his bed outside and putting him by a cow, and that like scarred him for life. Which even as a kid, I was just like, would I be that mad? I mean, like the inconvenience of having to like walk up to the house, but I'm like, it's not like the
cow's gonna bite you or anything. It will do nothing. So I don't know. I kind of wish that they would, like, I don't know, they made him like piss his pants or something like that, made him shit himself. Trina then sees that there's like a little note on the chair. She reads the Latin again, and then Slappy's face like jolts off. Like, it's obviously they have a wire and they just like pull the wire off and off. The dad's like, what the hell? What is this? Well, needless to say, they don't really give a shit about it. The dad plops the face back on with the glue, and they all head downstairs all happy, knowing that everything's safe and fine. It was just their creepy ventriloquist dad in the attic messing around and purchasing and bringing home a puppet at 3 in the morning? Where did he get the puppet? I was just going out shopping. I would definitely be like, are you cheating on his mom? Or we're not going to have to live in separate homes, are we? Where the do you buy a ventriloquist dummy?
Mistakes
I don't know.
of the past.
Black market.
The black market. Kids, don't worry. I bought this puppet on the black market. Wouldn't you also be like, why is the puppet on the black market? Well, thank God it comes with this Latin spell card. That's why I read out loud. But as they're heading downstairs, Slappy's face magically seals shut. And I remember as a kid, I was like, I don't know if my autistic monkey brain basically got scratched or what, but I remember I used to like rewind the part with the glowing green going around and sealing up his face. I thought it was very satisfying. I was becoming an HGTV viewer right then and there. I was like, look at him get fixed in such elegance and style. We cut back to the morning, and Trina's coming down. She's looking all fucking pissed off, and it's kind of funny because she sits down at the table, and she's like, Daniel, will you hand me the cereal? Daniel. And it's like, over the cereal, you can see a plaster head of red hair. Is that what you think the top of your brother's head looks like? Hello? And she moves the box and oh, it's Slappy. And then the dad and brother come in, but the dad does like a really like millennial core kind of like cringy, like, we thought that you might want a friend for breakfast.
We thought you'd like some company at breakfast.
And they're like playing a joke on her. I just have to once again reiterate the size difference between the mom and the dad. It's staggering. I really would love to see that situation. Like, I wish there was a Pornhub video of them fucking just so I could see how it's simply done, because it's that fascinating. It wouldn't even be for pleasure, Nick. It would be like Nat Geo. It'd be for learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not you, oh, shut up. So she sees Slappy there, and Trina's like, oh, Dad, you glued his eye on perfectly. It is a seamless fix. If I was a kid, I'd be like, how did you magically put that back on his face? But I just thought that, even as a kid, I was like, motherfucker, put his face back on perfectly. And people are just like, hey, good job.
You did a good job of gluing him back.
As if, like, I don't know, he folded laundry or did something like that minute. I'd be like, that is impressive. Then the dad, of course, he's cutting some bread. He does, ow, oh, oh. And we zoom in on Slappy's maniacal face, and then the dad does like a nice thumb trick. This is the second practical joke, and it's 7:45 in the morning. I would be exhausted. Luckily, Zane arrives and spices up the whole situation. He arrives, and basically, he's talking to his dad. He's just like,
if you wanted to torture me, couldn't you just find something a bit more humane?
If you wanted to torture me, why don't you just send me to Guantanamo Bay and have them break my thumb? Why don't you whip my back, Dad? I would rather have you whip my back until I bled raw. The casting of Zane's dad could not have been more perfect. That's what dads need to look like. I'm tired of all these sexy twink dads where everybody just wants to be the dad the whole time, like a Pedro Pascal kind of guy. Give me that guy as the dad, dude. And we get a really awkward interaction between Zane and Daniel and Trina, and they have like a really awkward small talk.
So.
And you can just tell the kids don't like each other. Grabs his camera, he says, oh, did you know I'm a photographer now? He's taking pictures of Trina, but it's just like really weird, cringy lines. Like, you're happening, you're here, look at you.
Oh, beautiful, you're happening, you're here, oh, great stuff.
Like, kind of like New York fashion talk, and he's snapping pictures of him. I can't tell why they did that for this child to say that. The 90s were a crazy time. Daniel sees Zane has a book that says Conquering Your Fears, and Daniel starts to mock him because apparently, I love child cruelty in media. Zane is holding onto a book just titled Conquering Your Fears, and Daniel's just like, oh my God, what are you afraid? Pussy? Of what? And then to ease his fears of dummies, because he's like, oh my God, on top of it, you can tell that Zane's a skittish kid, right? The dad's like, oh, well, here, let me show you some of this stuff about the puppets, and you'll get used to them. And Zane's like, oh, okay. And the dad just, like, takes Slappy and just starts making fun of him.
His name is Zane.
Well, I guess that's better than being insane.
And the whole family is laughing at him. I'm like, this is exactly why he was perfectly fit to be a mass murderer as Darth Vader. This should have been Anakin's arc, is getting completely belittled by this Canadian family. But we cut to the night, and Zane's spazzing out. Everyone's wondering, what going on. He comes in and he starts beating basically like a puppet wearing like a hockey mask, kind of Friday the 13th style, hitting it, and the amount of feathers in the room. I mean, he's basically blowing a metaphorical whistle. I mean, he's like, help me, he's gonna get me, he's gonna get me.
Help me, no, help me, no.
Even I was like, God damn, someone help this kid. Trina comes down and the family's like, what the hell? And it kind of seems like the kids are playing a prank on Zane. And they're like, wow, why the did Daniel do this? But even Daniel comes in and he's like, oh, snow. Cool.
Hey, cool. Snow. All right.
You find out that the puppet in the room is their dad's puppet, Rocky. And it's like a mob looking like an Al Capone era mobster. Zane's like, yeah, they hate me.
They hate me.
And he's like, no shit, dude. You're annoying. You come in and you have a Conquering Your Fears book in your waistband. You're taking pictures like a New York photographer. Of course. Why would these kids vibe with that? The dad tells his wife, Patty, to give Zane some ice cream. And the other two kids are going to be punished. They have to clean up the room. Now Daniel and Trina are just like, they're a little betrayed by each other. Well, I wish you wouldn't have done that, because now we're both in trouble. We don't know who did it exactly. We haven't been revealed that. It's very Alfred Hitchcock-esque, I would say. You show the bomb under the table, who's going to ignite it?
Which movie's that?
No, it's not like a movie. It's just it's a thing. It's a situation that he had. You know, it's like it's all about suspense and tension. You want to rise the tension. It's better to see a bomb under a table and know that there's the people that are at the table don't know it's there. It's a classic thing from film school.
What movie?
Okay, well, it's not. I'm just gonna keep going. We cut to the morning and they confront Zane, and he pretty much is just like, well, it actually was a pretty funny joke.
In a twisted sort of way.
I'm going to show you how I process my pictures. I took some pussy pics of your mom, Aunt Patty. You guys want to come see? And the kids are like, yeah, I want to see Mom's beef. So they go upstairs, and they start developing the pictures. And as he's developing the pictures, it's like the photos he was taking outside, but then there's like puppet versions of it. So this little motherfucker can't catch a break. And he's like, what are you doing this? And he just like, runs downstairs again. Like, the dad's like, I know what's going to help this kid. I'm going to show him the puppet again that I belittled him with earlier. The mom's like, are you sure about this? And the size difference between these two people is unbelievable. I can't get past it. It's a roadblock, I swear to God. He starts talking to him, and Slappy kicks Zane.
Kicked me!
And even the dad's just like, what are you talking about? This kid's a psycho. He gets kicked by Slappy, and it's like, even the dad's like, well, I didn't do that. So I think you're being a little over dramatic. I feel like I would like probably pull my kids over to the side and be like, he's a bit of a... He's only here for like 2 days. Don't even look at him. Look at the ground. When you walk by him, just look at the ground. Have my kids get re-indoctored into society, or like, you know, have to deal with troubled people. If you see somebody who's different than you, look to the ground and don't look at them.
It's funny too, because Aunt Patty's like, what are you doing?
Exactly. The Aunt Patty, she's just like, why would you do that? And the dad's like, what are you talking about? She's like, well, why don't we just have dinner? I made this dinner. And you go into the dinner, and it's like all trashed by dummies.
Oh no!
The mom and dad are livid because they think Daniel and Trina did it. Zane keeps doing this thing where he like runs away and screams every time, and it's the same kind of frequency and pitch each time. And it almost feels like they did it in post-production. It's always like, wah! Which the dad then is just like, well, I don't think that you guys are going to go to summer camp because you guys are being nuisances. And they're like, that's not fair, Dad. That's bullshit. He's like, whatever. They're getting the ultimate punishment by not being able to go to summer camp because it's the 90s and that's all you have. Cut to night and the sister is sleeping. She hears something and goes upstairs to find Daniel hiding behind a couch. And they start sitting there and they're like, he's like, I knew it, you did it. And she's like, no, I knew you did it. And they're both sitting there talking to each other. And then Zane comes upstairs and he's just like saying his whole plan out loud.
I think we'll put you in the shower and we'll hang you outside my bedroom window. After this trip, Trina and Daniel will never mess with me again.
I can't believe people thought I was afraid of this stuff.
And they thought I was afraid of you?
No one's gonna mess with me again. I am actually not afraid. I have been doing these plans. Everybody is stupid, and I am Zane. Trina does like a really cringy, even as a kid, I used to cringe really hard because she does, Zane's been a naughty boy.
Looks like Zane's been a naughty boy.
What?
I used to hate that shit. Drive me insane. But you pretty much find out that Zane has been faking this the whole time. It's a good twist, I'll be honest. It's a good character twist. You think he's a pussy, turns out he's the guy doing it the whole time. Even as a kid, I was like, is it Slappy doing this? You know what I mean? But no, it ends up being Zane. And they run downstairs, and they're gonna go tell their parents. And he's like, no, come on, guys, please, please. And as they do that, we get our first problem. We have Slappy walk towards him. He's like, so you want to be a wise guy, Zane? But it's just either a child or a little person in a very bad mask that does not match the puppet that well. And also, I couldn't unsee it as well, is that it's even human hands, but they're just doing this the whole time. So he's like, so you want to be a wise guy, Zane? So you want to be a wise guy? And you know the editing is going to be, it's going to get real wonky really fast.
You can also see his face under the mask.
I forgot about that. You can't actually kind of see his face under the mask. It's like, it just looks, you see part of their bottom lip and their tongue, but the eyes like don't blink and they're really flat. Like at least with this one, there's some dimension, right? His forehead has the nice, it's three-dimensional. This one, it's like very clearly just like a straight ahead thing and his eyes are just like wide open. Slappy pretty much breathes some green queef smoke into Rocky, and I guess it assumes that he's like gonna possess him or something. Because he comes to life and he's like, are you ready to have some fun? And then Rocky sounds like kind of like he has some kind of mental illness or that he was hit in the head with a shovel as a youth. He says, yeah, sure, boss. Yeah.
Are you ready to have some real fun?
Sure. Whatever you say, boss.
But the next morning, Zane is mowing the lawn. You can tell he's being punished. Trina and Daniel come out with some nice big glasses of lemonade to rejoice in their victory last night. And Zane's pretty much like, your parents probably hate me.
Suppose your mom and dad hate me just as much as you guys do now, don't they?
And they're like, yeah, Zane. They're going to beat the shit out of you tonight. No, I'm kidding. They are like, no, they don't hate you. They're just surprised that you did that. They have some camaraderie out in the yard about how they tricked each other, and they're going to become friends now. And even the parents see it. And the little munchkin dad's just like, can I eat your pussy from the back tonight in our Volvo when we drive into town? And then mom's like, you know it. And then you see the dummies like carrying things in the background down the hallway. I feel like it's pretty in line with the mom's peripheral. Like, I'm really surprised no one didn't see it there, but well, what do you do? So we cut tonight, and pretty much almost immediately we can get to see the dad munching on the mom's pussy as they drive away. But what's weird during this part is that it's a still image, yet they use the version of it that's the mask and not just the puppet. So I was really confused by that. It almost looks like a new character in the window. When I was watching it, I was like, wait, who is that? Oh, it's Slappy. Okay. And the kids are upstairs and they're playing like some old person game. And they're saying they're going to stay up all night and watch movies. But when Trina goes downstairs, she finds some dolls that are swinging on some fans and a doll that's in the cooler. And she calls down Zane and she says, Zane! Zane! And the kids come downstairs and Zane's like, this isn't even physically possible to put the doll in the cooler. While they're talking about that, you hear a little rustle. They turn back around. Guess who's on the table? Slappy. But what's kind of weird is we start getting into the editing problem. Because when you first see it, it's definitely the person trying to be still. They're kind of slightly moving with the mask. And then every time they do a cut in, it's the actual puppet. You almost think there's like an additional character in the scene because they keep cutting back and forth between each other.
Do you think it would be better if they just had the kid in the costume?
I think you either have to go one way or the other, right? Like, it feels weird to keep cutting back and forth, or just use the kid for like running shots and never show the front of him. The editing is so jarring, though. The amount of cuts you do and the amount of like drastically stylized changes makes it super, super jarring. So Hayden Christensen's like, here, look, I'll see if he wants to kick him, and he just immediately goes down and like shows his ass to Slappy. He's like, kick me, Slappy, buddy, old pal. And he's like,
I dare you.
Slappy does it. Slappy kicks him in the ass, and he starts chasing the kids around. He trips them on a rug, but they just tackle him because, once again, in this series, children forget that they can overpower a toy or a hollow puppet. They roll him up in a rug and shove some like panties in his mouth. They put him in his chest and throw him down the well.
Quiet.
And they're like, well, crisis averted. And they kind of awkwardly go back inside.
So, I guess we should just go to bed, right? Right.
All right, good night.
So, I guess nobody wants to watch the monster movie marathon anymore.
Well, you guys aren't going to like talk about how weird it is that a puppet came to life. Like, is no one curious?
Guess not.
What's crazy to me is that in these Goosebumps things, no one ever tries to reach out to anybody, like even 911 or anything. These also work well because you don't have cell phones and stuff like that. Also, kids are pretty dumb. Usually, even back in the day, my mom would be like, hey, I left a phone number on the fridge if you need to call anybody. It's never that. They're just like, well, that happened. Okay, good night. You're not... See, that, That's it. Okay, I guess period for the night. See you guys. Like, it just feels so fucking weird. Slappy does get out of the well, and like while the sister's sleeping, she wakes up and Slappy like throws up a frog and he goes, "A frog in my throat!" Ah! Trina starts screaming. Daniel comes in with a bat. Slappy's gone, and you see that he's going into the air vent. He goes into Zane's room. He says some creepy shit. He's like, "So you want to take pictures of Aunt Patty's pussy? Upload them to the newly found interwebs, do you, Zane?" So then he crawls into, which even I gotta say was kind of graphic, if I'm being honest. Crawls onto the bed with Zane, like bounces over him, and starts like queefing in his face, and like it goes into the kid's nostrils. The greatest guy was like, "This is kind of explicit. This is." Well, you know, I felt a little uncomfy watching it for a second. So the kids are like, "Zane! Oh my God, he's in Zane's room!" And they run into Zane's room, and Slappy's in there, and he turns Zane around, and Zane has been transformed into a puppet.
Demons.
It's pretty horrifying, actually, if you think about it. You're like, oh my God, you know how you would process that. And he like turns him around, he says a joke.
Hey, did you hear the one about the 3 kids that tried to outsmart that dummy?
Hayden Christensen in the vocal booth. "No, Slappy, tell me all about it." They don't. Ah! And they laugh, and then the kids run off, because in all these books and a lot of the Goosebumps stuff, the kids can just run away and like kind of reevaluate and reassess, and the evil entities just kind of hang out in the house. They're just like, nah. They go back to the well, and they are like, "Oh, let's get the card, and we'll say the spell again." And that will exorcise him out of the doll's body, I guess. The chest they pull out of the well is completely dry, even though earlier we hear it hit water. I know that I'm being nitpicky, but they even open it and there's no water inside the chest. It's bone dry. It doesn't matter. I just want to say I was complaining about that. They're like, "Well, Slappy probably still has it on him." They go back in the house, find out the attic, and all the dolls are sitting there. I can't remember. I think Daniel says, "I think they're sleeping."
Do dummies sleep?
It's like they're puppets. They're puppets and all their eyes are open. Why would you just assume that? Just because they're sitting quietly? Do you not think that this is a trap, Dan? You idiot? But they see the card. Slappy wakes up, the girl slaps the shit out of him. Which, once again, it's like they tussle, and you find out that, yes, a human child can overpower a puppet.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
We keep coming to this conclusion, and they don't just, like, rush him, kick his ass. Which also, it's like, even if he did do the queef dust in your face, I feel like you could just, like, hold your breath, or just, like, run away from it for a second, and then come back and scissor kick him. They tussle around for a bit, and she grabs the card, and she reads the curse again, and Slappy does, "Ah!" and falls to the floor. Rocky does kind of like a weird, like, "Oh!" and falls to the floor as well, but it's like a couple seconds afterward, so it feels very obvious that even he didn't know what was going on there. He's like, "Oh, I should probably fall down too." So they're sitting there and they're defeated, and they're like, "It worked!" "Oh, nope, psych." They get back up, and they're just like, "Haha, we were just tricking you. That was acting." And this is another thing that Slappy says too. He says it in the second book. It's Night of the Living Dummy 2. He says, "You all are my slaves."
You are my slaves.
He's very interested in making sure that the children know that you all are my slaves. Meh. Rocky starts to laugh with Slappy. He goes, "Quiet! Who said you're gonna laugh? I'm in charge here." And the girl's basically like, "Hey, Rocky, you know that you're my dad's favorite puppet, right? He used to take you everywhere."
"Rocky, you don't need to be anybody's slave."
And Rocky looks around. He looks like he's experiencing life for the first time, which makes sense since he's a puppet, but it just, there's like not a thought going on behind those eyes. Like, and with his voice, it just makes him seem so mentally unwell. But anyways, he's like, "We're right," and he starts tussling with Slappy, and he keeps saying shit like, "Never disrespect the family.
Never go against the family."
And there's a lot of interesting sound effects too. He's like, "All right," tackling him and stuff. They drape what is pretty much a weightless puppet over his shoulder. Throws him out the window, and Slappy holds onto the gutter, right? He's holding onto the gutter outside the house on the roof. It's so epic. Oh God, it's so good. He leans back up with the regular puppet.
Don't you get it? I'm invincible!
A bolt of lightning doesn't hit Slappy, all right? It hits the house. A metal point on the tip of the house travels all the way down the gutter system, and then it gets to Slappy, and he explodes. And his scream is like reverberated and echoes, so he's like, "Ah!" And he gets some like cool like MTV Headbangers Ball, like his face is burning on the ground. He's like, ugh. It cuts to the next day. The parents, I don't even think, know what happened.
we really actually liked having you around. We thought you were a pussy idiot, but actually we like you a lot. He's like, well, maybe next time you can come to my house.
Maybe next time you could come over to my house.
Yeah, we'd like that. See you, Zane. And as he's walking in, his head does a full 180. He goes,
I'll be seeing you real soon, cousins.
the dad is right there. So I feel like, why would you be like, his head! His head! And the dad would be like, oh my God, Zane! No, the dad's just like, everything's normal here. And his head turns back around and gets in. Which, to be fair, that being the ending and then cuts, and it's an interesting little wind chimes again, like, the terror still continues. It's pretty. And of course, you cut back to R.L. Stein. Did you like that? Well, hope you have a good rest of the evening, everybody. And then his hands go up, and their voice goes, have a spooky evening. His little puppet does like a very pedophile kind of laugh. I had no other way of describing it. And that's the story. It's weird to think that he is the face of the franchise. I still think that like the Haunted Mask is probably the best one in terms of like stories. I mean, you know me, dude. Stay out of the basement. That's my game. Werewolf of Fever Swamp. That's my jam. Haunted Mask, probably legitimately the creepiest one with the best story. But even this one has its own charm. It's interesting to think that he is like the spokesperson. He is the face of the series. Even in like remakes and adaptations, he's always like kind of a central figure in all of them, which is just kind of odd. I don't know. It's a very simple idea, but remember just being very afraid of this episode as a kid. Even the set, like the giant house and everything, the well. It's just all these little intricacies that are very nice. And I really don't think there's any practicals of it too. Puppets and stuff, and even their extremely pathetic attempt of like making him more mobile. Night of the Living Dummy 2, where he was very stationary and it was kind of awkward because he never really seemed that threatening. But at least in this one, they had a child or a little person running around as him, and they gave it a good college try. So for a 90s piece of schlock and a little piece of nostalgia, I think it's fun. It kind of takes me back to like the Scholastic Book Fair and stuff, so it's always a good time. I love Goosebumps, dude. I'll never stop talking about Goosebumps. I love it. We'll have to do the Haunted Mask sometime.
What about the new 2023 series on Hulu?
Who dares address me?
With Justin Long. I remember they kept using all those promotional commercials with Justin Long, and he keeps like looking up like with a Kubrick stare smile. So cringy. And I forgot what song they played with it. Do you remember what song?
I get the goosebumps every time.
Oh my God, that's what it was. It was the Travis. You're right. It was the Travis Scott one. I get those goosebumps every time. Where does he say? I hit the high man. Is that what he says? Why did I say like? I hit the high man. That's what I do, dude. When I'm getting balls deep, I hit the high man. Whatever, dude. All right, bye, everybody.
No thanks, I'm allergic to monster blood. Oh, sweet. Oh, well, that would make a lovely centerpiece. Oh, nothing like rats and sauerkraut. No, I usually don't kiss giant hamsters on the first date.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Papa Me Channel. How you doing? Come on in, sit on down. I am kind of drunk. I'm in New York City. I don't have to tell you I'm in New York City. I'm just here, okay? But I did go and just see Winnie the Pooh Blood Money 2. And much like when we did our Junji Ito Netflix video, where when I was in my Airbnb and we talked about the video, I thought it'd be applicable to do that here now. Because it's impossible, but they somehow made the first movie look even better than the sequel. I do have a list here of things that we had to write down during the movie. So without further ado, let's just get into it. Which I do want to say, the movie did begin with the director and the actor and co-writer-director who plays Christopher Robin in this movie talking about the lineup of films they have coming out, which is essentially they're doing a Bambi one. The actor who plays Christopher Robin in this movie is directing a Peter Pan one. And then also they were ecstatic to talk about the Pooniverse. You think I'm joking, but that's literally what it's called. Where they said they were a fan of Avengers. Isn't that fucking crazy? They would say that. He said, I wanted to make a movie where they came together because my inspirations are Black Phone and the Avengers. Imagine going to make a movie and your two references are Blumhouse's Black Phone and then Marvel's Infinity War. And we did, and then they had the director of the Bambi movie come out, and he said we got a sneak peek of it, and you basically just saw a 3D deer flip over a car. And it's like, whoa, this is sick. But there is a couple different things I want to let you know is that in this movie, because the first movie made like $1 billion, and they made the movie for like, I think $1,000 or something. So in this one, as just like a list to go off here, the pros is that I would say it's a better shot.
It's super dark though.
It's very dark. It is very, very dark. But I will say that like there's more mass last time, and they probably just asked for like a commercial fee use. So I think they specifically got costumes for this one. So I'll give them points there. And there's way more gore. I remember in the first one there wasn't really anything like that. But what's insane is that you hear these perks and you would say, oh, so it was a step up, and no, it's insane. If you just don't give a shit about this video, let me just say you could go in this movie and not even have seen the first movie, and it would be fine because they retconned the entire first movie. Because the way they explain it, which I'll go over here again in a bit, but the way they explain it is that the first movie is an actual movie in the universe that they made about Christopher Robin because people believe he is a serial killer. The first movie we saw, this is reminds me a lot of Endgame, which is cool. But the first movie we see is a made-up movie in this universe, and I'm wondering if it's because they recasted Christopher Robin, so I'm wondering if they're like, oh, we're going to get new mass, we're going to get a new Christopher Robin character, so I wonder if we should just say, like, this was made up or something, which feels like a really fucking stupid way to go about this. And I will say, too, I don't know if we want to include this in the video, but the people who made this movie did reach out to us and asked if we wanted to interview the director, and I don't think we responded. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Dude. Hey, so like, are you stoked about? Like, I have no idea. So we went into this extremely biased, I would say, because I did not like the first movie. But it's insane because I walked out being like, I would have just have rather watched the first one again in the grand scheme of it all. So without further ado, let me give you a breakdown of this, and I'm going to try my best to recollect this. We were drunk and laughing in the movie theater, so I tried my best. But here we go. So the movie does start off with Christopher Robin basically being called a liar, like I said, right? So the whole thing is that there's like new animations this time of, because in the first movie there was the animations talking about why Pooh and his friends were pissed, and in this movie there's animations being like all of the things. Dude, it's so fucking convoluted. It's like all of the events in the first movie are technically true, but people don't believe that the Woodland Critters did it. They just believe that Christopher Robin killed these people, and it's called the 100 Acre Massacre or whatever. We just have to keep going because there's so much stuff that ties in later that I'll complain about. But after the animations of that whole beginning intro, which is basically like a giant anime exposition dump, it cuts to a camper where 3 girls are hanging out in a camper doing a Ouija board, and the owl from Pooh and Pooh attack the camper. They look over and the door's open. They're like, close the door. And then she goes over and Pooh like comes out and he stands in front of the door and he like smashes her hand in the door, so she's like freaking out. And then the owl stabs through the wall and kills. Or no, he just stabs like a bar. It's just a rebar, yeah. It's like some piece of metal, and it kills one of the women, and then Pooh lifts up the camper, and Pooh lifts up the camper. Which I will say, you notice immediately how much better the masks are. They're much, much better. And even the owl looks like the Jeepers Creepers monster a little bit. And he kind of has like a weird, like theatrical black swan, black feather. He looks more like a raven. I wouldn't really say an owl. That's just being nitpicky. But Pooh basically flips over the camper and causes a fire for some reason, and the girl is burning alive inside the camper, and then the other girl swims out and she's like, no, and then her leg gets caught in a bear trap. And then this was one of the funniest. I don't think I've laughed so hard at the beginning of a movie before. I'm really trying to me and Nick were laughing so hard at the beginning of this movie. The girl is crawling away in this bear trap screaming. Pooh goes over, breaks her leg, and then her left arm, and then her right arm, and then he takes the bear trap, puts it under her head, and then stomps her head into it to where it like cuts off her head, which is like, there's way too I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's way too many beheading scenes in this movie of Pooh like grabbing a head and being like, ugh. Oh yeah, and then like the girl who was on fire is like crawling out of the water and she's like all mangled. She's like melted. What happens to her? She like
Owl goes up and says some cryptic shit.
Owl Owl basically sounds like the Allstate guy, and he's just like, I think he says something like, "Who's the freak now?" Isn't that what he says? Yeah, he says, "Who's the freak now?" And then he kills her, and then you get the title card. So that's the title card intro to the movie. And we cut to Christopher Robin, who is in therapy and is acting extremely nonchalant. So we're led to believe, it's hard to kind of follow actually. You're led to believe that he is in therapy dealing with something that happened a year ago. So it's only been a year difference between what we saw in the first movie and this. And between a year ago and now, in canon universe, they've made an entire movie about what happened, and like people have died. I mean, like it's been a whole crazy thing, and he is extremely like nonchalant. He's a very chill guy. It's almost like it didn't really affect him, is how it seems. But he's like in this weird. I would say it's comparable to the mom in Get Out. Like they're trying to do that with the therapist trying to like hypnotize him in a weird way. But I don't know. It doesn't really. Obviously, it doesn't read. But oh yeah, and then in the time frame too. So I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I get all this. Christopher Robin is also now a doctor, a pediatrician. They let a supposed murderer, like everybody in town thinks he's a murderer, and they let him become a pediatrician. And so he is wanted for murder, kind of, and he became a pediatrician. Just wanted to put that out there. A girl drives him home, like a girl that is his friend. It's not his girlfriend. It's very, you can tell they like each other, but she's just like, "Hey, let me give you a ride home." He's like, "No, I'm gonna need you to leave because people hate me." And she's like, "I don't care, Christopher." Also, they're all very British. "I don't care, Christopher. Just get in the car and let me drive you home." And he's like, "Okay." He goes home, and then his dad, there's like a very, very awkward interaction between him and his dad. Like they hug awkwardly, and he's just like, "I love you." He's like his dad is working with his friend trying to fix Christopher's car, I think.
Spray painted with murder.
Oh yeah, someone spray painted murderer on Christopher's car, and his buddy was helping him wash it off. And his friend's like, "Well, I gotta go to work." And his dad's like, "I didn't want you to see this, Christopher." And he's like, "It's okay, Dad." And he walks inside. Spray paint on a car, it would be extremely hard to get off. I mean, it's like you need like a power washer. But when the dad gets down, he starts wiping it off, and it like wipes off immediately. You could tell they did not want to fuck with this rental car they had, which is pretty nice. Oh yeah, but then after that scene, we immediately cut to 3 hunters in the forest who are looking for the creatures. Like they believe that the creatures do exist, and that like one of the victims from the last movie, I think it's one of their brothers or dads or something, and they're basically like, "Oh, they're here, I've seen them." And we cut to, you see the owl flapping above, and it just looks like, kind of reminds me of like, I don't know if you guys ever saw, like when I was younger, we had the Sci-Fi Channel, and that's where they played all of like the really shitty, cheap horror films. It was giving me like a Sci-Fi Channel for rendition. I don't think they filmed one scene in actual night. I think that the entire night sequences in this movie were all day for night sequences because they think that they're Jordan Peele and Nope, and that they can get away with it, you know? But it's weird, so we saw the owl go, but then we noticed that Pooh, Piglet, and the owl are in an underground base under a tree. Pooh, Piglet, and Owl are talking, and Owl says that they have to kill Christopher Robin. So that makes sense from the first movie, sure. But in the bottom bunker of this tree, there's also a vault door, and you hear like growls, and that's supposed to be Tigger. And it's led to believe that I guess he's like, they can't control him. So
He would say something like, "We're gonna have to resort to like letting him out."
oh yeah, we're gonna have to resort to letting Tigger out. That'd be so cool. They just kept his voice. He's like, "I'm Tigger. I'm gonna have to bow up and down. I'm Tigger." Piglet ends up attacking the hunters from before, but one of the hunters just like shoots his head off. Fuck off. He like walks into frame, and they're like, "Oh, the monsters are real," and then he just gets his head blasted off. Which was a funny beat, but Pooh comes out and kills one of the hunters. And what's weird is like one of the kills is he stabs one of the hunter's rifles through his head. So like the barrel of the gun, he like jolts it through his head. And now it's just like it went through his skull. It went through, which I get it. It's like, oh, he's a big, powerful monster. But I was like, I don't know, dude, just like rip his head off or something. It just feels weird using like a blunt object like that. Instead of beating him to death, it's like it impales him. I don't know. Basically, all of the guys get killed except for one guy who gets his face mutilated by Tigger, and they leave. And then the guy like kind of wakes up in the morning. He's like alive somehow, and then he just passes out, and then we cut to Christopher Robin giving a child a shot in the hospital, and it's just confusing.
His best Patch Adams.
He's doing a Patch Adams, Robin Williams thing for sure, but it's just weird that it's like a person where an entire town believes that you were the reason that 7 people were murdered, and it's just weird that they would let him be a pediatrician in this town. Because then immediately after this, he does the shot. He gives the kid a shot. He's like, "You were a brave kid," and the kid's like, "Okay." And then he walks out to the hallway, and his boss is like, "I'm sorry, but people just don't like you. You're fired." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And it's like all that kind of uneventful. And he sees the guy who got his face mauled, and the movie is dark in terms of lighting, so it's hard to see things, but it's also quiet in certain lines, and also it's like horrible British accents. So it's just fucking hard to understand anything. Especially one character later in the movie has a Scottish accent, almost impossible to understand what he's saying. I digress. But they like are moving the body past Christopher, and he's like, "Oh, I know that guy." Is what he says. "I know him." And you're supposed to be connected to that somehow, but it's like, is it just a small town where everybody knows everyone? But I don't know.
He doesn't interact with them at all.
Well, yeah, it's like he's like, "I know him," but there's no follow-up to that. They're like, "Okay," and he's like, "All right, well, I'll see you guys later." It's not even him being like, "Oh my god," because I would say in a lot of movies this is the part where it's like, "We're back," you know what I mean? "Oh my god, the 100-acre magical animals are back," and he'd be freaked out because not even 12 months ago, his girlfriend that he loved in the last movie was murdered. He was tortured, held captive and tortured, and was saved by strangers, and like barely survived the last film. And now it's supposed to be like he just doesn't give a shit. He's like, "Oh well, okay." Christopher Robin goes back to his house. Someone loaded the dishwasher with like, it's like a really weird thing where they like pulled the dishwasher open at Christopher Robin's house, and there's like 20 knives facing up, and the mom's like, "He keeps loading the dishes wrong," which it's like obvious foreshadowing, but also this is just the old man in me, but no one puts knives in dishwashers. It dulls the blade. I know that's like very nitpicky, but when I saw that, I was like, if my wife caught me doing that, I would be up shit creek so fast, for real. So. Well, that's when Christopher Robbins goes upstairs, and you find out that his sister is playing with a bear doll, but the bear looks like it's like guts are ripped open. It looks like a fucking nightmare toy. And he's like, "What'd I tell you about going in my room?" She's like, "Sorry." And then he's like, "Yeah, Mom's pissed because you loaded up the dishwasher with the knives wrong." She's like, "Sorry." But then we're led to believe, like, do they just have the 4-year-old child load up knives into the dishwasher? And essentially, you can tell that they have like a cute relationship, I guess, because he's like joking around with her, but then also his brother went missing a while. Do we know about the brother yet?
That's the next therapy session.
Okay, all right, so we're not there yet. I really can't emphasize enough, though, that through these scenes, he's very chipper for someone who was on the verge of death not so long ago. But it's like it's kind of inconvenient, and they're trying to show that he's a little tortured by people not liking him in the town, but otherwise he doesn't really bring up like his past girlfriend getting mutilated, him being held hostage. It's just he's way too chipper. We cut back now to a father and son who are bird watching. And it's like another vignette where it's supposed to be, he's like going around, he's like, "Which bird is that, son?" He's like, "It's a cardinal." He's like, "Very nice. Why don't you give me one?" And he looks at the trees, you just see the owl like, he's like, "I don't want to play this game anymore, Dad." And he like runs off, and the dad, in like an After Effects, like Windows Movie Maker style, just gets picked up by the owl in the background. And then you, to show that the dad died, they throw a Spirit Halloween arm and leg into the river, and Pooh and the owl are on the bridge, and they are watching the legs go by, and they're like, "We fucking need to kill Christopher Robin." And Pooh's like, and the owls just keep saying like, "Oh, we're gonna get revenge." It's like, over what? I guess last time Christopher Robin kind of fucked up their scenario, but like it was.
Owl wasn't even in the movie.
Owl wasn't even there, so it's like did Pooh just be like, "Hey, Christopher Robin did this to me, and now he's holding a vendetta against him?" Or I guess in the first movie, to clarify for people who haven't seen the first movie, Christopher Robin like abandoned them in the first movie. That's why they were mad. They were abandoned and left to fend for themselves, and they became evil, having to fend for themselves. Which is also kind of funny to think that like a child was protecting or feeding them or something.
He stopped feeding them, and they had to eat. They ate Eeyore.
Dude, they ate Eeyore. Yes, they did. They did. But that doesn't matter because we get to see Christopher Robin's next therapy session, which in the next therapy session, we find out that he had a brother who was abducted as a child. And it's almost a shot-for-shot beat of that Five Nights at Freddy's child being abducted. And now there's like, we're getting eerily close into Five Nights at Freddy's territory. It's weird. It's just like reminiscent of Get Out. I can only think of Get Out, of like when the mom is like tinkering with that coffee cup and he's like helpless, but we just find out that, yeah, on one of Christopher Robin's birthdays, his brother got abducted, and he's like, oh, I don't know what that means, but okay. And we cut back to the friend who picked up Christopher earlier, and she's babysitting a kid who is dressed in a Freddy sweater, and he has a hockey mask on, where we're like, Freddy Jason? And his name is Freddy. And the little kid is watching Blood and Honey 1, the first movie. And I think that's, like I said earlier, I think that that's just to clarify and make sure that you know that, like, oh, that's why Christopher Robin's actor is different. That's why everybody looks different, is because it was a movie, which is just so annoying. It feels so cheap, doesn't it? Or what do you think?
No, it's definitely cheap. It's just like, instead of just ignoring it, they're just saying like, oh, that was a movie. The events really did happen, but that the movie is a movie within this universe.
They're in the house and she thinks that she hears somebody breaking in, so they run off and go into a giant pillow fort in the corner of a hallway, and they use a drone car, like a webcam attached to an RC car, but it's like never really established, which it's not like the technology is that weird, but I still think that you should establish like, oh, the kid's tech savvy or what. I mean, just who has a fucking camera on an RC car?
The car had also teeth all over it.
And the car had teeth. For why?
To make it like a serial killer.
Oh, he's like evil. He's like, oh, I like horror films. So Pooh comes in, and you see him on the monitor, and he smashes the car, and he goes upstairs, and basically they trick him, and they run outside, and cops are outside, but then you cut to a deputy who's on the property with them, and they're like, oh, there's a monster inside, and it's a barn detached from the house, and Pooh just like picks it up and like rips off her arm and shoves her arm in her mouth, and she's screaming, and people know that it's happening, and they do nothing about it. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
There's like 6 cops. I'm like, why is no one going to help this woman getting attacked in the deal?
The cops show up at the fort, and they see like all the dead bodies in the fort, and one of the cops says the other one, bounce.
We gotta bounce, and then Tigger says that's my line. We cut back to Christopher and his mom, who are talking about their brother being kidnapped. When the dad comes in and sees it, yeah. So the mom and Christopher are talking like, he's like, oh, I just remember that he was abducted, whatever. They're talking about his brother getting abducted, right? The dad walks in and sees his son and wife talking, and he goes, oh, I'm sorry for interrupting, and like leaves, and they're like, no, you can stay. It's like, it's just weird. It's like, he's in your house. That's your son. You can talk to him if you want. Christopher says to his dad too, like, I remember what happened, you know, and the dad says something funny like, look, I don't know if this crazy hypnotherapy is going to work, but it does. So I support you going to it. So before that, he was like, you're going to a fucking weird, like, magical doctor or something. Oh yeah, so then now Christopher Robin starts Googling different crimes that happen in the area, and it's one of those things where you're like, why didn't you Google this years ago? Like, he's like on Wikipedia and stuff looking up different crimes, and it's like, thank God you just now started looking up how your brother could have been abducted or something.
Also, he's like highlighting keywords at a time. Mysterious disappearance.
Yeah, it's like he's highlighting things, and he's like, mysterious disappearance. Several people abducted? It's just like, it's fucking stupid. And then the next scene, he's like going with his friends to a nightclub where they're going to be throwing a giant party, but he's asked to leave because they're like, hey, we think that you're going to murder somebody. And he's like, no, it's okay, I get it. Yeah, it's so weird because he goes to the nightclub and it's like, they're just setting up a future. I mean, it's like just shitty foreshadowing, right? But then even after that, immediately after he gets asked to leave by the person throwing the party, he just goes to the hospital where that guy got his face ripped off from earlier. Remember that guy? I doubt it. And he sits down and the guy just writes, you were right on a whiteboard. And that like sends Christopher off to being like, oh, what is going on? And then there is a man standing. This is unbelievable. This is all just coming back to me. There's a man standing looking in the room at the guy who got attacked. And the guy's like, he like walks off, and Christopher is in his car the next scene and beats the man outside and follows him home, goes into the man's house, goes upstairs, and it's a Scottish guy. He's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you for abducting my brother. And the Scottish guy's like, I didn't know I was dying. And it's like, oh, so you're the guy from 25 years ago who abducted my brother?
He's like, oh, I did it because a crazy scientist said he'd pay off me debts, me gambling debts.
And he's like, what are you talking about?
He's like, I didn't know what he wanted to use for him, but he started genetically splicing them with animals.
And you're like, oh God, Pooh is going to be Christopher Robin's brother. And these animals that are attacking people are actually genetically modified kids that were abducted, which is also just like Black Phone, which is what they said they're inspired by. And it's also like the Five Nights at Freddy's thing. So it's just like, God. It's so stupid. The guy gives a little preamble, or I say little, but this guy gives like a 15-minute exposition dump of stuff going on and like why the doctor did it. And then immediately after he's done, he just shoots himself in the head.
He was tortured.
And I feel like it's like, couldn't you have just told somebody else, or it took you this long to just be like, I'm gonna kill myself now. It's tortured me for too long. Right up to this second, I could have taken it any other time except for now. Because also it's kind of funny, the janitor guy, the Scottish guy's like, I didn't want to go to jail because I had a wife and kid, so I killed the kids and buried them. But they're alive now. So I'm guessing that Pooh and them are mad that they were killed and genetically modified, but it just makes it really stupid because it's like, why would they be mad at Christopher Robin?
He left them.
Why would they be? Yeah, he left in the first one, but you're kind of like retconning that. But they don't ever. It should be more like you should be pissed at the people like the doctor who fucking mutated you. By doing that, they make it super convoluted and they change the dynamic. Before they were just like weird magical creatures that are upset that Christopher Robin left them. Pretty simple. But in this one now, it's like, are we supposed to sympathize with these people that are just killing strangers left and right because they were abducted as children and then grew up to be murdering animals? Like, do I care at that point? Also, why wouldn't Pooh just walk back and be like, hey, I'm your son, they genetically modified me? Because that's another thing they do in this movie is they all speak English. Like the owl's like, Tigger speaks English, Piglet speaks English. I think the only person who doesn't talk is Pooh, except later.
Yeah, he says one line.
He says one line in the whole movie, and we'll get to that. So after that, Pooh, Tigger, and the owl go to a rave, and they're standing outside. It's like kind of a costume party, so they're trying to do a thing where it's like, oh, they'll walk up and no one will know. Like usually the thing is you have people go to like a crazy costume party, so then like you could have like Jason or Michael Myers walk up, and then people are like, oh, well, it's a costume party. How would they know that he's a killer, right? But they go outside the party, and the owl says,
it's time for you and Tigger to have some fun.
And Pooh just immediately walks up and kills them, goes inside, chases a woman who's running in slow motion, throws a bear trap at her head and rips her head off, and then just kills everybody. So to me, I'm like, why did you even make it a costume party? You know what I mean? Why was it a costume rave? Like there was girls' tits out, and I wonder if it's just to have tits in the movie?
Well, they were all bunny girls.
What does that mean, though? What do you think that means?
Predator and prey. Also, the sister's name's Bunny, which also we forgot that they stole the sister.
Pooh goes back to, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Pooh goes back to the house, kills the mom with the loaded dishwasher that had like the 25 knives, which there's nothing to say that Pooh doesn't know that that's his mom, which we don't know that it's his parents yet, but still it's like, there's no reason to think that he doesn't have the cognitive ability to remember that that was his mom and dad. But the dad is talking to Bunny upstairs, and you just hear the mom like screaming bloody murder, and he's like, what the hell? Definitely. It's anytime I've
So
ever
this
heard
guy
my
likes
wife
to
freak out
rope
about
turn
something,
one,
usually
huh?
your gut reaction is to sprint to wherever they are to see how they are. He's like, what the heck is... Okay, well, I guess I better go check out what your mom's doing. And he murders both of them, even though you should know that that's like your parents. But they didn't do anything wrong to you. So I don't know if he's trying to do like a Michael Myers vibe. But even then, it's like Michael Myers is almost like a representation of pure evil. In some incident, like the Rob Zombie one, which is whatever, the parents are like kind of absent and like treat him wrong. So it feels not necessarily justified, but you can understand how he got there. But this one, it's like you were just abducted and we didn't know where you were. So I don't know. But they really didn't also seem too worried about that either. It's not like that didn't really seem that was weighing on them. He kills the dad, Christopher Robin's mom and dad, and then he kidnaps Bunny, his sister. And now when they're at the party, he's going around killing people at the rave, and Tigger is also killing people at the rave. And Christopher Robin shows up to see, because he knows that like his friends are at the party, so then he wants to stop Pooh, right?
I don't even know why he showed up.
I forgot why he showed up.
He went to the house and he's like, Bunny's gone. And then he just appears at the party.
I
I just know that Christopher Robin's also driving around and he like gets a tape from the doctor that is apparently a mad scientist. He's like listening to things and it's like a very cheesy like, of course the experiment is going to work and they have regenerative abilities, and like he's like it's another exposition dump about like how the genetic splicing is going well and how they have regenerative abilities and they're becoming more animal-like. Basically, it's just like a giant like dump being like, hey, when you kill them, they're probably not really dead, for later on in the movie.
There's one scene where Al throws up on Christopher Robin's friend.
I forgot about that because it's so useless, because we see that friend twice in the entire movie, and I guess it's just to set up a kill for him. So then it's, the Al throws up on Christopher Robin's friend and kills him and like melts him, but it's like a callback to Cronenberg's Fly movie, but it's like in the Fly, flies actually throw up and dissolve food, so it makes sense, versus owls don't throw up acidic material that would melt somebody's fucking face. So it's like, okay. Remember the owl also says, there is no God, before he pukes on the guy. Is that supposed to be a shout out to 20 Days of Night? When the guy's like, oh God, whatever that part in the movie. I don't know if that's supposed to be a weird thing like that, but at the rave too, Tigger is like attacking all of these people, and he keeps saying bitch like over and over again. I don't know if that's a callback to Freddy, but even Freddy, he says a line like once, but he doesn't back to back say stuff. He keeps just saying like, you stupid bitch, whatever you say, bitch. And it's like, okay, we get it. Yep, there it is. Oh, he says dance bitch. That's another thing Tigger says. Dance bitch. Ugh, it's so fucking stupid. He keeps like swiping at people and he's teasing somebody, and then I think Christopher Robin stops him, right? Oh yeah, Christopher Robin shows up with the gun that the janitor from earlier that killed himself with. Christopher Robin shows up there and shoots Tigger once, and then he like shoots like 3 times. The gun only had 4 bullets in it apparently, and Tigger just runs off and we don't see him again for the rest of the movie.
This is the climax.
We're getting to the climax of the movie.
There's also the scene where, this is before Tigger comes out, but the friend, he stabs a friend, and then she's like, Christopher, you're right. I'm sorry. I thought you were a murderer. You could have went to our party tonight.
Oh yeah, the girl who's getting killed by Tigger was like, oh, Christopher, you're so right. The girl who said that he should leave earlier, the woodland critters are real. You should have been able to be allowed to come to my party. And she just gets fucking killed. She holds on to Tigger's leg, I think. Or she holds on to Pooh's leg. No, she holds on to Tigger's leg because then he's able to shoot him or something. I don't know. She gets killed anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. She gets killed. When does Pooh come back in?
It's right after that.
So that's the last time you see Tigger after he gets shot. You see the owl fly once. The owl flies away, and you don't see him again for the rest of the movie. And then basically Pooh shows up, and he is tussling with Christopher Robin, but then he grabs a chainsaw and starts chasing after him because it's supposed to be a Texas Chainsaw Massacre callback, except this time he is chasing him out, and then Pooh sees his own grave, and that's when Christopher Robin comes to the conclusion that his brother who was abducted is the genetic animal who is Pooh now. And then Christopher Robin just stabs him in the head, but right before he stabs him in the head, Pooh says, oh bother. And it's like he hits him in the head, but the head is already split open, so there's really no effect to it, and Pooh falls into his grave. And literally the girl that was the babysitter from earlier and the girl who was like his friend from the beginning and Christopher Robin make it out of the forest to a cop who takes them, and he's like, oh, by the way, I found your sister. She was just in the woods. And then it's like, okay, so now the sister's here, and there's like an off-brand like Post Malone song that plays, and that's the end of the film. A couple seconds after the credit scene goes, you cut to see Pooh, who's sitting in his chair from before with his head split open, and you see Piglet's head, because remember Piglet got his head fucking blown off at the very beginning of the movie. His head's regenerating, and the owl is like, I'm gonna bring them back. And it's like, oh, there's gonna be a sequel, which is so fucking stupid, because it's like, imagine after every Friday the 13th film, you see Jason being regenerated, or some guy's just like, but he can come back, he can regenerate, so actually this isn't the last movie. And also it's like, dude, we just heard you talk about the next 6 movies you're gonna make. Like, yeah, they're gonna come back, we know that. So embarrassing. And like, there's a lot of things I skipped over. I mean, it was so, I feel like I just had a panic attack recalling that entire movie. But it was things too where it's like, they definitely had more budget. The kills were better in this one, but there was no impact in any of them. It was kind of one of those things where it's like as soon as an action's getting ready to happen, they cut away because I don't think they have the actual skills to, like in Terrifier 2, you're gonna see him stab somebody and rip open their head because they have like prosthetic artists who built something specifically for that kill, and it looks awesome. Just like all these other things, like all these movies that they're trying to pay homage to, like Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. You have all these movies that do amazing actual, you see the impact of it, there's weight, it feels like it has just weight to these kills, but instead it's like you feel like somebody who thinks that they know how to film a horror film, but then whenever they try to actually execute it, it just comes off like weightless. None of it feels real or believable. And also, I mean, it's a parody movie of like children's IP. I live in that cringe too, so listen, buddy, you're gonna get asses in seats, but it's not good. I think that like he needed to have somebody who knows how to film action or knows how to film these deaths, because these are just unbelievable. And it's kind of like one of those things too where it's like whenever you see a horror film and it's like you pull up to the house and it's on Stephen King Drive, you're like, I know that horror guy. It's like too many homages. The movie doesn't even have its own identity. It's just a fan film for other slashers, and that's boring. I think that like slashers will always be fan films to each other because a slasher film is not original. But what makes it so fun is the recipe of what makes a slasher film. Kind of like a good example is this movie called Hatchet from like 2008, I think is when it was. It's the same kind of bullshit you would see in any other slasher film, except the movie just rules because they got a good, weird antagonist character. Victor Crowley, I think is his name. And then you have some people that are likable protagonists that get to run around and they get picked off one by one. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but whenever you like reference the wheel and you're like jacking off the wheel the entire time, it just feels extremely distracting. And it's weird too is how convoluted this movie is. It's like making them like genetically altered children now, to where am I supposed to feel bad for them? Am I not supposed to feel bad? They're all just kind of dickheads who have no remorse for anything, and there's no humanity left in them anyway, so it's like why even go down that route? Versus the first movie, it's just kind of like a whimsical little like, oh, they're magical critters that made friends with a kid and they were obsessed with him and now they're pissed. It's like I would rather have the first one, I think. In the first movie too, it's like you could have done all of this but just be like, oh, they would just want me, and Christopher Robin could be like, I need to give myself to them because everyone I love is being hurt. But they just snuff him out really early in the beginning, and then it follows like all of these other characters who's like, who even gives a fuck about them. And it's a cringe fest. But I feel like you could have like made the weird Christopher Robin version where he's like, oh, I abandoned them, blah blah blah, and gone that route. Would have still been fucking stupid, but at least it would have been a lot easier to track. So I don't know. As we speak right now, it's at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. I have a feeling by the time I wake up in the morning, it is going to be much, much lower. And much like the Marvel films, there is going to be a fatigue for this kind of shit extremely quickly. I imagine it'll probably still gross money, but I think it's going to be, you're not going to be able to do this much longer. I can tell you that.
But the Pooniverse.
Yeah, the Pooniverse and the Bambi, and they're doing Pinocchio. And what's weird is they were like, at the beginning of the film, they were like talking about like things they wanted to do in it. So it's like Pinocchio, he's like, so he's going to be able to use his nose to kill people, and he's going to kill somebody and drape his skin over his wooden body so he feels like a real boy. And they're both like,
such splendor.
And it was just a huge cringe fest. In a way, I was like, well, I mean, they're having fun doing it, but I don't know.
Why show that at the beginning?
Well, that's what I mean.
Also, the credits, they just had pictures.
Well, yeah, during the credits, it was nothing but concept art. And it was concept art that they showed before in like the pre-screening of the movie, or like that little like interview thing they did at the beginning. But they're trying to build hype, but it just felt fucking weird. It feels really weird and I guess formulaic. Like it almost feels like it's like back in the day. It's like, but I think there's like still a level of Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th are fun because you like the main character, you like the main bad guy. You can tell there's inspired ways in which they're going about killing people and like making it a fun experience. It's the same movie every time, but they're doing it in a new way where you're like, yes, this is just what I want. Versus this feels like, hey, we have this IP and we're going to do this and that. And it feels weird because I do that with parodies, I guess. It makes me feel like they're such a huge piece of shit, so I don't know. All I gotta say is, it was funny. I had a buddy message me, and he's like, I was like, hey, I'm getting ready to see this, and he just said, this is all a byproduct out of people hate watching stuff, so I'm a part of the problem. If you don't want this shit to happen, don't see it, is all I gotta say. If you don't give a fuck and you just want to watch the world burn, I still wouldn't see it. I don't think it's worth it. Go see Lay Down with the Devil, Stop Motion. Those are two great horror films out right now. If you're watching this now and you're like, what movie should I see? Go see Stop Motion. It's really fun. It's really cheesy and formulaic as well, but at least it's way more original and fun. And Late Night with the Devil fucking ruled too. So those are two movies I would...
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down. Today I did another ranking video where we sit down and watch all the movies in a franchise in a row. And today's was Insidious. James Wan's Insidious. Blumhouse's Insidious. Yay!
Illidan versus Margulis. Feel the hatred of 10,000 years.
A few weeks ago on stream, I made a list of my top 20 favorite games, which I eventually extended to top 50, so I was kind of dweebing out and just gushing grannies over some of my favorite titles, and that's when I learned, with a rude awakening, a lot of people have this thought process that your favorite things have to be the objectively best things or else it's garbage. So there was a lot of people disappointed that my top 20 favorite games didn't match the top 20 highest rated Metacritic games. I just think that's super
Addy
stupid. I
Style
don't think it's really
Zero.
good. If you're
I will
someone
not
whose
heal
5
up on
favorite games
Discord.
are just the 5 highest on
I
Metacritic,
have my
and your 5
Discord
favorite
in
movies
my
are just the Rotten
profile.
Tomatoes top 5, that's super lame. Like, your favorite thing does not have to be the thing everyone agrees is the best. For example, my favorite movie is The Mummy. Is The Mummy the best movie ever made and everyone agrees that it is? Yes. Yes, it is. That's very rare. Point is, my favorite games aren't just in order of the best games ever created or anything, and a lot of it has to do with nostalgia and what the games made me feel at the time. I think there's a lot more factors that go into what makes something your favorite as opposed to how objectively good something is. So with that in mind, I want to just show you my list here, and I want to make a special mention, something that ruffled a lot of feathers. There's 2 areas on the list where I clump things together, specifically for Final Fantasy, because I can't choose a favorite Final Fantasy between 7, 8, 9, and 10. Those games are all so unbelievably near and dear to my soul, I would not be able to choose which one's my favorite, so I'll have them all occupy the same spot. And then I do the same thing for Elden Ring and Bloodborne, cannot choose which one I like more, so they also occupy the same spot. You can eat my whole asshole about it. You can suck the dirtiest fart out of my butt. I don't care. I know it's kind of cheating on a top 50s list or whatever. I don't care. It's my list. It's my rules on it. 1 through 4 is really easy. I've talked about them a lot. Number 1 is absolutely City of Heroes. We've known that. I think it is an unbelievably good MMO. It unfortunately got its lunch eaten by World of Warcraft. They came out around the same time, so a lot of people never even found this game. But it is truly one of the only unique MMOs that doesn't just follow the same tried and true formula that WoW crafted. And since the private servers are fully functional and constantly updated, I can confidently say it's a game that has still aged really well and is fun to play to this day. Would any game ever beat City Heroes for you? Probably not. I don't think. The nostalgia is too powerful. The game means too much to me. I don't think it'll be beaten. In the number 2 spot, we have Halo 2. My most played competitive game ever. Still, I think this game is a complete masterpiece of multiplayer gaming. A lot of what made this game so special was actually by accident too. So even some of the things like super bouncing, I'd spend hours on just doing super bounces and monster bounces and shit. Then there's also like some really deep skill expression glitches such as BXR and BYBs, stuff like that.
The main purpose of this video is to help those of you guys who might not understand much about Halo 2 get a better understanding of the game
I'll check it out
and the
then,
skill
Ryan.
gap. I know how frustrating it is when players speak so highly of a game that you know nothing about. You don't have much
God,
experience.
even just watching gameplay of Halo 2 just always makes me want to hop back in and play it. You have a couple deleted super bounce videos. Yep, I used to do it all the time. There was entire montages. Oh yeah, they still have some of them. This is probably a re-upload. But it's just cool. It was such a like fun glitch, and even the glitch had skill expression to it. Because as you're seeing here, you could combo bounces if you knew them and knew how to do them and how to set them up. It's just so cool, man. So even though like the base game of Halo 2 was a masterpiece in and of itself, the other things that were accidental, like the super bounces, like the BXBs, the XRs, all that, just add even more to it, more replayability. And the modding. The modding community was hot. Texture mods, full gameplay mods. Oh, it was so good. And the custom games you could just get lost in for hours. Like Tower of Power, Michael Myers, all kinds of shit.
What the fuck am I playing against?
I truly think this is still to date the most special multiplayer game. The most special multiplayer experience I've ever had. So that's comfortably number 2 on my top 20 list.
I grow
Number 3,
impatient.
we talked about it the other day. It's got to be RuneScape. Old school RuneScape specifically. I never even bothered with RuneScape 3. It is just actually timeless. It is my most played game of all time. Across all of my accounts, I think I have close to probably like 10,000 hours, roughly. On my main account right now that I maxed a couple years ago, I have, 4,000 hours on just that alone. There's just nothing like it. It is actually just the GOAT. Use topsters.org for the list. It's a great site. Sounds like a scam. Topsters? Sounds like an auction I'd watch on Whatnot before losing all my Pokemon card packs. Number 4 spot goes to Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10. I can't choose one of these over the other, so I put all of them in my number 4 spot. All 4 of them
Fucking
in my
kidding
number 4
me?
spot. 4 Final Fantasy. We'll just have 7 be here, but just know this represents. Oh, here. Do they have like crazy collage? They have this though. Just know this represents Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10.
He fucking cheated,
Honestly, this
bro.
might go Elden Ring / Bloodborne.
It's a cheating ass.
Rank them all, you coward. I'm not gonna do that, man. I literally can't choose. That's not fair. It's my fucking list. Just let me have it. Who are you?
Fucking
The top
cheesy
20 police or
ass
something?
deck, bro.
It's my list. Gears of War. Yeah, I'm kind of torn if I'm gonna go Elden Ring Bloodborne over Gears of War. That's kind of where I'm stuck right now. I do like Elden Ring and Bloodborne more than Gears of War, so I'm gonna do that. This one I'll divide it.
Go fucking
But just know they occupy the same
yourself.
spot in the top 5.
Go take a bath and
Gears literally started your career. Yeah, but I still like Elden Ring and Bloodborne more as games. Keep in mind, the only Gears of War game that I absolutely love is the first one. I don't even really like Gears 2 or 3 that much. Making up your own rules. It's my fucking list. It's fine. Now this is where Gears of War will go.
What are those games?
Just outside of the top 5. So this is number 6. Can I put them on the same floor? I'll just swap them. Go on Metacritic, highest rated games. Yeah, but some of my choices aren't going to be in the highest rated, but this will help me not miss any. Man, people always get so upset when I mention my Gears of War take.
What
I think
the
Gears of War is
fuck,
just
bro?
perfect. It plays completely different from 2 and 3, and again,
Everybody,
it's a product of just not
all the
overthinking
nerds
it.
love old
The
school
Gears of War
RuneScape.
multiplayer, from what I recall in the Cliff Blazinski
Final
interview back in like
Fantasy?
2008, it was an afterthought. Like, they didn't even plan on putting multiplayer in Gears of War initially. They did it just to ship it, because why not? So it had another set of things that made it so good that were totally unintended. Like, all of the silly fun glitches, like kung fu flipping, crab walking, skydiving, shit like that, zombie walking. And it was just extremely fun. Weapon sliding. A great story.
Land on the 2
Very
floor.
bloody, very ahead of its time with its gore.
Cool.
It just, everything felt great about the game. Except for host advantage. That made it a little ridiculous. You know what number 7's probably going to be? Looking through it, I really think I'm probably going to give it to Super Mario 64. I'm gonna give it to Super Mario 64. I put so much time into that game. I love Super Mario 64. Still one of the most fun platformers ever created. Maybe I will revisit the speedrun. I tried speedrunning it back in college. I'm just not good at it. And then number 8 will be Psychonauts. One of my favorite single-player games. An absolutely beautiful game. A game I also speedran a lot on stream. Great speedrun, great game. Extraordinary. You're on number 10. No, these two take the same spot. Elden Ring and Bloodborne are both tied at number 5. You can suck my fucking dick. We're doing clumps sometimes. I think number 9's gonna have to be Luigi's Mansion. I still remember it's still a great game to this day, but I still remember how special it was on Christmas morning when I opened Luigi's Mansion in a GameCube. I'll give that number 9. Now number 10, this one's big. Number 10's gonna be very difficult for me. There's so many I think I could put there, but I think the one that I'm gonna ultimately end up putting there is probably God of War. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be God of War. I think I've got to give it to God of War. God of War 3 or God of War 2 through 18. Man, what am I done? Okay. Yeah, I'm double checking. It's gonna be God of War 2018. I feel like that. Number 11, I think I'm already doing Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas. That was actually when I made the unique weapons guide and then the follow-up guide. Those were the first time my channel ever got shared outside of YouTube. That was pre-Ray William Johnson. That shit was pretty special.
These draws,
and
man.
just an incredible game. That's in number 11, right?
Come on.
Number 12, I think I've already got locked in. Number 12 is going to be the first Nier. That game absolutely shocked me. That was during my achievement hunting era. I picked it up just off a whim, and it was so special. To date, still probably the best video
Awesome,
game
bro.
soundtrack
He
ever.
has that on
Expedition
turn
33 's
fucking
getting close
5.
to it, but still, I think Nier squeaks it out. Amazing story, amazing atmosphere, amazing music, gameplay a little clunky, but I still don't think it's bad. It was still really fun. Love Nier. That was number 12, right? Number 13, I think I already know. Grand Theft Auto 4.
Where's man?
Absolutely fucking love GTA 4. I don't even think I need to go into detail on GTA 4. I think a lot of people would probably put 5 over 4, but for me, I think I like 4 more. I am such a huge fan of 4.
Only would have won if I
I
got
spent
double.
so many hours just doing like cheats in it and just terrorizing the city like every kid does. Right now I'm torn between GoldenEye, Nintendo 64 GoldenEye, and Last of Us. First Last of Us. I guess it doesn't really matter if they go back to back. 13, 14, probably not a huge difference. I'll do 13 at GoldenEye. Well, actually, let's do Last of Us. Actually, I think I'd put Last of Us over it, the first one.
Fucking game, bro.
And then 14, GoldenEye. My dad and I used to play GoldenEye together all the time. He still talks about GoldenEye. Whenever we get discussing video games, he's always like, "Hey, bud, you remember when we used to play GoldenEye? That was a lot of fun, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dad, that shit slapped." Such an iconic game. GoldenEye was revolutionary for shooters. It actually was. It was legitimately revolutionary. It'd probably go higher, but I don't feel like trying to figure out.
Let us raise the
It would
earth
definitely
flame.
make my top 20.
Feel the
Let me
hatred
see, what about the
of
PlayStation 1? Is there anything I haven't thought of
10,000
there?
years.
He's fucking warrior.
No, just Final Fantasy, really. Siphon Filter, holy shit, I loved Siphon Filter. I had a demo disc that had Siphon Filter 2 on it. Oh my god, you couldn't pry me away from that shit. That game was so fun. You have the taser where you could shoot it at someone, fucking latches onto their nipples, and you just tase them until they catch on fire. God, that game was good. Definitely not my top 20, though. Right, nothing there. What about Sega Dreamcast? The only one on Sega that comes to mind right away is Power Stone, but I don't think that would make it to top 20. My dad and I used to play Power Stone together, too, though. He didn't really like it that much. Or Sonic Adventure. That was another banger. Probably not in my top 20. Ratchet and Clank, another super slapper. Shadow of the Colossus. Oh! Damn, do they make top 20 though? Damn. Oh, Sly Cooper. Fuck. Wait, this is getting so hard. Shit. We only have 4 slots left. I don't even know how the fuck I'm gonna choose. There has to be some like glaringly obvious ones I'm forgetting. Maybe that's what I need to gauge it by. Surely there's some really obvious shit that I've talked about and glazed a lot over the years and just I'm brain farting on. Mass Effect 2. I would put Mass Effect 2 here comfortably if Mass Effect 3 wasn't such dog nuts when it came out. And by that I mean the ending being completely worthless and ruining the entire journey. But I do love Mass Effect 2 a lot. Oh, you know what's kind of close?
Ham,
It
bro.
might actually make it. Hollow Knight. Oh, I wasn't even thinking indie games. Hollow Knight might make... It might take number 17, actually. I fucking love Hollow Knight. I wasn't even thinking indie. Yeah, I gotta put Hollow Knight in there. That game was so fucking fire. 9 Souls. Yeah. That's what made me think of Hollow Knight, actually, because someone was dropping 9 Souls. I'm a huge 9 Souls advocate. You couldn't get me to stop yapping about that game. But I do still think Hollow Knight is, for me, a bit better just because it was like my first foray into that kind of indie Souls-like that
ham
actually
my
crushed
shit,
it.
bro. Don't
But
fucking
overall, I
ham.
think 9 Souls is a must-play.
Don't fucking ham my good shit, bro.
Devil May Cry. I was thinking. I just don't know if it's in my top.
Oh, I can start drawing like a father.
Controversial take is DMC4. I think Devil May Cry 3 is objectively the better game, but Devil May Cry 4, once again, just a special game to me. Only 3 spots left for Expedition 33 to not be called a liar. I already know where Expedition 33 is going. I already thought that through. I just am torn on these last spots. This is so much harder than I thought it would be. Like, I knew it'd be difficult. My top 5 I'm very confident in. Like, I feel very strongly on these.
Just don't ham
And to be
my
honest, I
Jaden.
actually don't even mind swapping gears in Elden Ring and Bloodborne, to be honest. That's so interchangeable to me. These I'm super locked in. It's everything else I get really foggy on where things should
Oh,
be.
I need to draw more cards,
Cooking
bro.
Mama, never played it. I've actually never been a Cooking
Draw
Mama player.
more fucking cards.
Chaos Theory's great. It's not my top 20 though. Right now what I'm thinking is, do I put Pokemon Leaf Green in? That is my favorite Pokemon game, but I don't know if it's like a top 20 best game ever for me, even though I put so many hours into Pokemon Leaf Green. Battlefield. Oh my god! How did I fucking forget? Bad Company 2. Absolutely in my top 20. Also one of my most played multiplayer games of all time. And also a very special game near and dear to my boners. Literally what started commentary for me. Completely forgot to even slot that in there. Good call. Big save. Fuck, man, there's still quite a few games that I think really should be here somewhere. But I have no way of making them fit.
Don't fucking
Any
ham
Call
my
of Duty.
shit, bro.
Call of Duty
Don't
4 is my
fucking
favorite
ham
Call
my
of Duty, but
shit.
it's not in top 20. I mean, I can just fill out this whole thing and it'd go up to top 25. I guess we could do that. For what it's worth, I guess, just to bring everyone in on the loop, I already know exactly where Expedition 33 goes. That's my... oh wow, really butchered that. That goes into my 20 slot. Well, which would actually be here, because I grouped these together. If we're going to 25, that makes it a little easier though, because there's a couple that I absolutely think need to be here. Most notably is this. Mario Kart 64 absolutely makes it into what I think needs to be the top 20. I remember being a kid, my mom actually used to play this with me and my dad. And anytime I'd win one of the circuits and they show you that like trophy, the fucking your winner basically, I used to ask my parents when that's coming. I was under the impression that I was actually going to be shipped a fucking trophy from Nintendo. Double Dash better. I did love Double Dash. Don't get me wrong. I fuck hard with Double Dash. Azura's Wrath. Definitely not top 25, but I do like Azura's Wrath
Fucking
a
ham
lot.
my shit, bro.
Another thing that I like a lot that I don't think goes top 25 is Bayonetta.
Cubes or my Jaden.
And Darksiders. Before Your Eyes. Ooh, I
That's such a good call. Does that make top 25?
Yeah, that game, that is the closest I've ever come to crying at a game. Well, crying at anything, really, as an adult, for, like, media. This game is so fucking special, man. Liza P. Yeah, I was thinking Liza P, too. Top 25 is, it just feels... Nah, I don't know, I think Liza P would comfortably go in there for me. I love Liza P. But I also don't know if I feel comfortable putting Liza P in there over Dark Souls 3. I don't know if that sits right with me. I'd have to really think. In a top 50, this shit becomes easy. I could blow that wide open. Any Resident Evil games make it. The closest one to making it would be Resident Evil 2 Remake. Well, definitely in the top 50, Ed. It's just there's only 3 slots left here, and I don't know what would go where. Like, there are absolutely games that need to be here in some capacity. I just don't know how. No, Half-Life 2 is crazy. I've mentioned this before, and you can poo-poo me all you want for it. I was
Go
not
ahead,
like
double
the
rat
biggest Half-Life 2
my
super
turrets.
fan. I thought it was fine. I thought it was fun.
Double rat my turrets.
I wasn't one of those guys going ballistic on Reddit every couple days about it. No Bioshock makes a man sick.
This one.
You want to know something that'll make you even more sick?
Created by Dennis.
If I was going to put a Bioshock game in here, it'd be
Created
Bioshock 2.
Don't fucking hand my
I
Jaden.
love Bioshock 2, and the multiplayer was fucking crazy for me. I love that. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Ooh, such a bang.
Don't you fucking hand my Jaden, bro.
Top 25 though. Gears is already there.
It's fine.
Tenchu. Love Tenchu Z. Not in top 25 though. You know what is going in top 25? Not a single one of you has mentioned this. So it didn't even register with me in time. Fucking StarCraft 2. That should actually be higher. The amount of hours I put into StarCraft 2. God, I love StarCraft. Plus the custom games in there.
18.
They went so hard. Tower defense in StarCraft 2 is still better than every other tower defense game that's ever come out. Retribution TD in StarCraft 2 customs, Vexel TD, and God, what was the auto battler one? I can't remember. Then they also had things like Runling Run. They had some cool MOBA customs. StarCraft 2 for sure makes it in.
Oh, he's gonna fucking hand my
2 more slots in
Jaden.
the top 25. I am really digging deep into the data banks.
Some bullshit.
Like I'm crunching hours spent on games
Some
right now.
fucking bullshit.
Warframe. I'm debating. Probably not in top 25. But if we were going by hours, Warframe would make it.
Fucking hand my
This is top
Jaden,
24
bro.
according to your rules. You're so fucking right, I forgot. Yeah, top 24.
Relaxation.
Smash Bros. Insane not to be here.
Thanks to me.
Yeah, I've been
That's
debating if I put Melee in.
bullshit.
Based on your Twitch stats, Ultimate is your most streamed game. Really? I have more hours streamed in Smash Ultimate than I do Fortnite. I figured it'd be Fortnite. Or Apex, for that matter. I have fucking 600
There's
hours
so
on
many
Apex
minions in
Legends
my
on
fucking
stream.
hand.
In the first
Yep.
season, preseason. Apex Legends is second. Yeah, I guess all the watch parties for the Smash Ultimate tournaments, yeah.
You're so
I got
fucking
it.
lucky, bro.
Someone just said something tangentially related. Siege would not be in my top 25 or anything, but you know what
Garbage
is from Tom
fucking game,
Clancy?
man.
Ghost Recon 2.
Some terrible
Just normal
fucking
Ghost
game,
Recon
bro.
2. I played the fuck out of this on Xbox Live. I still recall, and I've told this story before. Shit talking.
Stupid.
I think I was 11 at the time for Ghost Recon 2. It was 10 or 11, something like that. Obviously, I'm talking
He gets
a lot of
double
trash.
ham.
Some older
It's
dude comes on the
fucking
mic,
double ham off
and
of
my
Dark
name was
Gifter. He
Fast Fighter
fucking
back then. He
rats
said,
my fucking
Fast Fighter, your mom's gonna get it
Exodar?
hardcore tonight for you being a little asshole. And I panicked. I left. I went to my mom, tears in my eyes, told her that some guy said she's gonna get it hardcore tonight, and I was profusely apologizing. I thought he was coming to kill my mother. That shit was big for me. That was like a huge learning moment. This game slapped. Ghost Recon 2 went crazy. Did your mom laugh? My mom was horrified. My mom thought that was so disgusting. You weren't a SOCOM player for PS2? I played SOCOM, but not actively.
Illidan versus
Knew it was gonna be Ghost
Illidan.
Recon. Yeah, it has to be. I put so many hours into that game. So fun. I love that game.
10,000 years.
Ooh, you know what? That actually might make it.
Bet I'm playing
Not
this
enough people
fucking
have put respect
big
on that one.
demon hunt.
I think that goes in Dead Space.
Oh man.
The first Dead Space. I loved that game. That game felt so unlike anything else I had played up until that point.
Tonight.
I feel comfortable putting that in there. I played through that campaign numerous times.
That's so stupid.
I really liked Dead Space. Yeah, good call. That was like my first like scary game, like horror shooter kind of game. Other than of course like Resident Evil, but those didn't hit the same to me as Dead Space. Dead Space over RE4 is wild. People have to remember, this is my list. Like, a lot of these objectively are not better than some of the other games, like Resident Evil 4. I get that, but these are the games that mean a lot to me and were, like, my favorites. And still hold very special places in my heart. It's not like an objective top 25 games list of all time. Because obviously City of Heroes isn't going to be number 1. Fucking RuneScape wouldn't be number 3. That's for damn sure. Undertale has to be there. Check this out. Hold on to your fucking wiener here. Get your fucking juice box ready. Didn't like Undertale. I wasn't a big Undertale guy. Using the same logic for Mass Effect, Dead Space shouldn't be there because of
Undertale
3.
is for fucking furries and queers.
It's my list. I can use whatever
Queer
logic
furries. DEI hires.
Mass Effect 2. Yeah, how about this? We know these two go together. How's this then? Oh wait, God, I have to move each one individually. Never mind. I was just going to put those two together and then put Mass Effect 2 at 25.
That once someone will.
I'm not going through all the effort. Mass Effect 2 at number 25
Whatever,
then.
bro. Don't fucking care.
Top 5 games of 2025 so far. Don't know about a top 5, but I'll give you top 2. Expedition 33 and First Berserker Kazan. Love the OG Battle. The move Expedition 33 is just recency bias. Nope. It's actually not. I think that is a genuinely special game. And I've played countless games of similar variety. I think that game is extraordinary. Cuphead? Cuphead would definitely be top 50. Top 50 I think is easy. I think top 50 would be super easy. This just made it really hard. It felt very competitive. Because I don't even have Baldur's Gate in the top 25. And that's Freelo top 50. You say that, yet once you get to 45, 50, you'll be doing this again? I doubt that I would. Because the order, at this point, the order actually just doesn't mean anything. They feel all kind of the same. So now I can just start dumping the ones that I know I want there. So Baldur's Gate, Alan Wake 1, Oblivion, Lies of P, Battlefront 2 Original. What else was I really... Max Payne 3, Mass Effect. See, now it's just fucking free.
Not on your list. I mean, you never played the original Destiny, so. If you only ever played Destiny 2, I can't blame you if it's not on your list.
Smash Bros. Probably Bayonetta here. Pokemon Leaf Green.
I grow impatient.
Oh, you're right. We're running out of space quicker than I thought. Damn, you're absolutely right. We are running out of space far faster than I thought we would.
It's not the part I wanted.
Risk of Rain 2, but I'm running out of space. Oh boy, I'm already running out of space. That was fast. I think Cuphead will definitely go here, though. No, Cyberpunk wouldn't even come close to my top 50. Time to make top 100. See, top 100's easy.
Pussies, bro.
That's super easy. I thought top 50 would be even easier. Or, not even easier. I thought it'd be pretty easy. In my head, 25 games seems like a lot, but then I immediately start banging out the ones that I know for sure should be on my list, and I'm already almost out. League of Legends is not going on my top fucking 50. Just because I have a ton of hours in it doesn't mean that I like those hours. That game is an actual life ruiner. That game made me fucking miserable. Oh, Metal Gear Rising has to go on here. I love Metal Gear Rising. Fuck.
I grow impatient.
Should put Arkham Asylum as well. Oh god, we actually are almost out of room. Yeah, fuck. Any Doom game? That's what I'm debating if I throw Doom Eternal here. I think I do. I'm putting Doom Eternal here. Card games? None of the card games would make it here, I don't think. There hasn't been like a good enough version of my favorite card games to work. MTGA, rough. Duel Master, rough. Yeah, Sonic Adventure would definitely go top 50 on that for sure.
Hide behind the serpents. I will still find you.
Fucking kidding
You know
me,
what else is
man?
definitely gonna have to be here? Mortal Kombat 9. My most played fighting game. Yeah, Red Dead. Yeah, Bioshock.
This big shit, bro.
2 spots left. Is there anything glaring that I've missed? I feel like there definitely is. I don't know what I should put there. I already have like so many in my head right now, like God of War 3, Uncharted. Oh, there's too many. Okay, I thought this would be easier. Shadow of the Colossus, yeah. I'm definitely putting Shadow of the Colossus. That has to go here. That absolutely has to go here. I love that game so much. That game is beautiful. Oh, and there's still no Sekiro or anything. Lost Odyssey. Lost Odyssey has to go here. I'll give the last one a Lost Odyssey. Lost Odyssey absolutely needs to be there. There's still so many games that are missing from it though, but whatever. I kind of just like mag dumped going through here thinking I had a lot more room and a lot more space than I did. But whatever. Fuck it. Might as well go top 100. No, then then we get literally every game ever that I just really like a lot. This one feels like there was still a fight even if we landed to 25. No, Neo. No, I love Neo, but I guess not.
Bro.
Oh, I don't even have Red Faction Gorilla on here. Holy shit, what a
Fucking
disaster.
faggot decks.
Truly, what a disaster. Oh,
So
I didn't
many
get my
fucking
Red Faction
faggot decks in
Gorilla
the
on.
fucking meta.
No, Neo's crazy. Oh, Neo's right here.
For now.
Interesting, you only had 2 FromSoft games here. That's the thing.
Go
Like, I
fuck
absolutely
yourself.
like
You're a
Sekiro
fucking faggot for
and
playing
Dark Souls
fucking
1
Big
more
Hunter.
than a lot of the games I started putting in the top 50. But my mind was wandering to places other than that. That's the thing. The list started losing
You're
a lot of
fucking
meaning.
faggot.
And we started to really
You're a
fall
fucking
off the
faggot
wagon.
if you fucking play that deck.
The Space Marine one. Nah, if I was gonna put a Space Marine game on there, it'd be Space Marine 2. It Takes Two is missing as well. Oh Jesus,
Unless
yeah.
I play it.
That's another one. A lot harder than you thought it would be. Yeah. In my defense, though, the main thing I ever really mention is my top 4. This I am so confident in. I also don't know if this will ever change. I don't know if it can change. These games are just so locked into me. They all just mean so much, and nostalgia is an incredible factor in that. I don't think there's anything that could beat these 4 for my lists. Everything after that, it's all cattywampus. It goes tits up. I don't know how to organize into that. It then just becomes games from a ton of different genres that I really like some of my favorites. Yeah, because the game's pretty nostalgic. I wouldn't say they're nostalgic for me. I actually never really got deep into a Yakuza game until a couple years ago. If you want a nostalgic game like that not enough people talk about, Stranglehold. I was really debating throwing Stranglehold in there towards the end, but it just wouldn't feel right going over some of the others I started tossing in. Army of Two was so good. The first Army of Two was great. Agreed.
Again. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about the Minecraft movie. Let me just say, we're talking about, I think, the theater experience again. We did go and see the Minecraft movie. I didn't think it was, I liked it more than the Super Mario Brothers movie. I liked it more than the FNAF movie. Even more controversial take. If anybody goes into the Minecraft movie and they're like, I like FNAF better.
Well, I guess both fan bases are autistic, but...
Well, we're not critiquing that. Really, we went into it because it was the same thing as when we went into the Wicked movie, right? We went in because what we found was people going hog wild, right? We mostly went and saw to see if there'd be anybody singing in the theater, which there was, thankfully. And this time, instead of gay people singing Defying Gravity, you have a bunch of teenagers screaming, hooping, and hollering, and throwing popcorn. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing? This is the state of movie theaters right now. This is also advocates who push for I'm gonna watch it at home, right? Which is unfortunate because I do think the movie theater is a special place, and this pains me, Nick. I'm pained. My feeble little heart can't take it.
Similar to like the Eras tour too, with Taylor Swift, fans getting up and doing.
Oh yeah, the Eras tour. Well, there's a difference between. Well, here I'm not gonna blame the Swifties for that. All right, I want to. Well, the only people I blame at the Eras tour is wouldn't think the girl who's sitting outside the stadium and she starts crying when she hears the song. Ah! It was the song that saved my life. Ah!
Well, I'm talking about when they were playing the theater.
The theaters, yeah. Doing the cult mentality. Well, I mean, it's a concert thing. It's a difference, at least, right? So today we're going to talk about the absolute pandemonium that's the Minecraft movie. From trashing theaters to body slamming theater staff. Let's Minecraft. To better understand how we got here, we have to go back to the beginning. When the trailer of the Minecraft movie dropped in late 2024, people were immediately taken back by how bizarre it looked, right? Remember people being like, what does that sheep look like? Why does a sheep look like that? And you're like, it's cube. It's Minecraft. Not a big deal. Which, once again, we saw the movie. Thought they did the zombies and pigs pretty good. No. I'll say love the villagers. The only reason I'd go back is for the villagers. I'd watch that every day of the week. People were already prepped for disappointment after finding out that the movie would be live action rather than fully animated. But seeing the grossly realistic texture on the iconic Minecraft characters greatly upset fans of the game. Like, this isn't cute and simple. What is this? You know what kind of remind me of? It was like that thing when it's like Minecraft graphics turned all the way up. Like those YouTube videos.
RTX on and RTX.
Yeah. It runs me at that trend. The villager character specifically disgusted people the most. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's uncanny, but at the same time, I was like, this rules. They're so looking, and all they do is just. Yeah. It's so good. Other complaints stem from how the entire movie looked like an overly saturated green screen mess. Sorry to break it to you, the Minecraft world isn't real. You're probably gonna have to have some CGI, which I will say in defense of it again, there's a couple parts where they have practical Minecraft sets, and it looks really sick. Jack Black and his sheep house, whatever, that was all practical, and that looks sick. I thought it looked good, Could you have done all of that? I think you probably could have with the budget you had, dude, but no, gotta make it digital. Which also, to be fair, if it was all practical, would that not take away from the fact that it's like a game? Jack Black was asked by an interviewer about his feelings on the trailer criticism, and he said, quote, I was surprised because I loved the trailer. I was like, oh, this is gonna go over great. And there's only so many people that are sensitive to everything you put out there. I love the movie, but now I'm like, I don't know. Let's see what everyone else thinks, because I don't trust myself anymore.
Yeah, actually, in the interview, he seems kind of bummed. He's like,
I'd be bummed too, man. You talk about, I've had a cash cow and Kung Fu Panda for 20 years, and now people are like, you're in too much stuff. He's like, God damn, dude. God forbid I work. God forbid I work. They love you to, hey, don't I know it, dude? Don't I know it? Regardless, the movie was being marketed non-stop. And seeing that Minecraft is the most popular game in the world,
There was no escaping it.
Minecraft merchandise began filling shelves, with people finding it bizarre that official Minecraft merch now includes overweight man in his 50s wearing a blue shirt, which I did get because I love it so much. I also got, I'll use it back there. I cut a hole in them, doesn't matter. McDonald's started releasing the Minecraft movie meals and Happy Meals, appealing to adults as well as children. Each one included collectible toys, figures, and in-game items. I'm a big softie for vinyl toys too, so you better believe. I want the Big Mac Cube, Nick. I want the Big Mac Cube. What do I have to do to get the Big Mac Cube? Alongside its theatrical release, a pirated version of the film was uploaded to the internet. This cut included incomplete CGI and visual FX, which, you know, probably can't show it, but
people say that's the true way to watch it.
That's how we truly Minecraft. However, this did nothing to hinder the movie's success. It was released on April 4th and ended up being a massive box office hit. The movie made global earnings of $313 million during its opening weekend, making it the highest grossing video game movie adaptation in history, even beating Mario. I thought that was crazy. Isn't that wild? I don't know. You know, and we saw the movie. It was cringy. Or I'm not going to get around it. It's stupid. There's a lot of things where it's like really tropey. You know, if you want a breakdown of old men talking about the movie, just watch Red Letter Media talk about it, okay? Because they don't know what's going on either, and they're talking about it like Siskel and Ebert. So you do what you got to do with that, all right?
When will the Lord take me? That's my last one. I'm sorry, I forgot that last
Oh, okay, that's the important part.
What?
All I know is that you had the Mimi moments. If I was a kid, I'd probably be thrilled by this. And here's the thing. I know. Put me down now, dude. I talk about movies from time. I talked about the Super Mario Brothers movie. I didn't like that. It's for kids. It's for kids. You're gonna criticize a kids movie? Yeah. You know why? Because Puss in Boots 2. So good. Said it then. I'll say it now. How to Train Your Dragon. I thought the live action adaptation doesn't look too bad. Do I think Lilo and Stitch looks good in live action? No. Looks horrible. All I know is that there were some moments legitimately got me to laugh. What can I say? I was chortling. Yeah, I was literally laughing. All right. So I don't know. I was gonna say, is it the worst thing of all time? No, it's not. Sorry. I'll say it right now. I'll die on this hill. But you know how many people are gonna be like, sorry, don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It's easy to also assume that the Minecraft movie would have been in some way successful, right? But with that success, there were some downsides. We have to talk about chaotic movie screenings. Preteens and teenagers before the movie theater and loose. During a Minecraft movie, one specific scene has birthed a massive TikTok trend.
Chicken jockey!
In it, we see the appearance of Chicken Jockey, which is essentially just a Minecraft mob riding on top of a chicken, right? Is it a meme? Was it even that big of a in the game? Was it a big meme? No. I think it's just the trailer of him yelling, Chicken Jockey! Has now reached peak cinema, my friends. Kino to its finest. For some reason, audience members would film themselves saying the phrase, Chicken Jockey! Along with Jack Black before screaming and cheering at the top of their lungs.
Chicken Jockey!
You meme on a movie like this, you have a good time with your friends. We complained, don't go to a movie theater and sing. Here's the difference, because I'm going to say something controversial. Going to the Minecraft movie with your boys or your friends and screaming Chicken Jockey and clapping, awesome. Going to a movie theater and trying to sing as if you're in the play, no, stop that. Also, Chicken Jockey lasts severely shorter than the entirety of Defying Gravity. All right, just want to say that.
Well, also, the people singing are probably singing every song.
Also, it's nonstop. Which, don't get me wrong, there's Jack Black lines throughout that are getting cheered and memed on. Every time, it's funny until it's not, and we'll talk about that. People are comparing the response to their hyped up screams to the biggest moments from Avengers Endgame, you know, which people look back on the Endgame now and they're like, it was like a part of my childhood, and then like the Minecraft Chicken Jockey's just dwarfing it. You know what I mean? Which, to be fair, genuine responses of joy versus malicious intents of making fun of something you paid for just so you could go. It's like basically a circus freak show. You're going up there just so you can be like, you know, my good friend over at the Kino Corner said this on Twitter, which I thought was was important to bring up. That was the wildest theater experience of my life. Most of my audience were middle schoolers, and they would clap and hoot and holler whenever one of the meme lines was said, or when they recognized something from the game. And Jack Black said, Chicken Jockey, the theater erupted into sheer pandemonium. Kids were cheering, clapping, jumping onto the top of their seats. Whenever Jack Black sang, the kids would get up and start dancing in the aisles. They acted like this wasn't a movie, but a rock concert. It was a complete expression of mixed and genuine love of Minecraft and irony poisoning, and the result was pure chaos for 100 or so minutes. Which I gotta tell ya, if that's not worth price of admission, I don't know what is. Because if there's also some snob who's like, I just came here to watch the movie, man. I'm like, you're not. I don't think you're missing much in terms of there. I think you can catch back up. I would rather be in that movie experience, honestly.
I was gonna say I wish our theater was that. We went too early.
We went too early. We went on a Thursday afternoon. Also, there was a huge family in front of us, like a giant family or something. You notice that? They're sitting there. I saw the mom and dad, and I was like, my head kept turning because like the amount of kids that were in the front. I was like, Dad, their whole movie. Dad, is that a creeper? I was like. No, see, that's the bad movie. We had the bad one, quiet, and then just Dad, is that creeper? Dad, almost like karate chop out of the
Fuck! I put the wrong fucking card.
If I had to hear DAD question mark one more time, I was gonna blow my brains out in the theater. I would have been a creeper. The cheering from the audience became so loud that most people from outside of the theater could hear echoing throughout the building.
The wrong fucking card, man.
Which is awesome. And as these videos began to blow up on social media, people began to escalate things. In some videos, moviegoers started climbing onto their friends' shoulders, imitating the chicken jockey as they threw their popcorn into the air. Now, see, this is where I have to draw the line a little bit. Listen, there's one thing for you to even endanger your life, or you could cripple yourself by getting on your friend's shoulder in a dark movie theater and do, take your shirt off and like throw it in the air like that. It's another thing to take popcorn and throw it across our slushies, throw it across.
How do I fucking do that?
Come on. Listen, we can hoot and holler. What are we doing? Making a mess? Come on now. What the hell is this? And it never ends well. As soon as you start throwing it never ends well.
Making stupid mistakes.
You think a chicken jockey's gonna show up?
The theater. We can't put that in the video. Bleep all that. In many cases, this behavior extended far past just the chicken jockey scene. Some screenings had people screaming and cheering basically nonstop, which that's annoying. All right, save it for the Jack. If you had just a Jack Black moments to be, I'd just be like, come on, dude, it's kids having fun. But if you're just sitting there screaming, that's terrorism. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say that you have committed an act of terror. And theater staff, let me tell you something, dude. Theater staff right now online is being treated like a substitute teacher. Theater staff were getting enraged by a large number of families leaving with their kids to request refunds due to the obnoxious teens screaming throughout the film.
Refund. Multiple families now because of all the teenagers in here. If I have to do it again, you're all getting kicked out and leaving. Sorry, can you please understand?
Stop recording. I got you, dude. You can tell a group of kids, stop it. Hey, you guys screaming and stuff is making me upset. What do you think a 14-year-old's gonna do? Who definitely made fun of a handicapped kid on his way in and like literally took a homeless guy. I'm just, what are you, you know, it's gonna do nothing, dude. If anything, you have to just be like, you need to get like an older guy in there and just be like, you guys are funny, man. You guys are awesome. And that would probably shut them up. They're like, oh, what are we doing? Some older dude. Seriously, you guys remind me of me. Well, that's how you stop a teen. What if Regal Cinema started employing just like a 45-year-old guy just to kind of snoop around, just be like, you guys, you want to hang out after this?
Oh, the vibe killer.
He's a vibe killer. The company just sat on a seat next to you and he's just like, you guys want to you guys like tech decks or something? He's like, tech decking.
He's got the full Minecraft creeper outfit, creeper shirt.
Yeah, he has I thought you were gonna say the onesie, the creeper onesie. He's like, seriously, I didn't even know they made this in my size till this morning. Amazon's just that fast. Isn't that cool? If you had a guy that did that, I'm telling you, that would stop it. The whole audience would be like, we should just get out of here.
You have to make it seem uncool. Right now, it's too cool.
That's what I'm saying. You have to kill her. He's just like, dude, I plan on screaming. If a 52-year-old man sat next to a teenager and he said, I plan on screaming shit. I can't wait to record that. That would kill her. Or if you had like just a wave where people walked in and it was just for the chicken jockey part, it's like, yeah, we're part of the Facebook group that goes in and does chicken jockey. We just think it's so funny what you guys are doing in here. That would kill it. Dead meme immediately. That's what they have to do, dude. AMC Regal, hit me up.
Also, another thing is you pay other companies to go in on the chicken jockey thing and make it cringe.
The new Minister of Finance's chicken jockey? No, this is not true.
Well, exactly. And then you need to sit there and it's like, at every entrance of the theater experience, you need to have a giant banner that says chicken jockey when you walk in, and it's sitting there, and then they're taking, it's like people recording you, and it's it's like a roller coaster thing. So like, hey, buy your photo of when you said chicken jockey in the theater. Kids would be like, lame, man. I don't want to do it. And on Twitter, HW Movie said, Minecraft is easily the loudest cinema experience I've ever been in. Cheering at every third line, only person who was seemingly not into it was the guy in a Minecraft onesie who stormed to the door of the cinema, turned back to everyone and yelled, "Yo!" and left. That would have, as a teenager, that would have been a golden. See, that was the thing. Back in my day, we didn't have any theaters. You went and saw shitty movies, ironically, but there was no one else in the theater, and no one else cared. And there was also no way to tell people that you saw it. It was just you and your friend group being like.
Me and my friend group used to do and yell in theaters.
Before and after the screening, people would walk down to the front of the theater and start leading chants in order to get everyone hyped up for the movie. And some Minecraft fans with sensory issues who wanted to see the movie opening night were heavily persuaded out of it by people online. If you have sensory issues, that sucks. And I sympathize, but at the same time, you're going into the Minecraft movie after a TikTok trend. I would say maybe just wait for it to be on rental. It'll be on rental in 2 weeks. You'll be all right. Go to a showing at noon when they're in school, all right?
I was gonna say, if your kid really wants to see it, treat him. Take him out of school for a day. Take him to the Minecraft movie.
What is the problem with people taking their kid out of school for a day? If a kid is like, I can't, Dad, I can't watch it. If I sat there and if it was that bad, I would feel so bad. I'd be like, well, let's go at a noon. We're gonna go to noon screening. Because I would feel bad.
Theaters should do a chicken jockey screening where they encourage rowdiness.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. See, because remember they did that. They tried doing that with the Wicked thing. Remember, they're like, this is the sing-along one. We were like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to the regular one. It's like a karaoke bar to them. The Wicked fans are all just like, I want someone to be upset. I want to sing in front of people who don't know that I'm back here. If I ain't raving, right? So if you did the chicken jockey thing, people are gonna be like, I'm going to intentionally go to the one where people are trying to enjoy it so I can rave for them. That's gonna be the name of the game. That's like Elmer Fudd trying to set up a trap for Bugs Bunny, dude. But Bugs, it's in here. Don't you want to come in here? The worst Elmer Fudd impression. The chaos that ensued throughout the movie would result in absurd piles of food and trash scattered throughout the theater floor. And a person online recounts their experience saying this. The crowd brought in tonight was the worst I've seen. The amount of times I've heard chicken jockey. The time with these teen slaughters was way more than I can count. I love Minecraft so much. Way more than I thought I would, but
oh no.
These groups of people have been a wreck and a mess. For example, this is just one road that had to clean, and many others were exactly like this. Which, to be fair, it is. It's an absurd amount. It's to the point where everyone's just like, I'll take your largest cover pop, 2 of them, and people throw them. I mean, there's videos of people like hurling them and sloshing and stuff. I mean, it gets pretty absurd.
Is there a video of a bag of I don't know.
He brought bags. Yeah. And just started waving them out. One person documented the mess that was left after a Minecraft screening to find that someone even puked on the floor.
Because the laugh so hard.
I lost this whole game because I played Killjoy.
I don't do well with sugar. I'm 12. Many viewers of the movie noted that watching a Minecraft movie was the stinkiest experience they'd ever had in a movie theater. I wonder, what do you think that's from?
Sweaty nerds, I guess. I don't know.
Sweaty nerds, though, you think? I mean, it's like, it's Chads.
I think it's just a bunch of, like, adolescent kids not wearing deodorant.
Teenage boys not putting on Tag body spray and that kind of stuff, and they're just smelly and farting and shit.
I was going to say, my friend's mom, when we had a sleepover, she kept coming in and being like, this room
I grow impatient.
They're stinking up this room.
Many theaters had to put out signs warning people to stop engaging in the chicken jockey trend, because, signs work. Other theaters took a more intense approach, stationing multiple people to monitor Minecraft movie screenings, and staff members admitted that it felt like they were essentially babysitting. Theaters made statements saying there would be a zero-tolerance policy for participating in the TikTok trend. But despite this, these teens only thought of more extreme ways to be as obnoxious and as messy as possible. It was almost like a competition to see who could make the lives of the theater staff the most difficult, okay? And people, as we know, as we've experienced on this channel many times, will do anything for likes and attention. In New Jersey, a large group of children began screaming during the movie before taking out bottles of lotion and spraying it all over their seats. Apparently, there was a debate in the community about how much was actually sprayed on the seat and whether or not it was in fact mayonnaise or instead of lotion. Who cares? don't spray shit on the fucking seats of the theater, okay? Once again, one thing to even be popcorn, one thing to literally stain the seats that you're sitting in, you gross, sadistic. This whole fiasco infuriated the theater owners to the point of having to set a new rule banning minors from watching the Minecraft movie without a guardian present. I love that. Sorry, it's a rated R movie now. Many theaters have custom-built Minecraft props for the purpose of being used as a photo op for children. Many of them were torn to pieces day one. Unruly mob, man. Things reached the peak of absurdity. People started getting physically removed from screenings. And some people were getting caught pulling fire alarms during Minecraft movie screenings to force evacuations. Others were removed after throwing their drinks directly at other innocent people in the audience, right? Which, you know, if they're...
Go fuck yourself, you fucking weirdo.
During one screening, the movie suddenly paused as police officers entered the theater and escorted groups of rowdy teens out. In other instances, a group of teens were crowding around the theater door before their showing. As one of the employees was trying to contain the chaos, a moviegoer body slammed him.
God damn it.
Unnecessary is
So
what I would
fucking
say.
lucky I
Downright
fucked
unnecessary. Someone threw water on a guy during the Minecraft movie and yelled, "Water bucket release." Then the guy chased the teenager out and called the cops. It was hilarious. Dude, I'd be so fucking pissed. My old ass too. You know what's the thing with me though? I know that any of those teens could just beat the shit out of me, so I'd just like get my water thrown at me and I'd just be like, and just stand up and just walk out. I'm not about to be in that chaos. Are you kidding me?
I'm actually worried about old grandpa bringing their little like grandson, and he's packing heat.
What happened? Cover your ears, Johnson. You sons of bitches, die!
Can you imagine a 5-year-old named Johnson?
Love you, boy.
32 teenagers were shot tonight at the Minecraft movie after being unable to leave due to popcorn buildups at the door. In the subreddit, r/movie theater employees joined to collectively vent about their horrendous experiences working shifts during the opening weekend of the Minecraft movie. I love that this is actual time in our lives where we can be like, there's a place where people on subreddits can be like, God, it was a hard weekend. And other guys can be like, yeah, like they're coal miners or some shit. Kicked out 20 teenagers tonight because of the trend for this movie. Another user said, someone egged our theater last night. And another user even said, yeah, I had quite a few refunds that I let slide halfway through the movie because people were getting shoes thrown at them, popcorn and candy. It was a complete shit show, and I felt bad for the families that were just there to enjoy the movie. Where some people will gladly be public nuisances for the sake of their own entertainment, others decided Minecraft movie was the perfect time to scream slurs. That's right, did you know that we're going into a racial and anti-Semitic part of this video? Here it is. On various occasions, people were recorded screaming the N-word during the movie. And when we say on various occasions, let me tell you, there is too many videos online of people screaming the N-word at the screen in a Minecraft movie. And here's the thing, tons of chortling after. All right? Lots and lots of it. Also anti-Semitic stuff, people doing that. I'm not going to go into depth of it. I'm just saying that it has brewed a sense of trollism that people online would probably call based or red-pilled. That's what I'm saying. That kind of vibe. Going to the Minecraft movie with my boys, and we're cutting loose. As far as obnoxious theater audiences go, I think a Minecraft movie certainly takes the top spot. There are plenty of big video game / toy franchises trying to move into the realm of film. And hell, after the success of Barbie movie, it was already revealed that Mattel has like 14 movies coming out based on their products. Mattel products, man. It kind of makes you wonder just how far things can go. I mean, it's only a matter of time before one of these annoying movie stunts leads to someone dying. Grandpa the Gun during the Monopoly movie. And during the Monopoly movie, if people don't dress up in monocles and shit and have money bags and start running around and pass and go, what are we doing? But also, here's another thing. The films are dying.
Not if you bring Jack Black. Get Jack Black in every movie.
If that's the only way it'll ever survive is if Jack Black stars in all 14 Mattel movies. Can you imagine if they had Jack Black be bald and he's a Monopoly man? Who are you? With the monocle. Hi. And the Monopoly man. But he's doing like a Daniel Plaintiff thing, whatever. I drink your shake. Whatever he's doing that. I pass go. I like $200. You go directly to jail. With a cane. And I'll just say this as we start heading off into the sunset here. It was just an odd phenomenon that we wanted to talk about because I don't think it's going to go on much longer. Memes only live
it's like a shooting star. But for the time being, this had to be one of the wildest times in a movie theater. And I don't think it'll ever be topped. I don't think so. Do you think that this is the catalyst? Is it the wick has been lit on the dynamite?
I think people are gonna start forcing shit.
Well, this is the perfect storm though, because you have Jack Black as Steve from Minecraft, and he has all these lines, and it's like, what else is bigger than Minecraft? Nothing. You know, that's the big thing. Because people are like, what? Monopoly? And then they're gonna be like, yeah, I think my grandma has that under her fucking staircase, dude. You know, who knows? I mean, I don't know. It's such a weird time. All I gotta say is this, guys. Go watch whatever movie you like. I could hate it, the FNAF movie. There's people who like it. Go see it as many times as you want to. Go watch Wicked. Be gay and watch Wicked. Be morbidly obese and gay and watch Wicked. And sing songs. That's your right as a human being. Am I wrong, Nick? Am I wrong? Chortle would slap your belly at Donkey Kong in the Super Mario Brothers movie, right? Donkey Kong movie, but Seth Rogen in like a practical suit, like makeup.
TikTok.
You guys believe this? You're gonna smoke
Especially
weed?
now, since the fucking AI
Anyways,
bullshit.
moral of the story is this. Enjoy whatever you want, but for the love of God,
Even
just
more fucking
leave
brain
other
rot.
bystanders out of it. Go there and just shut up and enjoy the movie. Granted, Minecraft movie, I was on board for a bit until it started throwing shit and everything. I think going to a movie and screaming and clapping at stuff, insane. It's hilarious. But people criticize the Eras Tour people, the Swifties, for getting up and dancing during the concert? I did, but I would say the general public was like, well, it's a concert movie. What are you supposed to do? During the Minecraft movie, it's a fucking Minecraft movie. They're screaming chicken jockey and clapping. That's fine. And then here's the other thing. Well, I think I wanted to go to the theater and experience it. Take your son out of school and get a fucking matinee. I don't want to hear it. Take a sick day from work, all right? All I know is that thank you all so much for watching the video.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Just end like that.
Shaking a stud.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about cryptocurrency. More specifically, meme coins. Bitcoin is on the rise again, folks. Just reaching an all-time high of $99,000 per Bitcoin. I just want to say, people are dumb, all right? I remember when I lived in Utah at the time. I worked at a solar company, and it was right when Robinhood, I'm pretty sure it's like right when Robinhood just came out or was new. Everybody had it on their phones, and all those Mormons had it on their phones. And it was when Bitcoin hit a high of like 20,000, and then immediately fell back down. And people were like, it'll never happen again. It'll never happen again. It's done. Here we are now, dude. Hindsight's 2020. I should have went in. With what money? Well, I was able to really sink in some investments from my call center job. A lot of people feel like they missed out on getting in on Bitcoin. Price is too high to get in. Who has $100,000? Why do you get a fraction of a coin when you chip off a penny? And this always happens. Every time Bitcoin shoots up, people bitch and moan about how, oh, I wish I would have gotten in sooner. Then it falls like 60%, and then people cry again, oh, why did I get in on that thing? And this is rinse and repeat for about 4 years now. Every 4 years this happens. Big drop. Oh, why did I get in? Oh, why did I put money to that? But the weird thing too with crypto is they say that you're supposed to invest in crypto and just never look at it. Never touch it. Don't ever even remotely look at it. Just let it sit. Let it breathe, baby, until you have like a pullout date. Which a lot of people have speculated that it's the 100K mark. I think there's a huge drop off when it hits 100K. So instead of trying to invest in Bitcoin, people are looking for alternative ways to get rich by gambling on other altcoins, aka coins, aka meme coins. That's right. The newest get-rich-quick scheme for Gen Z is to pump and dump your own cryptocurrency coin. And this might sound like old news to you, but as of recently, it has been on the rise, my friends. And hundreds of people, if not thousands of people on TikTok are claiming to have made thousands upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, from pumping and dumping meme coins on the internet.
I'm buying McLaren coins. All right, you guys already know McLaren. I crashed McLaren, so gotta buy McLaren coin, baby. I'm buying it.
There are even meme gurus out there holding seminars teaching people how to buy and sell meme coins. It's one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life.
You know what I can do that I just realized? Wait, this is a hack. No, this is a hack. I'm just realizing this. All the week, I think, again, I don't know much about the wallet.
If you ever see yourself on the floor of someone's mansion, run away from that place. Do not stay there. That's called a pyramid scheme. Okay? Been around forever. And this is leading people to go to insane measures in order to shill their coin, trying desperately to raise its price before swiftly pulling the rug out underneath everyone else and keeping that big old pot of gold.
Meme coin is a scam. I just made my own meme coin. This is the next one. If you lost any money from meme coin, this is your chance to make it back right now. If you don't buy this coin, you get the I ain't gonna lie. Y'all niggas really thought I was being serious, nigga? Nigga, fuck y'all. $12,000, nigga. I just 3x that money I lost, nigga. Fuck y'all. Hey, and if y'all actually believe you can make money off of meme coin, you stupid as fuck. Meme coin is a scam. I sold all my shit to make 12 bands off you goofy ass niggas.
It is truly a dumpster fire in the making, and I want to share with you everything I've come across so far, which is a lot, as of recently. It's weird. Right now, there's been a lot of gold with meme coins, so let's dive in. And just a brief history of the meme coin, right? Because before we get into seeing the borderline barbaric approach to how some people are trying to pump and dump, we need to understand where meme coins started. We need to understand why people even put a value on them, right? For those of people who don't know what meme coins are, they are exactly what they sound like. A cryptocurrency that is based on popular meme culture of the internet. They're just based on popular memes. The first and most popular meme coin is Dogecoin. You might have seen Dogecoin pop around. Maybe you saw your favorite tech political figure talk about it, or maybe your friends had it and they were giggling and talking about Doge to the moon. My buddy Dan did that, and watching him, so funny. He held it for so long. He could have made so much money off of it, didn't pull out. Classic Dan. This was created in 2013 as a lighthearted joke by Billy Marcus and Jackson Palmer as a way to make fun of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as a joke. The creators promoted it as a fun and friendly cryptocurrency that could be used to reach a wider demographic than Bitcoin. So they chose the infamous Doge meme as their coin's mascot, and with an entry price as low as 0.00026 cents per coin, anyone could join in and feel like a Doge millionaire. The entire deal was that it was so cheap that you could barely put any money in, and then you would be Doge rich. Perfect scheme. And what started out as a joke has now become one of the biggest explosions in cryptocurrencies over the last 10 years. In 2014, the supporters of the coin actually paid $55,000, which is about 65 million Doge coins, to have it be a sponsor on NASCAR driver Josh Weiss's stock car named number 98 Moon Rocket. This was a play on the popular meme stock/meme coin phrase, "to the moon," that is used when people want to pump a stock or coin's value. Dogecoin fans also paid $25,000 to help send the Jamaican bobsled team to the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics. Which is awesome. The NASCAR in this is pretty funny. It's a good troll. These two acts helped create the term meme coin, as people were spending their coins to do funny and stupid stuff and make memes that were making it into the news and propelling the coin into the mainstream.
Last Friday, an anonymous benefactor going by the name of Hood donated 14 million Dogecoins to Doge for Water, a campaign looking to provide drinking water to parts of eastern Kenya.
Much more wholesome beginning. Much funnier. I do like the trolling aspect of it as well, that you can start something stupid and still be able to exchange it for goods later. It's a pretty funny concept.
Wait! I need to tell you about an awesome sponsor we have with our beautiful, beautiful partners at GamerSubs.
As you can see, I'm all wet and sticky right now, and I'm dead tired. I'm on the verge of death, and I need a quick pick-me-up from GamerSubs. And you better believe I have my own beautiful flavor called raw meat. Cantaloupe mixed with a beautiful watermelon. God damn, it tastes like summer in a glass. But let's say you don't like my flavor, because you're... Then there's millions of flavors to choose from. There's definitely not millions. Put up the number of flavors are. A lot of good ones. They have unique anime girl shaker cups in case you want to be hard in public. Beautiful flavors that are keto friendly with zero sugar. God damn, the taste is good. So if you want to support the channel and you want to support one of our very, very long-standing partners, be sure to check out GamerSubs. It's an amazing brand, awesome flavors to choose from, and you can even choose raw meat or own flavor. So head over to GamerSubs and tell them Papa Meat sent you with code PAPAMeat at checkout. You get 10% off your order. Thank you, GamerSubs, for always sponsoring these terrible videos, and back to the video. And Dogecoin's price has continued to increase over 10 years later because of a TikTok trend trying to get it to reach $1 per coin. And not to mention Elon Musk, the self-proclaimed meme lord, loves the coin and shills at every chance he can get to shill it.
Are you still a fan of crypto? Dogecoin is my sort of favorite cryptocurrency because it has the best humor and has dogs.
I mean, he loves talking about to the moon, you know, whatever else. If he could slap Doge onto a rocket, I bet he would. To the moon! In 2021, SpaceX announced that they would be funding a rideshare mission to the moon entirely with Dogecoin called Doge One. Is it still fun?
Elon Musk announcing that his rocket company will now accept Dogecoin as payment, calling it the first crypto and first meme in space.
Is it fun when the billionaire is memeing along with you? Because now it feels sad.
But he's one of us.
He's one of us, and he to the moon, to the moon.
And because of Dogecoin's success, people have been inspired to create their own meme coins, and it has gotten completely out of hand. The fun is gone. We're into some pretty heinous territories now, ladies and gentlemen. In the past, it took a lot of work to make your own coin, and you needed to have a good amount of technical knowledge to launch one successfully. But now, you can make one instantly using websites like PumpFun and launch your very own cryptocurrency in seconds. Also, it's called PumpFun.
Boogie, it looks like you launched a crypto token that is a scam, a pump and dump.
Well, I don't think it's a pump and dump. It is a meme coin.
It's literally from a thing called Pump.fun. What are you talking about?
It's like enabling people to scam. I'm telling you, your coin's gonna be huge. Okay, and then when it gets big, you pull the rug. Pull it immediately. Pull the rug.
Oh! Oh! It went to zero!
PumpFun is a website specifically designed to allow people to create and share their own meme coins instantly based on the Solana blockchain. And it's promoting the idea that everyone can make their own Dogecoin. Everyone can have their own earnest memes and send Jamaican bobsled teams to the Olympics. Everyone can. People definitely won't use it for selfish reasons, right? People can watch as coins are created live and decide if they want to buy coins solely based on the name, picture, and a super brief description. There's basically no research involved in choosing a coin to buy, like with other cryptocurrencies. So it's essentially gambling to see which coin will take off over other ones. Some of the most popular coins created on PumpFun are Peanut the Squirrel, which has a market cap of $1.4 billion. Peanut the Squirrel. Peanut coin.
The guy also just said he's making his own Justice coin today. So people are like, what? You're not backing Peanut coin?
He's making his own coin. There you go. Also, with the newest meme, Just a Chill Guy, it has a market cap of $451 million. That meme was just created like 3 weeks ago. My God. There's also Moodang coin, which has a $400 million market cap. $400 million market cap evaluation for the Moodang coin. The abused tiny hippo in a Taiwanese zoo. There's also the Sigma coin with a $64 million cap, or Mother Iggy coin at a $50 million cap. Be a good boy and listen to your mother. Wow. Which apparently that one is based around the Iggy Azalea's ass for some reason. Someone just uploaded a photo of Iggy Azalea's ass, and that's just the main coin. Do you think she gets a cut of that? Doubt it.
Mother's mothering.
Mother's mothering. I'm serving right now. I hate that when people say that. She's serving.
I usually don't get offended by the word, but in that context.
You look like you'd be someone who gets offended by the word. You look like the person that would get offended by the word. You'd also be like, when people say, what do you do?
Ooh. In 6th grade, that was me. I hate.
Ooh, don't say that.
And there's no rhyme or reason to why these coins get popular. And it really just is a guessing game, but there is an obscene amount of money in these meme coins being moved every day. It's like the goddamn New York Stock Exchange after World War II. It was popping off. Over $20 billion market cap with a $7.5 billion worth of coins moved just within the last 24 hours. Just within the last 24 hours. This is how you kind of know the world's, we're done. We're cooked.
I bought Chill Guy at under a penny. This day changed my life, and it's not even for the money. It changed how I think about the world.
You think whenever someone's just like $1 bill, just carry on paper with me all day? You know what I mean? Do you think it was something like that?
So let's get rich quick. Let's traditional investment. I want to have fun.
Yeah.
I want to get money now.
The future. I like the optimistic look that they have for the future. That's fun. A meme coin based on one line in a song on the new Kendrick Lamar album is now sitting at over $414,000 market cap value. One line. Mustard. $126 to $433,000 in profit in 18 hours. Mustard. What drew people into PumpFun was the idea when you made a coin, it was given $20,000 worth of liquidity. There has to be some kind of illegal thing there, I feel like. All right? You and others could buy and sell your coin, and if it reached $69,000 market cap, then it would automatically be sent to Radium to be an actual coin on the market. Another fun draw of PumpFun is that the creators of each coin can go live on the coin's page and talk about their coins, and interact with potential buyers to influence their decision in buying the coin or not.
Watch this, activate. Activate, activate, activate. Oh!
Are you okay?
I'm embarrassing myself in front of the stripper.
Basically, they get to be a snake oil salesman right in front of you. You ever see the old-timey things of the carts and guys just like, look at all these medicines. I got medicines here. This one has sparkles in it. It's a goddamn snake oil salesman website. The idea is that you can get on the ground floor once a coin is just created and no one has pre-mined coins. What does that mean? It means that when before people would make a coin and they would have a gajillion of it. They'd be like a dragon sitting on a bunch of gold. But now, with Pump Fun, you get the coins slowly over time so no one has a hoard of wealth. The coins are generated, creating a market cap value that you can get in on the ground floor. You yourself could have just as many coins as the creator. Whatever that means. If you no, I don't even know if you keep that in the video. Who gives a shit? There'd be no threat of a rug pull like what happens with other big coins when they are announced.
Once a significant amount of unsuspecting investors swap their ETH for their listed token, the creators then withdraw everything from the liquidity pool, driving the coin's price to zero. The scam coin's promoters may even create temporary hype around it, using Telegram, Twitter, and other social media platforms to get attention. They may also initially inject a substantial amount of liquidity into their pool to cultivate investor confidence.
I see. Because when people are sitting on all those coins, when it goes live and then you pull the rug and it kills the coin, basically, you see that a lot with, I don't know, other influencers. A lot of influencers do that. A lot of influencer coins.
Chat, by the way, that MILF token that I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a I hope none of you guys actually bought it.
Jack Doherty did it. Pretty sure some FaZe people did it. FaZe clan members like that. Logan Paul probably did it at one point. Was it Doink or something?
What up, Dink Doink Telegram? It's me, Logan Paul. Now I know what you're thinking. Logan, what the f are you doing here? I'm doing the same thing as you. Holding my doink. That's what I'm doing. This is a shit coin I believe in. It's my favorite one, to be honest.
Rug pull. But with these, you can't rug pull it, baby. You gotta give it legs to run. With Pump Fun, you can buy real coins instantly, so there isn't any threat of being scammed. Or is there? As it turns out, there definitely is a threat of being rug pulled, even on the sites dedicated to not having rug pulls.
Don't buy Honey Pack. Don't buy any of that. TGR, you owe me. I already called my bank and let them know that I did not make any of these transactions, so we'll see if that money gets disputed and back in my account.
The reason we're talking about Pump Fun is because it's just recently made a ton of news surrounding an actual child making a coin called Gen Z Quant, and then rug pulling people after the price increased rapidly. The best part is, he was live on the coins page as he did it, and people went crazy posting the videos on social media as the idea was just so fucking absurd. And when the value of his coin reached around $30,000, he immediately sold them all and tanked the value of the coin, leading to people feeling scammed, right? This is your rug pull here, and that little fat-faced pig was just like flipping off the camera. This rug pull scam led many people to lash out, even including finding his parents on Instagram and threatening them to get their money back.
Your son stole my fucking money.
Yeah, your son stole my fucking money. Send this kid to prison. Your son a Mizen. Your son a menace, Ant. Is that like a different Unk instead of Unk, it's Ant?
Yeah.
And the funniest part of all is that while some people felt scammed, the mean part of it all drove the owners of the coin and the new buyers after hearing this story to increase the price of the coin, and the value of the coins the kid sold would have been worth around $4 million. Out of spite, they basically kept raising it to be like, fuck you, kid, you have none of it, we do. He went on to make another coin called I'm Sorry, which skyrocketed, and then he sold again for another $13,000. Jesus Christ. And you might think this was all the end of the story, right? But the kid made a third coin called Lucy based on his pet dog, and people bought his new coin again for a meme, driving the price way up, and he rug pulled them for a third time and pocketed another $20,000. This kid has basically made almost $100 grand of fucking with these people. Good God! And the story has been circulating now that people were apparently so pissed off that hackers doxed the kid and his family, posted their address online, and stole his dog. They stole Lucy! The third coin that's called Lucy was based off his dog. They stole her! A meme coin launched on Pump Fun called Barry that was using the kid's dog as the face on the coin, and on Twitter account for Barry, they stated they will not give the dog back until the kid buys at least $5,000 worth of coin and makes an apology video on the rug pull move.
He already did. He said, I'm sorry.
He did. He made a coin. I guess he's just like, that's the second coin, dude. I'm not offering another apology. Which another teenager made a coin called Racist Death, and apparently scammed internet pariah Sam Pepper and other investors out of $50,000
and the whole call was recorded. The kid even drops a few N-bombs. Surprising, racist dad, that's weird. And tells everyone to get over it because he's just making money. God, this kid.
Sam, I'm gonna be real with you here. Shut the fuck up, first of all. Second of all, you do not know the tactic, okay? I just rugged $3,000, okay? I just rugged that, okay? Sam, calm down, okay? Let's be real. This is all for jokes. This is all for shit. But at the end of the day, I'm just making money over here. I'm just doing my thing. Thank you, Sam. All right, Sam. Have a good day.
It's so sad seeing kids this young act this way.
They got that grind set.
The internet has made children think they're too mature way too fast, and it's so sad. The innocence of a child is dead. It's the death of innocence of children. So now we have some backstory into why Pump Fun is gaining traction online, and some insight into how the website is run. And many people are trying their hand at making the next big coin, and with the ability to live stream themselves, they're going to greater lengths to get the coin to the top of the charts. Now it's an all-out race to see who the can just make the big coin and get paid, and rinse and repeat as much as they can. ISIS just beheaded a hostage on Pump Fun. There's no way. Yeah, the memes are definitely going to come out, but still, that's crazy. There's a coin called Fish Killer, and it's based on someone saying if they don't get to $1 million in market cap value, he will apparently shoot a goldfish.
Nigga say, shut up, nigga, and do it. Homie, how about you come here and I do it to your fucking mom? I'm fucking shooting you. This motherfucker, Fish too, and anyone else that talks shit. Y'all think I give a fuck, bro?
And this leads us into where we're getting into the wild. Okay? Now look at that. He's going to shoot a goldfish. You have someone who made the coin Rover, which says if they don't get $11 million market cap value, he's going to shoot his own dog. We have to delete that? Can we even say that? The dev of this coin was live streaming himself pointing a gun, which unconfirmed if it's real. And he's pointing he's pointing the gun at this dog's head. Right?
It's at 63%.
And it's at 63% funding. The dog looks cute. He does not look happy about being potentially put to death. But 63% of an $11 million cap. Pretty wild. There's another photo here with the little laser pointed at the doggo, back of the doggo's head. Unfortunately for dogs, they don't have 9 lives. So this would be, but good. Hey, but luckily, no, Nick, all dogs go to heaven. And then there's the coin torture, which is just as a live stream up where the dev claims they are torturing their girlfriend. And if the coin reaches certain milestones, they will strip her. Now you get sex involved. Wow, we cannot show that. Brawl off at 25K and panties off at 100K. People are disgusting. This guy created coin and is saying he will live stream himself sitting on a toilet for 48 hours straight to break the world record or until the coin reaches $50 million. That's just him. Dear God.
He actually increased it. He's like at 96 hours I'm walking in my coins to break in the world record, which is like 124 hours of sitting on the toilet. So he's trying to break the world record.
This looks just heinous. He looks like he's made of wax.
We have to get back up to 10 mil before I'll shave the other eyebrow.
It's
What's that, 20
free
mil?
to make a
I'll
living.
shoot myself.
Oh boy, going through it right now. One dev locked himself in a dog cage and is doing things when the coin reaches certain milestones. Most notably, saying if the coin reaches $1.5 million in market cap value, he will shoot in the cage and eat it. And if you look at this, it looks absolutely heinous. This is where we're at. It's like a new form of like prostitution in a way. Doesn't it feel like? But a personal favorite of mine is someone who made a coin called Hands. And started that because he had no hands. He can't rug pull anyone. As it turns out, he was just standing there with his hands behind his back, and he live streamed himself running over to the computer, selling all of his coins, and then running back to continue standing there like he didn't do anything. Very funny. So yeah, meme coins have gotten way out of hand from where they originated as a fun piece of internet culture. Now it's just another get-rich-quick scheme. I feel like it has become more prevalent since the pandemic. You saw that with house prices increasing. You saw that with just like general cost of living increasing. Everybody is trying to get as rich as they can, I guess, to battle that kind of mindset of like everything's increasing, nothing's going down, there'll never be affordable housing again, that kind of idea. It's a weird act of desperation in a weird way. It's like rats crawling over each other. You know what I mean? People existing in the same cage, but then some people are just like, I'm gonna fuck over this rat so I can survive, and people keep doing that until they keep going.
Sell some berries and nuts.
I don't know what does that mean. Okay. But that doesn't mean they're all bad. As the meme coin community rallied around the coin Nolan, which is a coin created by Nolan Arbaugh, is the first human test trial on Elon Musk's Neuralink, and he created the coin using only his brain with the Neuralink installed. The community was watching Nolan live stream his coin, and they ended up raising the market cap to over $15 million. This allowed him to sell his coins for $2 million, and he can now afford to make his house handicap accessible. That's Pog. That's the meme culture I like to see, boys. Not dudes eating in cages or people beginning to beat their girlfriends and then strip them naked for coins as well. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing? So there you have it. A little history of meme coin and where it stands today. Beautiful, isn't it? If you're going to get into crypto, maybe it's best to stay away from meme coins right now and just put your money into something more stable, right? I don't think all investing into any kind of cryptocurrency is a bad investment, right? I think that it's just another form of investing. Also, at the end of the day, it's your money. You do whatever the fuck you want with it. If you're feeling lucky, go for it. Keep in mind that it's basically gambling.
Man, I can't.
And if you're going to gamble, you might as well just go to a casino where you can lose and still get a drink. Get a meal. Have a couple cocktails, play some table games with your buddies, and at least get some fun in while you're going to lose all your money. It's almost like massaging your loss. You're going to lose your money. Don't worry, you're going to lose, but at least you get a pretty good steak afterwards. That's nice. Gambling with meme coins is just sad. And you might be giving your money to someone threatening to shoot his dog or a 13-year-old who says the N-word, which in a way is kind of funny, but not really.
We're just lost.
And it might look like on the face value that, wow, there's tons of people making tons of money. These are rare cases, my friend. Think about the thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that are dumping money into coins, wishing that they were that guy. It's a very fickle, tricky thing, and these kind of get-rich-quick schemes usually tend to have more burns than they do winners, you know? So, at the end of the day, meme coins are just kind of gay.
Where's my fucking Exodar at?
I think rallying people together for crypto to help a person make his house handicap accessible is fucking awesome. Or to sponsor a Jamaican bobsled team. Any way that communities can rally together to enforce a positive change, I think, is really cool. I'm sure that there's drawbacks with everything. I'm sure that there's negatives to whatever. But right now, it feels weird knowing that this is a time in the universe where when we're older, people are going to look back on this as like a very Wild West kind of moment. You know, you're going to have people be like, oh, what I would have given to live back then and rake in all that dough. Fools. Elephant fools. That's why it should all be called Fool's Gold, Nick. That's what it is.
You should actually be careful about rug pulling people because the SEC will look into it.
After a while, people are going to start looking at prison sentences for this kind of stuff. They have to pay back all the stuff you scam people out of. It's just no bueno, all right? And if you see people, even in these comments of this video, being like, yeah, right, dude, I wouldn't listen to that guy, all right? I'm just saying buy some Funko Pops instead. That's a good investment.
Fucking game, like, never get the share
right now. I just thought this was a nice little fun video for today. But until next time, everybody, save your money. Buy some groceries instead.
Buy meat coin.
Meat coin to the moon.
Fucking sucks. Fucking horse cock, bro.
Five Nights at Freddy's, such a beloved game series. There's 13 games in total. I actually didn't know there was that many. 4 books, a slew of fan comics and animations, and pretty soon we're getting Blumhouse's official Five Nights at Freddy's. Which honestly, the puppets do look good. They got Jim Henson's puppet making company to make all the puppets, so they do look sick. They actually kind of do look like they're in the video game. I remember people were like, "No, it's CG." The poster's CG, dude. I refuse to believe that it's not. It looks. Thanks for Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Opera GX is the ultimate browser for anyone who's wanting to spice up their time online. Other browsers, they're boring. They don't offer anything new. With Opera GX, you have GX Mods, which modifies and transforms your experience browsing the web. It's in the description, and when you make the switch to Opera GX, my fans will have an exclusive feature in their GX corner where they can see my 12 latest YouTube videos. Which is nice because you want to see my pretty fat ass every day. Thank you, Opera GX, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. But today is October 17th. Ooh. The movie comes out very, very soon, but I can't wait for it. I need it right now. So what am I going to do? I'm going to make my own FNAF content. Woo! I'm broke. I'm going broke. That's why I'm doing this. So I thought to myself, what if I went on Fiverr and just started asking people to make stuff of my own because I can't make anything myself because I'm creatively dried up? Perfect! I got a nice little budget. What was the budget I had on here? I had a budget left over from last time, $58. I don't know how I have $58, but I have $58. Probably from people declining offers and
payments I did for the Zootopia fanfiction I did a while back. But speaking of that, I did do the Zootopia fanfiction about 2 years ago, and it was a lot of fun, so I thought, why not do it again? Except give some people some FNAF stuff and try to put that out there. And algorithm, help me, algorithm, I'm drowning. Algorithm, help me, I'm drowning. I don't really give a shit about FNAF, if I'm being honest. I haven't really, it's not that I don't even like it, it's just not my thing. I don't know. I don't think I was in the cultural zeitgeist, or I don't know. I just never got into it. I don't really know a lot about the characters. I've done some research on stuff, so I'm vaguely familiar with stuff, but we're just gonna see if we can make some stuff that would interest me as a person. What would get me to watch FNAF? I'm going to see if I can't get other people to get into FNAF this way as well, therefore helping the community. So I'm not exploiting the community, I'm helping the community. Right, Nick? Okay, so I'm just going to start off with what I know, which is erotic fan fiction writers. Let's see what we can do here. Who's this person? They got 125 5-star likes though, and 3 orders in the queue. God damn! I will write a kinky, not safe for work erotica or fan fiction for you. Don't know if I like the art. The art is oh, he's got a little like an example here. See if I can read it just a little bit. Too captivated by what she's watching, Ava doesn't even notice the steam rising between the leaves under her, slipping in between the pockets of her button down along her torso and curling up around her breast, finally sliding up her neck and into her waiting red lips. I thought they were pussy lips for a second. I was like, get away from the steam, dude. You're roasting your pussy right now. The aliens all turn to look at her, and she suddenly feels so naked in front of them. Their tentacles unwrap from the woman on the pole, and she leans back with a sigh, no doubt relieved to have a second of respite from the overwhelming pleasure. So, I mean, this guy has been writing stuff about alien tentacles fucking things, which is like usually a good sign, so I'll see what we can do with him. Yeah, we're just gonna do a single order. Extra fast 1-day delivery? Okay. I'm broke. I'm going broke. Yes. $40 well spent. This better be good, dude. The seller needs the following information to start working on your order. Details about the story. I'm just gonna put, I'm a huge FNAF fan. The movie is coming out. Can you please make me a short erotic story that has the following: 1, bore; 2, butt play; 3, feet. Safe for work and not safe for work. There you go. $5. That's not a bad deal. Well, we can try. Confirm and pay. Boom. Please provide instructions for business. What fandom is this fanfiction from? FNAF. I want one of my favorite characters, Glam Rock Freddy, to be the savior to some person who is in extreme peril. And he begs for Glam Rock Freddy. Save him. I will write unique and furry anime NFT fanfic. Boom. Which type of story do you want to write? I'm able to write fanfiction, backstories, fanfictions. I would love a story about Markiplier trying to sell his FNAF NFTs to his fans. With the profit, he will be solving world hunger and stopping terrorism. No, I'm kidding. And he will use the additional profits to make 4 more FNAF movies. All right, 3 down. I will write fanfiction, non-safe for work fanfiction, fanfic, writer, manga, erotic fanfiction. $10, 2-day delivery. I like that. Wow. Matt Pat gives his theory on why Chica had to give a late-term abortion. All right, I will creatively and professionally write anything. I like this guy. Look at this guy.
Want to fill your overflowing, it'll be dripping out.
$50? I'm gonna do it, dude. This guy, Gene, my boy Gene. I'm so f***ing hard. A heartbreaking story of a father abandoning his child because of how bad he thought the movie was. The movie was the straw. The straw. Alright, I like that one. I think Gene's gonna pull through. I really, really want Gene to pull through. Man, good for Gene.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not.
Alright, that's 5 orders. I'm looking forward to it. It's also nice to not have to conceptually come up with this. The idea of having someone else, I get to read someone else's things that are from little prompts. This is fun. While there's a little intermission, do you think the FNAF movie is gonna be good? will sit and wait for the things to deliver. I'm going to clap my hands and we're going to be back. It's going to be magic. I can't wait to read it right now. Okay, so some time has passed and all the Fiverr people are done, and I'm ready to absorb my beautiful, beautiful FNAF fanfiction. I can't wait. It comes out in the theaters this week. I'm going to come in the theater. Take a little peek, sweet tea break. Diabetes. Let me see which one do I want to start here with? I'm going to start with the MatPat one. MatPat. If I remember correctly, we asked, I kind of forgot. I actually don't want to remember what I asked for MatPat. So, this is what the MatPat one has to say. MatPat's theory on why Chica had to give a late-term abortion. Now it's coming back. Now I remember what happened. Chica was one of the most beloved characters in the Five Nights at Freddy's series. She was known for her bubbly personality and her ability to bring joy to everyone around her. However, behind closed doors, she was struggling with a heartbreaking secret that would change her life forever. In a recent video on his YouTube channel, MatPat shared his theory on why Chica had to give a late-term abortion. I think that would be a trending video. Did she use a hanger? That's just a theory. According to him, it all started when Chica became pregnant during her senior year of college. She was overjoyed at the thought of becoming a mother, but her happiness was short-lived as she soon discovered that the baby had congenital heart disease. Oh, that's very dark. This person was like, we're not having fun with this. This is a sad Chica MatPat abortion story. We're taking this seriously. We're not joking around. The doctors advised her to terminate the pregnancy, which she initially refused. After much deliberation, she finally agreed to have an abortion 6 months into the pregnancy. The decision was not easy for her. I wonder, after much deliberation, how long was that? Because it seems like they were like way early on. The way this is written makes it seem like she's like, it's like a couple weeks in, like, you should probably figure this out. And she's like, I'll sit on it, doc. And then 6 months later, she's just like, this is probably for the best for both of us. But the decision was not easy for her, but she knew that it was the right thing to do for both herself and the unborn child. MatPat explained that Chica's decision to have an abortion was not based on selfishness or convenience. Instead, it was a difficult choice made out of love and concern for the well-being of her unborn child. Guys, just because she has an abortion doesn't mean she's a bad person. That's a theory. A game theory. He pointed out that the decision to terminate the pregnancy was not taken lightly, and Chica had to go through counseling and therapy to cope with the loss. I'm just picturing some person like watching FNAF lore and they're just like 3 years of weekly therapy, and she still mourns the loss of this child this day. The person is just sitting there just like, does she still scare people? Don't ever say that about Chica. Chica's experience highlights the importance of women's rights and reproductive freedom. He argued that women should have the right to choose what happens to their bodies, especially in situations where the health and well-being of the fetus is at risk. In conclusion, MatPat's theory on why Chica had to give a late-term abortion offers insight into the complexities of human emotions and decisions. It also serves as a reminder of the need for compassion and understanding towards those who are going through tough times. MatPat's a smart guy. I agree with all of it. The writer did get very down the rabbit hole there. I kind of like the down the rabbit hole twist. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish that there was more MatPat. What did MatPat have to do to research this? Yeah, my critique, honestly, out of my fan fiction, wish there was more MatPat. Wish there was more scares. It didn't get sleazy though, which is nice. This could have been a whole weird sexual nightmare, so I'm glad. I'd give it a nice golf clap. I guess that's how I'm rating things. So the terms of clap that I would give it, not the STD, but the round of applause. Whatever. I don't have to fucking. All right, this one is just titled Security Guard X Animatronics. I don't remember what this one is exactly, but let's get into it. Tom fit his body into the rolling chair and it squeaked and groaned under his round weight. He adjusted himself for a moment and then flicked on the screens in the security room. One by one, they came to life. Another day watching the animatronics, making sure they were behaving. So Tom, I'm assuming, is a big fat fuck. Tom fit his body into a chair. That's how you know you're fat. I don't just sit in chairs, I fit into them. Having spent a few months already working as a security guard, he was familiar with most of them, especially Freddy. He had come to enjoy Freddy's quips. Oh, so has he been talking to them? Is that in the game? Or do you think they're just referring to the animatronics? If anything, let's read and find out. And his jolly attitude, and also fear from the violent side. Okay, so he definitely knows. He's like walking around hurting people. He popped open the box of donuts and took a sprinkled one. Attaboy. He always had a full box on his desk at the ship, and he just assumed the manager was being particularly nice. Tom? You in there? Tom swiveled around in a panic, throwing his donut back in the box. That was Freddy's voice. Okay. All right, I like that. Tom, are you in there? Freddy? How had he snuck to the security room? I'm just gonna open the door, Freddy said, and Tom watched as the doorknob turned slowly. Hadn't he locked it? Freddy was inside, his plush bare body barely fitting through the doorway. His lips were in that permanent toothy smile as he eyed Tom. Freddy? You're... It's been a while since we've talked. I wanted to hang out. I just wanted to smoke a couple J's and look at some cute girls behind the train tracks. Approaching Tom, who was pushed back with his stubby legs rolling into the desk. He's a big fat guy. Tom knew better than to refuse, but he couldn't hide the panic pounding in his heartbeat. That couldn't be from the obesity. What did Freddy want? They had mostly gotten along up until then. What was that dark gleam in his eyes? You've been a good friend, Tom, which is why you're still alive. He said, stopping in front of the pudgy security guard. But I need my friends to do a bit more. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm gonna preface and say I do not remember what the problem was with this. Okay. What? More? Freddy moved around him and sat on top of the desk, shattering the keyboard under him. Freddy, you can't! But his words were cut off as Freddy stretched out his legs, his big, smelly bare feet hovering in front of Tom. Oh, God, what's going to happen here? Oh God! The smell! Tom gagged, the smell making him nauseous. Freddy wiggled his toes with a smile. Hee. Come on, Tom. Don't be like that. You don't want to make me angry. Tom swallowed thickly, which only made the stink spread through his body. He could make out the webbing between Freddy's toes, the lines along his soul, and the absurdly nauseating perfume emanating from them. Go on. Take a whiff, Freddy commanded, his voice deepening, and Tom knew better than to refuse. He hesitantly leaned forward, nose scrunched in disgust before taking a little whiff. He nearly passed out from the stench, choking on it. And Freddy's just like looking at him.
Tom, smell my little tootsies.
Looks like I came in the middle of the show, a voice exclaimed from the door. Tom was about to turn around, but he felt Freddy's feet hold him on either side of his face. Don't move, he said. Foxy joined the two of them with a wide grin. Freddy, you didn't tell me we were doing it today. Plans changed. I couldn't hold back, Freddy explained, watching his tears prick Tom's eyes at the searing burn of his stinky feet. What plan? What was going on? Suddenly, Foxy pulled the chair out from under Tom and he fell to his hands and knees, his big belly nearly popping out of his button-down shirt. What are you... Freddy's toe was in his mouth, spreading his lips open and cutting off any other words. Lick, he commanded, and Tom obeyed, fearing what would happen, and then he felt wandering hands on his ass, palming each cheek, and he let out a little whimper. Pause! I need a break!
The fitness grandpa's.
Look at this fat ass, Foxy hummed, giving the juicy butt a spank and watching it. We're gonna have to bleep a lot of that. If anything, we'll do something where maybe we'll just put the uncensored thing on Patreon or something, but that got downright explicit is what that got. I'm gonna have to give it a golf clap.
Golf clap, golf clap.
A wish night with Foxy. I kind of like that. That's like a nice, sounds nice, like a lullaby. What will I stop doing after all this? He wondered as he stood in front of the edge of a bridge, in the sunlight, letting his body relax, letting his mind wander as those sad thoughts came and went. While in his head, he began to imagine everything he would have wanted to do with that animatronic of his dreams, that Fox animatronic who was so loved by him. He simply, each day that passed, each day that he realized that he could not be with the robot, that for him, it was not. I'm gonna assume the person that wrote this is not their first language. For him, that animatronic was much more than a human, than most of all people he had been with, interacting. He felt that he could trust him in that being who could give him a much better understanding than his wife. He felt that he could feel the affection, warmth, and those cold hugs against the metal of Foxy's hands. Is he cheating on his wife with Foxy? Is that what's happening here? Every night he slept, he hoped to dream of that life he dreamed about having. He dreamed about the fact that Foxy sat on him. What? He even dreamed about him starting to fart in his face. How he wanted to smell that smell that was going to be given off by Foxy. as well as being able to enjoy nights with him, letting the two of them be completely controlled by their lust, just like imagining being married in a fantasy wedding in which everyone would be envious of how he and Foxy are so happy together. On wedding night, making so much noise in bed, letting Foxy let out all of his farts directly into his nose. God. Being on the edge, he stood up looking at the abyss in which he was going to get it, looking at how Foxy was by his side, inviting him to jump with him, promising him that one of these two would be together forever. He only saw how Foxy jumped and disappeared, letting out a sigh with his eyes closed. God forgive me, but I want God forgive me, but I want to be happy. And with a smile on his face, he continued along with Foxy. The sky was filled with a figure of the two of them hugging.
The citadel stands strong.
The sky was filled with a figure of the two of them hugging, finally together while the body also had that satisfied smile, knowing that his dream had come true. This is a pro-suicide story. This is a pro-fart corn suicide story. Oh God! Round of applause. Encore! Oh my God! Oh, to have a suicide story end with someone saying, "God forgive me, I want to be happy," and then you see him in the clouds above, like, "Yay! I killed myself!" Oh shit! Oh God, that's funny. Holy fuck! You know what's funny about that one? And that was gonna be almost impossible to beat. It's the diamond in the rough. I almost stopped. I almost missed out on that beautiful ending. Holy shit! God forgive me. I just want to be happy. He says that. He says that after his hallucination kills himself. Okay. I gotta move on. This next person was nice enough to... They wrote the story, but then they also recorded. So instead of reading it, I'll let the dear author read it herself.
The familiar hum of a laptop booting up broke the silence. Curious fingers glided over the touchpad, heading for the unmistakable red icon of YouTube. Right there at the top was Markiplier's fresh upload.
How she says Markiplier. Markipliers.
FNF, my taken amp, big news. Clicking on it, the video buffered for a split second before Markiplier's face appeared, positioned in the corner of the screen. The backdrop, the intensely atmospheric trailer for the new FNAF movie. He cleared his throat and then jumped right in. Hey everyone, he began, grinning at the audience. Bet you thought you'd see me pop up in the new FNAF movie, right? Hate to burst the bubble, but no dice. Cue a playful drum roll from Mark.
I really want a British Markiplier to talk like this. Hey everyone, I thought you might think I'd pop up in a FNAF movie trailer. No dice. I like the no dice line.
However, I've got something that might just make up for it. Feast your eyes on these dope FNF NFTs.
I found a new source of power.
I forgot about the Markiplier FNAF NFTs. Check out these dope FNAF NFTs.
Animated images of Freddy and the crew terrorized humans in darkened rooms. And the big question, where's the money from these bad boys headed?
Where's the money from these bad boys heading?
We're setting our sights on ending world hunger.
He's funding the end of world hunger with NFTs. Rock stars and gaming chairs. Nah, our goal is to end world hunger.
Mark, looking every bit the philanthropist, handing out McDonald's to a line of eager fans.
else we have left over from solving world hunger, we're gonna start at that rate.
I am only more. This is a choice. Serve none or die.
Somehow missed the call from the director. Maybe my agent mixed it up with spam. He smirked, nodding toward the trailer's intimidating bear. Maybe he's just not a fan of the big, scary robots who look like they were made by Steve.
Mysteria. What?
Viewers were left with the chilling scenes of the final Nazi Freddy's trailer.
That's pretty funny. Him at the end just kind of admitting that he really just wished that he was in the movie. I like that. That's good. That's a good one. Is it as good as the last one? No. We peaked. We peaked too soon. Oh man. Wow. I don't know. Actually, I am curious which one of the stories was your favorite below. Did I overhype the one that I liked too much? I don't think so. And if you think differently, you can go fuck yourself. I hope the FNAF movie's good. What am I doing? Or is this video over? Well, this video's done. Fuck you. Okay. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? I was scrolling through some social media apps today.
Or you're just not gonna end your fucking turn.
Little X, right? And it seems that no matter where I go on this hellscape we call Earth, or even the internet, I find the worst mobile game ads ever.
Hello.
I don't know how it's possible. It should be illegal. It's false advertisement. As I kept scrolling through, which is all these different ones, so I had the thought to myself, we have to make a tournament bracket of what is the worst mobile game ad out there. This is the bracket we have. Emperor and Beauties, that's a great name. Ant Legion, Lily's Garden, Fantasia, Charm and Conquer, Gallery Coloring Book and Decor, Garden Affairs, Dragon... I was just like, these names are funny. Dragon Farm Adventures, Encanto, question mark, King's Choice, Cheat Almighty, Fat to Fit, Hero Wars, Hustle Castle, Merge Franchise, Flying Gorilla, and Project Makeover. You've probably definitely seen some of these before, but today it is a battle of deception. It is a battle of who is the most egregious piece of shit to let these things go through. So without further ado,
Let's get started.
all right, round one, we do have Emperor and Beauties, which I do like the thumbnail a lot. Small Asian boy and all of his little fuck puppets, very nice. And Ant Legion, which Ant Legion does seem like, this seems like a little hipster indie game kind of thing. But let's take a look at the ads.
He is not taking anyone.
She's not pretty anymore. Nobody wants her. Nobody wants. Nobody wants. Nobody wants. If the man is guilty or not guilty. I like how it's not is the man guilty. If the man is guilty or not guilty. This is obviously a Mexican game. Oh my god, look at this. Promoted. He's doing the side dance, the Gangnam Style dance. What is this game? So, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, just a game about are these single men guilty or not guilty? It's kind of a fun concept. That's a pretty good bad game ad. All right, Ant Legion. Come on, dude. Wait, the bee. Wait. The bee can't call for help after, I mean, just raw dogging this ant. Why is it called Ant Legion? It's like a bumblebee.
Okay.
I'm done with this game. To be fair, it's not as it's quick though. Oh, this is hard. These are both really good. I'm honestly invested more into Emperor and Beauties because there's more story. Ant Legion, all I really know is that you get to be a hornet and fuck a bee, and you get trapped by a spider. My heart says that I have to give it to Emperor and Beauties. The pageantry was just there, and also because they end with a Gangnam Style dance. You know what I mean? It's got to be Emperor and Beauties. Emperor and Beauties all the way. Round two: Lily's Garden and Fantasia, Charm and Conquer. Which that thumbnail, my god. There's a girl in a milkmaid outfit. This is definitely some furry porn type stuff. And Lily's Garden looks like a C-tier Illumination movie.
Oh.
Lily's Garden, let's see this shit.
Get absolutely fucked.
Such splendor.
It's just a woman dancing and her tits are, or she's jump roping and she's like, her tits are bouncing up and down. And now these men keep walking
Where's
in
your sis
and looking
one
at
at,
her.
huh? Looks like you're just dead. Looks like you killed Jaden. You killed Jaden too early,
Oh, there's
huh?
multiple ads. Okay, let me see here.
Dumbass. You killed Jaden way too fucking early.
What is this telling me about Lily's Garden? Is this supposed to be? Is this actually a gardening game? Fuck you, Lily's Garden. Also, the people hopping up so they can vibrate their pussy is on a different level, dude. And I hate that the end is just like Lily's Garden. They're trying to be Leisure Suit Larry, and that's what I don't like. I don't know if I like Lily's Garden. That's off to a bad start with me.
Alright. I need to get some sleep.